कोविड-19 का जो प्रोटोकॉल है उसको मेंटेन करना है और कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमारे आदरणीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन साहब ने कहा है कि कोविड-19 जो एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर है उसका पालन करना है और उसको ठीक ढंग से उसको देखना है कि भाई हम मास्क जो है पहनना है, बाहर निकलने का टालिए, अपने घर में अपने परिवार के साथ रहिए, समय बिताइए। और आज का दिन मैंने आपको खास आपकी सेवा के लिए भारतीय खेल प्राधिकरण, रानी लक्ष्मीबाई राष्ट्रीय शारीरिक शिक्षा महाविद्यालय तिरुवनंतपुरम, जो कि यहाँ हम सारे कोर्सेज चलवाते हैं, भारत के कैंप चलवाते हैं खेल कूद के, और हमारे आदरणीय महानिदेशक जी श्री संदीप प्रधान सर जी के मार्गदर्शन और अनुमति से, उनकी प्रेरणा से ही आज का ये जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार है ये आरंभ होने जा रहा है। तो इसमें जो 9:15 बजे सेशन होगा लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी सर का, उसके बाद आप देखिए, आप कोशिश कीजिए कि आप हर सेशन को आप बने रहिए और हम आपको 2 फीडबैक फॉर्म भेजेंगे, एक दोपहर को और एक शाम को। शाम को 5 बजे जो है वह समापन समारोह होगा, वैलिडिटी फंक्शन, उसमें भी आप हिस्सा लीजिए और सभी को प्रमाण पत्र दिया जाएगा। प्रमाण पत्र जो है हम आने वाले 10 दिन के भीतर आपको देंगे। आप कृपया मुझे फोन करके परेशान मत करें, क्योंकि आप बार बार फोन करेंगे तो मुझे काफी काम होता है। तो मैं तो आपको अपना मित्र समझकर ही अवश्य बात करता हूं, परंतु आप गलत मत समझिए, फोन करने से मुझे बाकी जो काम है उसमें बाधा पैदा होती है। आप हो सके तो मेल में आप एक संदेश भेज दीजिए कि भाई सर हमें प्रमाण पत्र नहीं मिल पाया है। हम कोशिश करेंगे सभी को प्रमाण पत्र दिए जाए, लेकिन फीडबैक फॉर्म 2 भरना है आपने, इसका ध्यान रहे। और सेशन जो है आपने सभी ने अटेंड करना है और बीच में कोई कमेंट्स नहीं करेगा। और लिंक मैंने लगभग सभी को भेज दिया है और जो कि रहा है उनको अभी भी हम भेज रहे हैं। पंजीकरण रजिस्ट्रेशन हम लोग अभी बंद करने जा रहे हैं और ठीक अभी जैसे ही 9:15 बजे का सेशन शुरू होगा उससे पहले रजिस्ट्रेशन क्लोज कर दिया जाएगा। उसके बाद में कोई प्रवेश नहीं होगा रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए। आप सभी को मैं इस शुभ अवसर पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में आपका स्वागत करता हूं। और मास्क पहनिए। अभी तो आप अकेले बैठे तो मास्क पहनने की जरूरत नहीं है, घर में होगा, लेकिन अपने परिवार को, दोस्तों को, मित्रों को, सभी को सलाह दीजिए, उनकी मदद कीजिए कि भाई मास्क पहने बाहर जाना है, आवश्यक वस्तुओं की खरीद करने जाना है तो मास्क अवश्य पहनिए और मास्क के साथ साथ 2 गज की दूरियां अवश्य रखिए। कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन आवर लाइफ फ्रेंड्स। दिस इज द टाइम to fight the consequences, sufferings by all humans, especially in our country. And as we all are Indians, first of all, we should not forget, हम उस भारत माता को, महान देश को, भारत माता को प्रणाम करते हुए हम उस मिट्टी को प्रणाम करते हुए, देखिए आज हमारे जवान फौजी जो है वो हमारे बॉर्डर पर हमारी रक्षा कर रहे हैं। बॉर्डर पर रात दिन बिना सोए, बिना किसी चीज की परवाह किए हमारी रक्षा कर रहे हैं। वे भी हमारी रक्षा कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार हावी देश के भीतर जिस प्रकार से महामारी फैल रही है, उसको न किसी डरते हुए, न किसी चीज को छूते हुए हम लोग अपने आप को बचाने की पूर्ण कोशिश करें, यह आपसे मैं निवेदन करता हूं। और यह अभी हमारे जो मित्र है लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी जी का जो व्याख्यान है, जो प्रेजेंटेशन है पीपीटी पर, वो है नाड़ी विज्ञान पर। और आज का जो दिवस है अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे जो शारीरिक शिक्षा भारत का जो परिवार है, खेल कूद, शारीरिक शिक्षा और योग, जो भी सदस्य जुड़े हुए हैं, इसको हम सभी सदस्यों ने इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार का लाभ उठाने का पूर्ण प्रयत्न किया है। यह जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार है यह हम कोलैबोरेशन में कर रहे हैं भारतीय खेल प्राधिकरण, लक्ष्मीबाई नेशनल कॉलेज ऑफ फिजिकल एजुकेशन और फिजिकल एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिया और यश व्यास योग डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर और बिहार स्कूल ऑफ योग मुंगेर। देखिए उसके साथ साथ है फिटनेस 365, मेरे मित्र सुजीत पनिग्रही सर, उन्होंने पूर्ण सहयोग दिया है। और यह कोलैबोरेशन में यह पहली बार इतिहास में यह इतनी 5 संस्थाओं का जो है कोलैबोरेशन हुआ है और यह जो जुड़ना है यह भविष्य में भी होगा। इससे इससे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है, मेरे मित्र सुजीत पनगरे सर भी मौजूद है, सुन रहे हैं कि भाई इससे हमको एक चीज है कि हमें स्वास्थ्य जो है, स्वास्थ्य का जो संदेश है पूरे देश में फैलाना है। और हम ये भूलना नहीं है कि भाई जहां योग है वहां निरोग है। अगर योग को अपनाए, शारीरिक शारीरिक व्यायाम को अपनाए तो हमारा स्वास्थ्य बना रहेगा और किसी भी रोग का हम सामना बड़े आराम से कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए मित्रों, आप बिल्कुल हड़बड़ी मत करना, आप व्यायाम करें नियमित रूप से और इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में जिन जिन विषयों पर व्याख्यान होगा उसको ध्यान से सुनिए, उसका लाभ उठाइए। और मैंने अपने मित्रों के सहयोग से बड़े प्रयत्न कर कर विद्वान जो है इस क्षेत्र में, योग के क्षेत्र में, शारीरिक शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, उनको मैंने इकट्ठा किया है, उनको आमंत्रित किया है। उनका भी मार्गदर्शन आप सुनिए और उसका लाभ उठाइए। देखिए, ये कोलैबोरेशन जो है इसमें सभी संस्थाओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। फिटनेस 365, देखिए ये जो इतना बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मेरे मित्र आदरणीय सुजीत पनिग्रही सर, उन्होंने इतना बड़ा सहयोग दिया है कि सर हम आपके साथ हैं, आप अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार का आयोजन करें और प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार करें। सर ने जो हमारे इस प्रेम को स्वीकारा है, उसके साथ साथ देखिए इस चीज का हमने लाभ उठाना चाहिए, हमने भूलना नहीं चाहिए सभी प्रतिभागियों ने कि द डे वी आर स्पेंडिंग ऑन 16th of April, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट डे इन आवर लाइफ। सो उसके साथ बिहार स्कूल ऑफ योग जो है, स्वामी जी जो है अभी जुड़ रहे हैं, उन्होंने, उनसे मेरी बात हो गई, मैं उनका बहुत ही शुक्रगुजार हूँ, धन्यवाद करता हूँ। हमारे आदरणीय स्वामी जी जो है अभी बिहार स्कूल योग के अध्यक्ष महोदय है, वो भी हमें मार्गदर्शन करेंगे। और परम आदरणीय गुरुजी नागेंद्र, HR नागेंद्र सर, जो चांसलर है यस योग विश्वविद्यालय बेंगलोर के, वो तो इतने महान है कि वो बोलते हैं कि भाई आप कीजिए, मैं आपके साथ हूं। भले ही इतना उनका व्यस्त समय के बावजूद भी वे हमारे साथ आज अध्यक्ष महोदय के रूप में जुड़े हुए हैं। वे जो है अपना कार्यक्रम है वो 9:45 को आरंभ होने जा रहा है। 9 बजे का जो है यह अपना मेरा जो ओरिएंटेशन का सेशन था सभी से परिचित करने का, मैं आपका तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। और मेरे मित्र आदरणीय सुजीत पनिग्री सर भी है, मैं उनका भी बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। और देखिए ये जो महत्वपूर्ण क्षण है, इसमें हम बहुत सारी बातें होती है कि कभी किसी को लिंक मिलती है, कभी किसी का पंजीकरण नहीं हो पाता है, लेकिन फिर भी हम सब एक है, हम भारत माता के संतान हैं, तो एक दूसरे का आदर करें, एक दूसरे को समझें और इस कोविड-19 का सामना करें। आए हम इकट्ठा होकर एक शक्ति बनाए, महान शक्ति बनाए और इसका सामना करते हुए शारीरिक शिक्षा व्यायाम के जरिए और योग के जरिए हम आगे बढ़े और सभी का स्वास्थ्य उत्तम रखने का पूर्ण प्रयास करें। हमारे जो जुड़ने वाले बहुत सारे मित्र हैं, जो कोई प्रधानाचार्य है शारीरिक शिक्षा महाविद्यालय से, मेरे मित्र आदरणीय लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी जी जुड़े हुए, अभी उनका व्याख्यान शुरू होने जा रहा है और मैं मेरे ये 2 शब्द समाप्त करने जा रहा हूं। मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करता हूं आदरणीय मेरे मित्र प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी जी, जो कि ये संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय के जो फॉर्मर डीन रह चुके हैं और वहां के फैकल्टी है, और उनका जो ये व्याख्यान है वो नाड़ी विज्ञान के ऊपर। नाड़ी विज्ञान जो है वो इस प्रकार, नाड़ी विज्ञान पर वह कुछ प्रैक्टिकल बातें भी बताएंगे, उसका आप लाभ उठाइए। और मैं उनका संक्षिप्त में परिचय करने जा रहा हूं। डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी जी है, वो जो है उनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो इतना महत्वपूर्ण है। डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी इज अ डीन स्टूडेंट वेलफेयर, उत्तराखंड संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी हरिद्वार, फाउंडर फैकल्टी and head Department of Yogic Sciences. Dr. Joshi has completed his bachelor's and master's in physical education and yoga science and PhD in yoga therapy. वाह क्या बात है, ग्रेट, बहुत अच्छा। देखिए सर शारीरिक शिक्षा से भी जुड़े हैं और योग से भी जुड़े हैं, योग के भी विद्वान है। PhD in योग थेरापी, जो कि आज के इस समय में अत्यंत आवश्यक है। He is having 31 years of experience in yoga and yoga therapy. more than 25 research papers published in international and national journals, given more than 800 lectures and workshops in HRDC, AST, and different universities in India. Yoga and Nadi Vigyan in European and Asian countries by Professor Lakshmi Narayan Joshi. Great. Countries like Russia, Bulgaria, Spain, Germany, South Korea, Indonesia, China, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and he has been awarded Master of Yoga Therapy in Russia. Fantastic. It is an excellent achievement to be an Indian expert in yoga. We are proud of you, my friend, Sir Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Joshi. And he has been awarded 2 times by Honorable Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, and Uttarakhand also awarded by Chief Minister, Speaker of Uttarakhand and Academic Staff College, Common University, Nainital, for great contribution in the field of yoga and yoga therapy. On behalf of most respected Director General of Sports Authority of India, Sri Sandeep Pradhan Sir, on behalf of Director and Principal Dr. G. Kishore Sir, Sports Authority of India, LNCP Trivandrum, Kerala, and on behalf of all my colleagues of Sai LNCP, on my personal behalf, a very warm welcome to my friend Professor Dr. Lakshmi Narayan Joshi Sir. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर जी. आप अपना सेशन आपका सेशन सुनने के लिए सारे प्रतिभागी बहुत बेताब है. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है और मैं अभी आपका सेशन जो है आरंभ करने के लिए आपको आमंत्रित करता हूँ. धन्यवाद सर जी. डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी सर, प्लीज.
Thank you.
Okay, namaskar.
Before starting a session, namaste sir. Before starting a session, even I like to welcome Sujit Panigrai sir, 365. Even whole and soul, he has contributed a lot for us in this session. Because of him, many students are joining in this session also. Welcome for this beautiful session, sir. International webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga. And today we have a special speaker, Lakshmikant Narayan sir. So we are expecting his valuable grace speech on this session, sir. So PPT is there with us. Shall we start PPT from our side or?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. First of all, namaskar. Sabhi ko mera namaskar. Or this is a wonderful international webinar, and I'm really feeling very much proud to be the part of this extraordinary, wonderful event. And really, I'm sharing with you a traditional technique of yoga known as a Nadi Vigyan. This is a wonderful technique, and also, especially in the field of sports sciences, this is very, very valuable. So I'm sharing my views and some practical application also. I'm showing you how we are working and how this techniques works. This is my subject today.
Sir, shall I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
धन्यवाद संजीव जी. सबसे पहले मैं हमारे निर्देशक महोदय का, संदीप सर का, और प्रिंसिपल किशोर सर का, और मेरे बहुत अभिन्न मित्र डॉक्टर सामंत का मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं, आभार करता हूं कि आपने मुझे मौका दिया. और मैं यहाँ पर कोशिश करूंगा कि आपके साथ बायलिंगुअल बात करूं. बहुत सारे बच्चे हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं जो लोग दोनों लैंग्वेज को चाहते हैं, तो मैं प्रयास दोनों के लिए करूंगा. मेरा सब्जेक्ट है नाड़ी विज्ञान, और जैसा कि आप इस टाइटल में देख रहे हैं, कंप्लीट टेक्निक फॉर हीलिंग, हमने इसको इस तरह से कोशिश किया है क्योंकि आई एम ऑल्सो द एथलीट. मैंने अपना मास्टर्स और बैचलर फिजिकल एजुकेशन में कंप्लीट किया है क्रिश्चियन कॉलेज से, और मैं एथलेटिक और हॉकी का प्लेयर रहा हूं और कराटे का भी रहा हूं, और योग मेरा स्पेशलाइजेशन रहा है. तो ये टेक्निक के बारे में थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को बहुत जल्दी से बताना चाहता हूं कि इस टेक्निक को हमने कैसे शुरू किया. देखिए, योग की जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, अगर हम योग के स्क्रिप्चर्स को देखेंगे, दे आर वेरी लिमिटेड टेक्निक्स. अगर आप फिजिकल पोस्चर्स की बात करें, जिन्हें हम आसन के रूप में जानते हैं, उनके बारे में अगर हम देखें तो हमें योग के स्क्रिप्चर्स में कहते हैं कि 84 लाख आसन होते हैं, लेकिन रिटर्न मटेरियल में वो कहीं भी हमें इतने आसन नहीं मिलते हैं। हमें रिटर्न मटेरियल में जो मिलता है, अकॉर्डिंग टू द स्क्रिप्चर्स ऑफ घेरंड संहिता, only the 32 asanas present, and the second scriptures of Hatha Yoga known as a Gheranda Samhita 32 asanas, and Hatha Yoga Pradipika only the 15 asanas is present. तो ये तो हमारे बड़े स्क्रिप्चर जो हम पढ़ते हैं, पढ़ाते हैं, जिनसे हमारा आसनों के विषय में खूब अच्छी जानकारी मिलती है, हठ योग के प्रैक्टिकल्स को हम जहां से सीखते हैं, ये हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स सिर्फ लिमिटेड आसन को लिखते हैं, कहते हैं कि 84 लाख होते हैं, लेकिन रिटर्न मटेरियल में सिर्फ हमारे को 32 और 15 आसन मिल रहे हैं। और जब हम बहुत ज्यादा स्क्रिप्चर्स को देखते हैं तो पूरा अगर हम कोशिश करते तो 84 आसन से ऊपर हमें रिटर्न मटेरियल में नहीं मिलते। तो ये भी एक थॉट है, ये भी एक विचार था कि आसन इतने ज्यादा कहे गए, लेकिन लिखते समय जो हमारे पास प्रेजेंटली अवेलेबल हैं वो इतने कम क्यों हैं। तो यहां से भी हमारे पास एक आइडिया आया कि भाई ये आसन का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो एक अलग तरह की बात को करना चाहता है, उसकी अप्रोच ऑफ आसन इज मे बी द लिटिल डिफरेंट। यहां से हम लोगों ने शुरू किया सोचना, बिकॉज आई एम द एक्सपर्ट ऑफ योगा, माय ग्रैंडफादर, माय फादर आल्सो द प्रैक्टिसिंग योगा, and I brought up in Rishikesh, and you know the Rishikesh known as the world capital of yoga. तो मेरे को बचपन से यही माहौल मिला और हमने यही सीखा, देखा, सिखाया, गुरुओं के पास जाके भी, अपने यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी यही सब चीज सीखी। तो एक समस्या यहाँ पर आ गई कि योगिक जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं ये बहुत अच्छी हैं, आज भी हम देखते हैं, बहुत अच्छे रिसर्च पेपर हैं इंटरनेशनल जर्नल्स में, हम देखते हैं बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है, अभी बड़े इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी बहुत अच्छा काम इसमें हो रहा है। लेकिन फिर भी लोगों की जो अप्रोच थी वो ये कहते थे, मैं आज से 18 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, कि योग अच्छा है लेकिन स्लो वर्किंग है, योगा वर्क्स बट वर्क स्लो। अगर आज भी किसी आप योगा एक्सपर्ट से एक बात कहें कि भाई हाउ मच कैलोरी यू आर बर्निंग ऑन सर्टेन आसनास, तो थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ता है कि भाई हम क्या कितना हो रहा है, अभी बहुत काम होना बाकी है। तो यहां हम ये कहते हैं योगा वर्क्स, योग काम करता है, अच्छे से काम करता है, लेकिन लोगों को लगता है बहुत स्लो काम करता है, थोड़ा धीरे काम करता है। इसके लिए फिर हमने ये तैयारी किया कि भाई आसन का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो वास्तव में क्या है। देखिए इसकी जो इसके आध्यात्मिक लाभ है मैं उनकी तरफ नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं सिर्फ इसकी प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच की तरफ बात करूंगा। देखिए योग में जितने आसन हैं उन आसनों में जो योग की अप्रोच है वो ये कहती है कि हर आसन एक विशेष नाड़ी के साथ लगा हुआ है, और उस नाड़ी को जब हम एप्रोप्रिएट प्रेशर देते हैं तब हमें वो उस आसन के सारे लाभ मिलने लगते हैं। इस अप्रोच के कारण मुझे लगता है कि हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स में बहुत कम आसन हैं और उन आसनों को करने का तरीका भी अलग है। ये हमारी फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज से बिल्कुल अलग हैं और इनको करने का तरीका भी बिल्कुल अलग है। जैसे अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि हम इन्हें एक साथ मिक्स कर दे रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो आसन की अप्रोच है वो है एप्रोप्रिएट प्रेशर विद अ स्पेसिफिक नाड़ी। इसीलिए वो आसन बहुत ज्यादा हमें लाभ देता है। मैं उदाहरण भी हमेशा देता हूं कि कुछ आसनों के नाम ही नाड़ियों के नाम से रखे गए हैं। जैसे वज्रासन अगर हम देखें, जिसमें हम लेग फोल्ड करके बैठते हैं, तो ये वज्रासन अगर हम जितना भी पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें हमें पता लगता है कि ये हमारे डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम को बड़ा स्ट्रांग बना देता है, जैसे वज्र होता है। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है, एनस के बाईं ओर व्रजा नाड़ी होती है और हमारी हील उसे प्रेस करती है, और जो हमारे योग के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हमारे मेटाबॉलिज्म को बड़ा स्ट्रांग करती है। तो इस अप्रोच के साथ आसन को करने की प्रैक्टिसेस थी, तो उसको आधार बनाकर हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया, क्योंकि जितने भी आप योगिक स्क्रिप्चर्स पढ़ते हैं, पढ़ाते हैं, वो हमेशा यहीं से निकलते हैं कि आप अपनी नाड़ियों का प्यूरिफिकेशन कीजिए। अगर आप कोई भी स्क्रिप्चर या योगिक टेक्निक्स देखेंगे तो वो स्टार्टेड विद द प्यूरिफिकेशन। इफ यू ओपन द चैप्टर ऑफ प्राणायामा, तो बिफोर दैट the technique is known as a nadi shuddhi kriya, then you can perform the nadi shodhan, and then you are able to perform the pranayama. आसन में भी इस तरह से है, षटकर में भी इसी तरह से है कि जब तक आपका प्यूरिफिकेशन नहीं होगा तब तक आप नेक्स्ट लेवल को नहीं जा पाएंगे। इस अप्रोच के कारण हमने ये टेक्निक को देखा, समझा, और सो मेनी टेक्निक इज ऑल्सो अवेलेबल। अगर आप देखें, मर्मा थेरेपी इज देयर, हमारे पास अभी जो हमारे ट्रेडिशनल साइंसेस में है, मर्म थेरेपी हमारे पास है। आजकल आप ट्रिगर पॉइंट्स को भी देखते हैं, वो भी अपने पास अवेलेबल है। तो हमने उनको ध्यान में रखकर इस टेक्निक को बनाया, इसका नाम दिया नाड़ी विज्ञान। द नाड़ी, द वर्ड नाड़ी इज, अगर आप ज्यादा देखें नाड़ी को आयुर्वेद से ज्यादा आप कोरिलेट करते हैं, क्योंकि वहां पर ऐसा है कि एक 8 तरह के डायग्नोस्टिक में एक डायग्नोस्टिक टेक्निक है वात पित्त कफ को देखने की, जिसे हम नाड़ी परीक्षण कहते हैं। तो लोगों को लगता है कि नाड़ी इज द मेन द पार्ट ऑफ द आयुर्वेदा, but this is not true. The nadi is the more connected and correlated, goes with the yoga always. और आपने देखा योग में 3 नाड़ियों को बहुत कॉमन वो बात करते हैं, ईढ़ा पिंगला सुषुम्ना, या आप ड्राइंग में भी देख रहे होंगे, ये सब होता है। तो नाड़ी इज ओनली द पाइपलाइंस, देयर इज द चैनल्स। ये हमारे पूरी बॉडी में एनर्जी को मूव करने का काम करते हैं। ये एक पाइपलाइन की तरह है जो सब चीज को कैरियर की तरह काम करते हैं। प्लीज next slide please. Okay, this is the next one please. Next. देखिए यहां मैं आपसे बात कर रहा था, इफ यू गो थ्रू द योगिक प्रैक्टिसेस एज वेल एज द आयुर्वेदा प्रैक्टिसेस, योग के भी 8 अंग हैं, आयुर्वेद के भी 8 अंग हैं, और इनमें अगर आप देखेंगे नंबर 1 पे कायिक चिकित्सा है। कायिक चिकित्सा इज मोर बेस्ड ऑन योर मेटाबॉलिज्म सिस्टम, मेटाबॉलिक सिस्टम। ये हमारे मेटाबॉलिज्म की बात करता है, जो मैं अपने नाड़ी विज्ञान के साथ इसे कनेक्ट करूंगा। जैसे योग के 8 अंग हैं, यम नियम आसन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा ध्यान और समाधि, वैसे ही आयुर्वेद के 8 अंग हैं। लेकिन इसमें जो पहला अंग है, जिसे हम काय चिकित्सा के नाम से जानते हैं, अगर आप इस चैप्टर को ओपन करेंगे तो सारे डिसऑर्डर लगभग जो हैं वो इसी के अंतर्गत आ जाते हैं। जैसे आप डायबिटीज मेलाइटिस की बात करें, आप रूमेटॉइड अर्थराइटिस की बात करें, ये सारी चीजें आपको इसी चैप्टर में मिलेंगी, बिकॉज दे आर मोर रिलेटेड विद अवर मेटाबॉलिक सिस्टम, हमारे मेटाबॉलिज्म के साथ हैं। और अगर हम किसी भी स्वस्थ शरीर की बात करें, एजिंग की भी बात करें, या आज कोविड-19 को देख के बात करें, इम्यूनिटी की बात करेंगे, तो दिस इज ऑल्सो बेस्ड ऑन अवर मेटाबॉलिज्म। अगर हमारा मेटाबॉलिज्म स्ट्रांग है तो हमारा इम्यून सिस्टम भी स्ट्रांग होगा, ऐसा हम लोग कहते हैं, और दिस इज द ट्रू। और इसीलिए आयुर्वेद ने भी इसको अपने नंबर 1 पे रखा है, कायिक चिकित्सा को। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। देखिए प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ योगा थेरेपी अगर हम कहें ट्रेडिशनल में, तो हमारी योग चिकित्सा जो काम करती है वो इन सिद्धांतों पे काम करती है। एक है नाड़ी का सिद्धांत, दूसरा चक्रों का सिद्धांत, द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ नाडीज, प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ चक्रस, प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ त्रिदोषा मींस द वात पित्त कफा। इफ यू आर नॉट एबल टू बैलेंस द वात पित्त कफा, देन स्टिल यू आर सफरिंग विद द डिसऑर्डर। देन द पंच महाभूत, द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ पंच महाभूत, ये पंच महाभूत जो हमारे लिए है वो इंपॉर्टेंट है। देन द नेक्स्ट वन इज द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ डाइटरी हैबिट्स, हमारा जो डाइट प्लान है वो बहुत सही होना चाहिए। एंड द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ फिजिकल एक्टिविटी। अगर हम थोड़ा सा इनको देखें तो योगा थेरेपी जो भी हम देते हैं वो इन चीजों में देखते हैं, क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनली हमारे वहां कहते हैं कि नाड़ी का सिद्धांत, नाड़ियां हमारे चैनल्स हैं। अगर आप किसी भी डिसऑर्डर को देखेंगे, उस डिसऑर्डर में क्या हो रहा है, उदाहरण के लिए अगर किसी को कार्डियक अरेस्ट हो रहा है, हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है, तो उसमें क्या हो रहा है कि कोलेस्ट्रॉल हमारी आर्टरीज को ब्लॉक कर रहा है, यानी हमारी स्पेसिफिक नाड़ी को ब्लॉक कर रहा है। और जब हम इसे फ्री फ्लो कर देते हैं, चाहे एंजियोप्लास्टी करें, चाहे एंजियोग्राफी, किसी तरह से भी इसे खोल देते हैं, तो अगेन फ्री फ्लो हो जाता है और हम ठीक फील करने लगते हैं। आप किसी भी डिसऑर्डर में देखिए, जहां कहीं भी ब्लॉकेज आ जाती है वहां हमें डिसऑर्डर हो जाता है। तो इन सिद्धांतों के ऊपर योग चिकित्सा काम करती है कि हम फ्री फ्लो इन नाड़ियों का करते रहें। नेक्स्ट देखिए, ये दिस इज द मेन द पॉइंट ऑफ आवर टेक्निक। जो हमारी टेक्निक है नाड़ी विज्ञान की, ये 3 चीजों पे काम करती है। देखिए ये 3 सिद्धांत हैं। एक जो पहला प्रिंसिपल है हमारा, वो है ब्लड सप्लाई, यानी कि रेगुलर ब्लड सप्लाई यदि आपके ऑर्गन को मिलती रहे तो ऑर्गन काम करेगा बहुत आराम से। तो आई एम टेलिंग यू द शेयरिंग दिस प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ नाड़ी विज्ञान जो मैंने तैयार किया है, इसमें क्या है कि ऑर्गन काम कर सकता है फॉर एवर। गो थ्रू माई वर्ड्स, ऑर्गन काम कर सकता है फॉर एवर, यानी हमेशा भी कर सकता है। इफ देयर इज अ कंडीशन, यदि उसे ये 3 चीज अगर हम दे पाए, ऑर्गन को 3 चीज चाहिए। एक, उसे कंटिन्यू ब्लड सप्लाई चाहिए हार्ट से, यानी फ्री फ्लो कंटिन्यू ब्लड सप्लाई, नरिशमेंट हार्ट के थ्रू ब्लड मिलता रहे तो ऑर्गन काम करता रहेगा। दूसरी है नर्व सप्लाई, ब्रेन से आने वाली नर्व्स हमें प्रॉपर सप्लाईज होती रहे, वहां से हमारा नर्वस सिस्टम प्रॉपर अप्रोप्रिएटली काम करता रहे, और तीसरा है प्राणिक एनर्जी सप्लाई। ये 3 सप्लाई यदि ऑर्गन को मिलती हैं तो हमारे कोई भी डिसऑर्डर आप ले लीजिए, उसे आप क्योर कर सकते हैं अगर आप इन 3 सप्लाई को मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। मैंने पहले भी आपको उदाहरण दिया था, आप किसी भी बीमारी को देख लीजिए, अगर आप किसी बीमारी को, जैसे मैंने आप कार्डियक अरेस्ट में कहा था, तो देयर इज अ ब्लॉकेज, वो ब्लड सप्लाई को रोक दे रहा है, आपको दिक्कत आ रही है। मैं एक और उदाहरण दे रहा हूं, एक सर्टेन एज के बाद आप देखेंगे कि आफ्टर द एज ऑफ 40 हमें आईज में चश्मे की जरूरत महसूस होती है जनरली। इसका रीजन क्या है कि अपनी कैपिलरीज श्रिंक होनी शुरू हो जाती है। अगर वो श्रिंक ना हो, उन्हें प्रॉपर ब्लड सप्लाई मिलती रहे, तो हमारी आंखें और लंबे समय तक देख लेती हैं। तो ये हम कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपका ब्लड सप्लाई ऑर्गन पे कंटिन्यू है तो ऑर्गन का नरिशमेंट बना रहेगा। सेकंड वन, बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक आदमी है और उसकी नर्व सप्लाई कहीं से डैमेज हो जाती है, जैसे हम पैरालिटिक अटैक में देखते हैं कि भाई अच्छा खासा आदमी है, कोई एक उसका पैरालिटिक अटैक आ गया तो उसका वो ऑर्गन काम नहीं करता, या हम किसी ऐसी स्पेसिफिक कंडीशन में देखेंगे कि हाथ नहीं चल पाएंगे, पैर नहीं चल पाएंगे, नीचे का हिस्सा नहीं चल पाएंगे, तो हमें नर्व सप्लाई ब्रेन से मिलती रहे। और तीसरा, द योग का जो मेन पॉइंट है जिसे हम प्राण कहते हैं, द प्राणिक एनर्जी, जिसको अभी बहुत सारे रिसर्च पेपर रशिया में भी चल रहे हैं, काफी काम इसमें हो रहा है, द प्राण को मेजर करने की कोशिश हो रही है। द प्राण इज द वाइटल फोर्स जो सजीव निर्जीव सब में है। द वर्ड प्राण, अगर प्राण शब्द को भी देखते हैं तो जो भी चीज गति या कंपन करती है उसके अंदर प्राण होते हैं। तो हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि जो सजीव हैं, हम जैसे लोग, हमारा तो मूवमेंट दिखाई दे रहा है तो हमारे अंदर प्राण है, और जो निर्जीव है इनके अंदर भी प्राण है, क्योंकि इनके जो मॉलिक्यूल्स हैं वो स्टैचू नहीं है, दे आर स्टिल वाइब्रेटिंग बिकॉज ऑफ द नेचर ऑफ प्राणा। तो ये 3 सिद्धांत हमारे नाड़ी विज्ञान में चलते हैं, जिसमें हम हीलिंग की भी बात करते हैं। तो उससे यदि हम इन 3 सप्लाईज को ऑर्गन में कर दें, बिकॉज साई का एक बहुत बड़ा मंच है, और आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू कि आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे कि हम किसी भी पेन को सिर्फ 4 मिनट में क्योर करने में सफल हो रहे हैं, बिना किसी ट्रैंकुलाइजर के, बिना किसी पेन किलर के लिए, बिना न्यूरोमिन के, कोई बिल्कुल फ्री फ्लो। ये कैसे कर पा रहे हैं? हम इन 3 सप्लाईज को तुरंत कर रहे हैं। और आई एम वर्किंग विद द टेनिस एल्बो इन द साइटिका पेन। आज मैं उसी की यहाँ पर बात करूंगा। कैन यू इमेजिन कि हम तुरंत, आप टेनिस एल्बो की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, साई को बता रहा हूँ इतने बड़े मंच में, कि टेनिस एल्बो में इतना ज्यादा आदमी परेशान हो जाता है, ढक्कन नहीं खोल सकता, कोई वेट लिफ्ट नहीं कर सकता, बट द सर्टेन सेशन विद द नाड़ी विज्ञान, यू कैन सी द मिरेकल्स। क्यों? हम उसकी इन तीनों सप्लाई को मेंटेन करते हैं, तो राइट अवे द पेन इज रिमूव, एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड टू गिव हिम द आइसोमेट्रिक एंड आइसोटोनिक टेक्निक्स, कुछ एक्सरसाइजेस उनको इंट्रोड्यूस करा देते हैं, और उसके बाद धीरे धीरे करके स्ट्रेंथन लौटने लगती है और हम पूरी तरह से उसे रिकवर करा लेते हैं। तो ये हमारे नाड़ी विज्ञान का सिद्धांत है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। अच्छा, इसमें मैं आपको शेयर करने वाला हूं टुडे, बिकॉज दिस अ वेरी प्रैक्टिकल सेशन। जैसा मुझे कहा गया था कि हमारे सारे एथलीट देख रहे हैं इसको, पूरे भारत से बहुत सारे लोग देख रहे हैं, तो मैं हमेशा बहुत सारे मंचों में सिर्फ आजकल यही बात कर रहा हूँ। लगातार पिछले कई सालों में कई देशों में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, और मुझे मौका मिला है 2008 में ओलंपिक कमेटी के बैनर में ही हमने 100 देशों के 10,000 खिलाड़ियों को साउथ कोरिया में ट्रेनिंग दिया था। तो मेरे पास ओलंपियन भी हैं फेंसिंग के, इजिप्ट के, जो उनको हम ट्रीटमेंट कर रहे हैं टेनिस एल्बो में। तो हमने ये देखा है लोअर बैक पेन, जो मैंने सबसे पहले स्टार्ट किया था अपने इस काम में, तो हमने कहा कि देखिए साइटिका का पेन बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है और इसको हम कैसे दूर करें। तो इसके लिए हमने यौगिक अलाइनमेंट बनाया है, और इस टेक्निक में इतनी जल्दी आप कवर करते हैं, 4 मिनट में आप पेन को तुरंत रिमूव कर लेंगे, साइटिका के पेन को। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। देखिए ये तो मेरे नहीं, नेक्स्ट प्लीज। टूल के पहले मैं, हाँ, ये मैं आपसे बात करना चाहता हूं। आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू दिस डायग्राम विद दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम विद अ लोअर बैक पेन, अ सीवियर लोअर बैक पेन। अगर आप इस पावर पॉइंट को देख पा रहे हो, आपको लग रहा है एक पैर छोटा एक बड़ा है, और मैं आप सबसे शेयर कर रहा हूं, हमारे जितने ट्रेनर्स हैं, इतने सीनियर लोग हैं, आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू दिस इज द डायग्राम विद L4 L5 S1, जिन्हें साइटिका का जो पेन हो रहा है वो लंबर एरिया से, उसका एक डायग्राम है। इसमें नियर अबाउट द 2 इंचेस का गैप आ गया है पेशेंट के पैर में जब उसे दर्द हो रहा है। तो ये प्री जो हमारा जो प्री पिक्चर है ये हमने तब लिया जब वो आया हमारे पास, तो हमने ये पिक्चर क्लिक किया कि भाई ये स्थिति होती है। तो मैं आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू, व्हेनेवर अ पर्सन कमिंग विद अ लोअर बैक पेन, आप उसे ऐसे लिटाइए छाती के बल में और उसको देखिए, आपको लगभग उसके अलाइनमेंट में ये दिक्कतें मिलेंगी, पक्की बात है ये मिलेगा। ये कुछ ना कुछ, दे स्टार्ट विद अ मिलीमीटर एंड गोस टू द सेंटीमीटर। ये मिलीमीटर से स्टार्ट होता है और सेंटीमीटर तक जाता है बस। तो ये आप ध्यान रखिएगा। तो हमने देखा ये दिक्कत उनकी थी प्री। नेक्स्ट, एंड आफ्टर द अलाइनमेंट आई एम शेयरिंग विद द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, जो हमने उनको जैसे ही अपने नाड़ी विज्ञान के थ्रू ने अलाइन किया। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये तरीका है अलाइन करने का। इसके लिए मैंने जैसे आपको कहा कि हम काम कर रहे हैं ब्लड सप्लाई को, नर्व सप्लाई को और प्राणिक एनर्जी सप्लाई को एक्टिवेट करने के लिए। इसके लिए हमने क्या काम किया कि हमने कुछ इंस्ट्रूमेंट बनाए हैं। मैं लास्ट में आपको उनको प्रैक्टिकल भी, मैं अभी अपने घर में छोटे क्लिनिक में हूं, मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा। तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं, जैसा मैंने आपको कहा था, हम योग के सिद्धांतों पे काम कर रहे हैं। हमने क्या काम किया, तो पैर में ही, फीट में ही, मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा करके भी, स्पेसिफिक एरिया को एक्टिवेट किया है, उसकी ब्लड सप्लाई को, नर्व सप्लाई को, पैर से लेके लंबर तक। इसके लिए मैंने सिल्वर के और गोल्ड के कुछ इंस्ट्रूमेंट बनाए हैं, जिनसे हम उसे अप्रोप्रिएट एरिया को हल्का सा एनर्जाइज कर रहे हैं, उसे हल्का सा प्रेस कर रहे हैं। पूरा हैमस्ट्रिंग से लेके पूरा गैस्ट्रोनिमियस हैमस्ट्रिंग और फीट में जो स्पेसिफिक एरिया है जहां से ब्लॉकेज है, उन पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और उसे एनर्जाइज कर रहे हैं। ब्लड फ्लो, नर्व फ्लो और प्राणिक एनर्जी फ्लो मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। और नेक्स्ट, जैसे ये किया, और आप देखो लगभग बराबर आ गया। हाँ 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 जी, हाँ सर, ये वाला ठीक है। ये वाले में आप देखो पहले क्या था और ये वाला क्या है, तो लगभग बराबर है। द पोस्ट इज लगभग बराबर, नॉट एप्रोप्रिएट। अभी थोड़ा मिलीमीटर्स का इसमें डिफरेंस है, लेकिन यहां से यहां का गैप को आप देखिए, एड़ियों को देखिए, इतना हो जाता है। अच्छा, अब आप बड़ा आश्चर्य होगा कि ऐसा होता है। दिस इज ट्रू एंड 100%। whenever you are suffering with the pains, अगर आप अपने किसी भी डिफॉर्मिटी को देखेंगे, किसी भी पेन को देखेंगे, चाहे सर्वाइकल का हो, लंबर का हो, कहीं पर भी पेन हो रहा है, तो यू आर जस्ट लूजिंग योर अलाइनमेंट। आप अपने अलाइनमेंट को लूज करते हैं, और जब आप अपने अलाइनमेंट को लूज करते हैं, स्टार्टेड विद द मिलीमीटर्स, गोस टू द सेंटीमीटर्स, बहुत खराब हो जाता है। आपने देखा होगा सर्वाइकल में गर्दन ही मूव नहीं कर पा रहा है, आदमी चल ही नहीं पा रहा है साइटिका पेन में। क्यों? क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा वो नर्व दबने लगी है कि वो अपना नेक्स्ट पोजीशन को एक्वायर कर लेता है, नई पोजीशन को बना लेता है। तो उससे हमारा क्या दिक्कत है, धीरे धीरे हमें उसकी हैबिट हो जाती है और ये पेन कंटिन्यू बना रहता है। तो हमने ये थ्रू द इंस्ट्रूमेंट, एक बार पीछे कर दीजिए सर, इंस्ट्रूमेंट दिखा दीजिए, और पीछे कर दीजिए सर। नहीं 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 सर, नेक्स्ट। अच्छा चलिए चलिए सर, ये यही रहने दीजिए। हाँ सर, और सर नेक्स्ट। इसके पीछे सर इंस्ट्रूमेंट दिखाना था, इंस्ट्रूमेंट एक बॉक्स है सर, और बैक कर दीजिए, और बैक कर दीजिए। ये है सर, ये एक हमारा टूल बॉक्स है फॉर द नाड़ी विज्ञान, जिसमें हमारे पास हमने स्पेसिफिकली स्टिक्स को बनाया है, जिनसे हम एप्रोप्रिएट प्रेशर को क्रिएट करते हैं। तो ये टूल है। लेकिन आपको मैं एक और चीज शेयर कर रहा हूं सर। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज सर, आगे बढ़ा दीजिए सर, और बढ़ा दीजिए सर। मैं एक सर इस मंच से, बस सर इसे रोक दीजिए। इसी में आपको एक नई बात बताना चाहता हूँ। इतना बड़ा मंच मेरे पास है, इतने सीनियर लोग मेरे पास हैं, और मे बी दिस इज द, आप इसको कैसे लेंगे मुझे नहीं मालूम, बट आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू कि जो हमारा अलाइनमेंट है, जैसे हम लोग स्पोर्ट्स में पढ़ते रहते हैं अलाइनमेंट को, डिफॉर्मिटीज को, लेकिन आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू द डिफरेंट वन विद माय ओन एक्सपीरियंस। हमने ये देखा, इसमें यहां तक तो सब ठीक था, एंड दिस टेक्निक्स वर्क्स। आप मुझे कहीं बुलाइए, पूरी दुनिया में हम लोग घूमते हैं। स्पेन में एक सेंटर है, जर्मनी में एक, मॉस्को में 3 सेंटर हैं जहां हम लोग पूरा काम कर रहे हैं, और ऋषिकेश में एक सेंटर है जहां से हम लोग सिर्फ पेन को क्योर कर रहे हैं। और दिस इज 100% वर्क। बहुत अच्छे से काम हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा काम हो रहा है, और बिल्कुल आराम आदमी को हो जा रहा है। लेकिन आई एम शेयरिंग विद यू द डिफरेंट थिंग। माय वाइफ आल्सो वर्क्स इन द फील्ड ऑफ योगा, वो भी योग में है, हिमाचल यूनिवर्सिटी में योग में काम करते हैं। तो हम दोनों काम करते हैं 2 डिफरेंट एरिया में, और दोनों ही स्पोर्ट्स साइंसेस के आदमी हैं। शी इज ऑल्सो द गोल्ड मेडल ऑफ बैचलर इन फिजिकल एजुकेशन फ्रॉम सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, और वो भी हमारा नेशनल लेवल पे, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे एथलीट रहा है योग में ही। तो अब हमारे पास समस्या क्या हुई कि वी आर वेरी हैप्पी, वी आर ट्रैवलिंग अ लॉट, खूब अप्रिशिएट हो गया, टेक्निक्स वर्क्स अ लॉट, हमें खूब हो गया, आई एम द डॉक्टर ऑफ गवर्नर, चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड ऑल, ये सब चीज हो गया। बट आई एम शेयरिंग विद अ डिफरेंट थिंग। वन डे माय वाइफ केम विद सम पेपर्स। वो आया एक दिन मेरे पास, बोलते हैं कि देखिए डॉक्टर साहब, एक चीज आप देखते हैं क्या? मैं क्या देख रहे हैं कि अब फीमेल, जो मेरा पेशेंट आपको गया है, वो जो भी लोअर बैक पेन के मेरे पेशेंट थे, सीरियस पेशेंट थे, जिनको भी 8 साल से ज्यादा लोअर बैक पेन था सीरियस वाला, उनका यूट्रस रिमूव हो गया। ये आप थोड़ा सा, मैं सब स्पोर्ट्स साइंस के लोग हैं, वो ये एक बड़ा अजीब सी बात थी। हमने कहा ये कैसी एक कॉमन, क्या कोई लोअर बैक पेन से ऐसा कोई रिलेशन है? हम इस पे काम करने लगे। देन वी स्टार्टेड टू वर्क ऑन इट। हमने फिर दूसरा डायमेंशन इसमें खोला। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सर, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सर। इसमें हमने ये देखा कि देखिए L4, L5, S1 अगर आप देख पा रहे हो, वो निचले ऑर्गन्स में, ये नर्वस सिस्टम का चार्ट है, निचले ऑर्गन्स में सप्लाई को कर रहा है। अगर सर्वाइकल में कुछ है तो ऊपर के ऑर्गन में सप्लाई को कर रहा है। तो ये हमने काम किया, और हमने एक नया अपना सोचने का तरीका बनाया है, और ट्रेडिशनल इस टेक्निक का तरीका बनाया है कि अगर यू आर मिसिंग योर अलाइनमेंट, तो वो अलाइनमेंट आपकी इन तीनों सप्लाई को भी ब्लॉक कर सकता है। गो थ्रू माय वर्ड्स, को भी ब्लॉक कर सकता है। कैन बी अ कॉज ऑफ सर्टेन डिसऑर्डर। मे बी आपकी वीक आईसाइट के कारण आपका अलाइनमेंट होगा, मे बी आपके निचले ऑर्गन्स के कोई दिक्कत है, वो आपके 100% आपका अलाइनमेंट होगा। देन वी स्टार्टेड टू वर्क ऑन दिस क्रिया, वी गेव द नेम इज मेरु शोधनम। तब हमने एक काम किया, जैसे आप देखोगे कि हमने क्या काम किया, पहले अलाइन कर रहे थे नीचे से, अब वी आर वर्किंग ऑन द स्पाइनल कॉर्ड। हमने स्पाइन के ऊपर ही काम करना शुरू कर दिया, और स्पाइन से ही अब जितने ऑर्गन्स को सप्लाई जाती है, इनको धीरे धीरे एनर्जाइज करके हल्के प्रेशर से काम करना शुरू कर दिया, और यहाँ पर ब्लड सप्लाई, नर्व सप्लाई और प्राणिक एनर्जी सप्लाई को मेंटेन कर दिया। कैन यू इमेजिन, राइट अवे हमने इसमें इतने सारे रिजल्ट हमें मिल गए। ये हमने जो टेक्निक बनाया है मेरु शोधन, दिस इज द 20 मिनट्स टेक्निक्स। इसमें हम लिटा देते हैं, फिर स्पेसिफिकली ऑयल को एप्लीकेशन करते हैं। कोठारी जी आ जाओ। स्पेसिफिकली ऑयल को डालते हैं, फिर उसे थोड़ा मैनिपुलेशन करते हैं। देन वी स्टार्टेड टू एक्टिवेट द स्पेसिफिक एरियाज, जिनको हमने मेरु शोधन यानी प्यूरिफिकेशन ऑफ स्पाइनल कॉर्ड नाम दिया है। बट दिस इज नॉट अ स्पाइनल कॉर्ड प्यूरिफिकेशन, दिस प्यूरिफिकेशन एक्टिवेशन ऑफ आवर ऑल इंटरनल सिस्टम। इसके लिए हमने इसको काम किया है। तो इससे हमें जो रिजल्ट मिले हैं, पेनफुल पीरियड्स में, राइट अवे स्लीपलेसनेस में, नींद नहीं आ रही है, उनको नींद आने लगा है, सारे दर्द कम हो गए, मेटाबॉलिज्म स्ट्रांग हो रहा है, और कई सारी ऐसी कंप्लेन दूर हो रही हैं जिनको हम नहीं चाहते थे, जिनको हम सोच भी नहीं पाते थे। तो the alignment is the one part, the मेरु शोधन is the next part of this नाड़ी विज्ञान टेक्निक। लेकिन सिद्धांत वही है, we are just working on the blood supply, nerve supply and the pranic energy supply। इन 3 सप्लाई से हम ये सारा काम कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये एक ऐसे रिजल्ट हमें मिल रहे हैं जिनको मैं आज, आप कहीं भी मुझे बुला लीजिएगा, कहीं भी सारे कैमरे पेशेंट आपके आप भेज दीजिएगा, राइट अवे यू कैन सी द रिजल्ट्स, स्पेशली टेनिस एल्बो एंड साइटिका एंड लोअर बैक पेन। राइट अवे हम लोग इसमें रिजल्ट दे सकते हैं, आप कहीं भी देख लीजिएगा। और मेरु शोधन जो क्रिया है, दिस इज अ वंडरफुल एंड एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी क्रिया। अभी इसको एंटी एजिंग में लेके जा रहे हैं हम लोग, कि हम इसको एंटी एजिंग के ले जाएंगे। जिन्हें नींद नहीं आ रही, पीरियड्स ठीक से नहीं आ रहे हैं, मेटाबॉलिज्म बहुत स्लो है, बहुत वीक है, सारी चीजों में इसमें रिजल्ट हमें मिलने शुरू हो रहे हैं। तो ये भी हमारे बहुत सारी चीजें पाइपलाइन में है। तो दिस इज द टेक्निक नोन एज अ नाड़ी विज्ञान, जो हमारा काम करता है, जिसमें हम स्पेसिफिकली काम करते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा मेरी पीपीटी को यहीं रोक दिया जाए सर, और मैं आपको थोड़ा प्रैक्टिकली यहाँ पर कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ। कैन यू चेंज माय कैमरा प्लीज? लेटो, सीधे लेटो, सीधे लेटो। हाँ, ये अगर आप देखेंगे, यहाँ भी अगर आप, जो मैं वर्किंग आपको बता रहा हूँ, यहाँ मैं आपको थोड़ा सा अपना ये छोटा सा अपना क्लिनिक भी दिखा देता हूँ। ये हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट है जिसको हम लोग यूज करते हैं। दिस इज सिल्वर एंड गोल्ड स्टिक्स। ये गोल्ड का टिप है इसमें और ये सिल्वर के। ये मैनिपुलेशन के लिए जो सामान्य हम लोग यूज करते हैं, स्पेसिफिकली व्हाई वी आर यूजिंग। इस तरह से कुछ मेरु शोधन के लिए है ये सब चीजें। और ये एक हमारे पास अभी है जिसको हम अभी पेशेंट को देख रहे हैं। आप पीपीटी बंद कर दीजिए सर, आप पीपीटी बंद कर दीजिए सर, ये लाइव चलने दीजिए। आप पीपीटी बंद कर दीजिए। इसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं, सबसे पहले हम ये देखते हैं कि अलाइनमेंट कैसा है। इससे हमें पता लगता है। अभी इसका थोड़ा सा बच्चे का ठीक है, नहीं तो यहाँ कोई छोटा बड़ा मिलेगा, यहाँ कहीं छोटा बड़ा मिलेगा, उसको हम अलाइन करते हैं। उसके लिए हमने क्या किया है, स्पेसिफिकली जो एरियाज हैं वो ये अंगूठे में इनको एक्टिवेट करते हैं, इस पंजे के बीच में, फिर गैस्ट्रोनोमियस के एरिया में, काफ के ऊपर कहीं, हैमस्ट्रिंग के ऊपर कहीं, इन एरिया को हम लोग एक्टिवेट कर देते हैं पेशेंट के, और राइट अवे हमें वो सारा काम मिल जाता है जो हमें करना होता है। तो इसमें अगर हमें कोई पेशेंट होता है तो उसको हम पहले उसको चेक करते हैं, ये क्योंकि पेशेंट नहीं है, ये ठीक है बच्चा, इसको हम कर देते हैं और स्पेसिफिकली जो एरियाज है उनको एक्टिवेट कर देते हैं। ठीक है सर, ये तो अपना तरीका है, लेकिन अभी पेशेंट नहीं है, नहीं तो मैं आपको लाइव दिखाता जिसकी दिक्कत है। लेकिन हमने इधर दिखाओ, एक और चीज हमने किया है कि भाई हम जैसे हम लोग अलाइन कर रहे हैं, क्या आदमी अपने आप को सेल्फ अलाइन कर सकता है? इसके लिए भी हमने काम किया है। तो सेल्फ अलाइनमेंट भी आप अपने आप को कर सकते हैं। हमने इसके लिए बनाया है सेल्फ अलाइनमेंट टेक्निक। आप अपने आप को बिना इंस्ट्रूमेंट के आप अपने आप को एक्टिवेट कर सकते हैं थ्रू दिस द टेक्निक। मेरे पे सर टाइम कितना है सर, बता दीजिए प्लीज। सर टाइम कितना और लेना है?
Sir,
Can
you
I have
can
a more?
take 5 more minutes, sir.
Okay, sir, I am completing in the 5 minutes. Rest
Yes,
less
yes.
than 5.
Thank
So I
you.
am sharing with you the technique. पूरा दिखाना। हमने काम किया है सर कि आप अपने आप को अलाइन कर सकते हैं नेचुरली, क्योंकि स्पाइन हमारी एस शेप में होती है, तो आप यू कैन परफॉर्म द मकरासना 1। देखिए मकरासन हमने इसके लिए सेल्फ अलाइनमेंट में बनाया है, और ये मकरासन हमारा रिलैक्सेशन वाला नहीं है, दिस इज फॉर द अलाइनमेंट आसन। इसमें आपने क्या करना है कि इसे आगे रख देना है, दोनों कोहनियों को साथ साथ, और जितने आपके कंधे हैं, जितना आपका कंधा है उतना आपने अपने पैरों को खोल लेना है। ठीक है, जनरली वी आर मोर ओपनिंग, जैसे हम ज्यादा खोल लेते हैं, ये नहीं करना है। जितना आपका कंधा है उतना ही खोलना है, और एड़ियों को नीचे दबाना है। जितना आप नीचे दबाएंगे उतना आप देखेंगे हिप पोर्शन ऊपर लिफ्ट होने लगेगा। और जो मैंने आपको कहा था स्पेसिफिकली, जो हम जिन एरियाज को, जिन नाड़ियों को हम दबाना चाहते हैं, वो नेचुरली इस पोजीशन में एक्टिवेट होने लगती हैं, और आप देखेंगे हिप पोर्शन एकदम ऊपर की तरफ हो गया है और स्पाइन अपनी नेचुरल एस शेप में आ जाती है। तो आप देखेंगे ग्रेविटेशन पुल 75% इज ऑन द ग्राउंड, ये पूरा ग्राउंड के ऊपर है, और हार्ट और लंग्स पंप करने के लिए फ्री हैं, और सर्वाइकल एरिया को हम लोग थोड़ा सा नेचुरल नेक एक्शन मिल रहा है। तो ये जो टेक्निक है, ये हमने मकरासन बनाया है नेचुरल, जिससे आप अपने आप को थोड़ा सा अलाइन कर सकते हैं। आपके सारे वर्टिब्रास एक लाइन में होने लग जाएंगे, और आपका पेन रिमूव होगा अगर आप इसमें मेंटेन करेंगे 2 मिनट तक इसको। तो ये एक टेक्निक है, बिल्कुल बेसिक पहला टेक्निक है सेल्फ अलाइनमेंट का। पहले आपको ये काम करना है। दूसरा आप लोग परफॉर्म करते हैं भुजंग आसन। दोनों पैरों को मिलाना है, एड़ियों को मिलाना है, और दोनों हाथों को अंडर द आर्मपिट रखना है, कोहनियों को मिला के रखना है, और धीरे धीरे ऊपर उठना है। नेवल इज टचिंग द ग्राउंड। और थोड़ा सा उठो, और थोड़ा सा उठो, और थोड़ा सा उठो, और थोड़ा सा उठो, नाभि जमीन में बस। और कोहनियां बिल्कुल अंदर होनी चाहिए, और पंजों को पूरा जमीन पे दबा के रखना है, उठाना नहीं है, और एड़ियां मिला के रखनी है। ये है नंबर 2 आसन। इसको आपने परफॉर्म करना है, सिर्फ 5 बार आपने इसे परफॉर्म करना है। इस तरह से एड़ियों को नहीं खोलना है। तो ये दूसरा है डाउन। तीसरे में आप शलभासन, दोनों हाथों को थाइस के अंदर डाल देना है, चिन को ग्राउंड में रखना है, और दोनों एड़ियों को मिला के रखना है, और पैर के अंगूठे को खींचते हुए एक पैर को सिर्फ 6 इंच ऊपर उठाना, बस इतना उठाना है, अंगूठा जितना आप खींच सकें। ये टेक्निक है नंबर 3, जिसमें आप अपने आप को अलाइन करेंगे, तो ये जितना मसल रिलैक्सेंट का काम करेंगे और राइट अवे आपका पेन रिमूव होगा और आप खुद ही अलाइन होना शुरू कर देंगे। डाउन, पैर बदलिए, 3, 4, रिलैक्स। तीसरा है द पेल्विक लिफ्टिंग, द वेरी कॉमन आसन सेतुबंध। सेतुबंध आपको परफॉर्म करना है नंबर 4 में। सीधे हो जाइए, अपने पैरों को और हाथों में 4 उंगल का गैप रखना है, हील और इसमें, और इसमें आपने गैप रखना है और धीरे से पेल्विक उठानी है। 1, देखिए घुटने बिल्कुल सीधे, कमर उठाओ बेटा, और उठाओ, हाँ और उठाओ। ये आपका टेक्निक है, इसमें आपने घुटनों को बिल्कुल सीधा रखना है, इसको बाहर नहीं निकालना है, पैरों को सीधा रखना है, हाथों को सीधा रखना है। ये अपना चौथा टेक्निक है सेल्फ अलाइनमेंट के लिए। 2 डाउन, 3, 4, रिलैक्स। तो ये टेक्निक आपकी है जिससे आप बहुत आसानी से अपने आप को अलाइन कर सकते हैं और आपको कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं होगी। तो ये आप छोटा सा टेक्निक मैंने आपको कहा, प्रैक्टिकली अगर आप इसे कर पाए तो आपको बहुत फायदा होगा। आई थिंक माई टाइम इज ओवर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आप पूछ सकते हैं।
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir.
First of all, I welcome all the delegates for this session. A.K. Uppal, sir, from Sai LSAP, namaste, sir. And Professor H. Venkata, sir, is there with us, Vice Chancellor. I welcome him. It's a valuable time for us, sir, what you are spending for us. And an international speaker is there in this session, Jadranko, sir.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. And another speaker, Manmad Garote, sir. Dr. Manmad Garote, sir, is there with us. So I welcome for this beautiful session. And a promoter of this program, Mr. Sujit Panigrai, 365. I welcome him for this beautiful session, sir. Some more speakers are going to join in this session also. We feel very proud to see you, sir. Because of you, physical education and yoga has reached greater heights during your period. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable presence in this session, sir. Today we have Dr. M.N. Savant, Organizing Secretary. I welcome him for this beautiful session, sir. Savant, sir, can we start this session?
Yeah, thank you so much, my colleague, my friend, Dr. Sanjeev Patil. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, my friend, Professor लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी सर. आपका जो मार्गदर्शन रहा हमारे प्रतिभागियों को बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और आउटस्टैंडिंग रहा, और आप जुड़ने से बहुत खुशी हो रही है. थैंक यू सो मच. और जो आपका नाड़ी विज्ञान में जो प्रेजेंटेशन रहा, कुछ प्रैक्टिकल बातें रही है, तो ये जीवन में बहुत मायने रखती है हर एक व्यक्ति के. और हमारे जो गुरु है डॉक्टर ए.के. उप्पल सर, फॉर्मर डीन एलएनआईपी ग्वालियर, उन्होंने भी आपका जो सेशन अटेंड किया, देखा और पूछा मुझे कि जो विद्वान है कौन व्यक्ति है, तो मैंने आपका परिचय दिया सर जी को. तो देखिए ये जो है, ये अपने भारत देश के लिए इतनी गर्व की बात है कि ऐसे ऐसे महान विद्वान योग में हमारे भारत में, हमारे भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय में मौजूद है और उस विज्ञान को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कार्यरत है, कार्य कर रहे हैं. तो यही है कोविड-19 के जो अगेंस्ट में, हम अगर कोविड-19 ने हम पर हमला किया है, तो कोविड-19 को हराने के लिए हम सारे इकट्ठे हुए हैं और विद्वानों की जो ताकत है, हमारे प्रतिभागियों की जो ताकत है, और हमारी जो भारत देश की ताकत है ये उसको हराएगी, ये मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जोशी सर।
थैंक यू सर। और कभी प्रैक्टिकली आऊंगा आपके पास तो हम लोग,
जी जी अवश्य अवश्य, इट्स आवर प्लेजर, मैं आपको आमंत्रित करूंगा। और ये मेरी बिल्कुल दिल से इच्छा है।
बिल्कुल। और उप्पल सर
जी
को
जी,
प्रणाम।
मेरी हमारे दिल से इच्छा है। मैंने
बहुत समय के बाद फिर मौका मिल रहा है
सर हमारे,
मैं सुनता
आज
रहता
भी
हूँ।
मैं सर को, हमारे उप्पल सर जी को मैं आज भी देखता हूँ जो
वैसे ही
मैंने, वैसे ही है बिल्कुल। मेरी मेरी दिल की बात आपने छेड़ ली कि वैसे ही है जो मैंने 30 साल पहले सर से आशीर्वाद लिया था, मिला था। और मैं, सर बोले कहीं जा मत, यही रुक रहे लेना भी शक्तिनगर में और यहाँ अनुसंधान का काम करो। और तब मैं JRF था, तो तब सर जी ने मुझे, देखिए सर उस समय जैसे थे आज भी वैसे है।
वैसे ही
यही है शारीरिक शिक्षा की ताकत। और सर हमारे हमेशा हमारे साथ, हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए मौजूद होते हैं। मेरे मित्र श्री सुजीत पनिग्रह सर भी, मैं आपको परिचित करवाया लक्ष्मी नारायण जोशी सर का। और हमारे गुरु जो है डॉक्टर AK उप्पल, जो कि फिजिकल एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन के अध्यक्ष हैं और हमारे साई LNCP से बहुत ही जुड़े हुए हैं। आज सर ने भी अपना कीमती समय निकाल कर हमारे साथ हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए उपस्थित हुए हैं। अभी कार्यक्रम बहुत ही जल्द आरंभ होने जा रहा है। हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं। और बाकी जो है जो गणमान्य अतिथि है वे भी स्क्रीन पर जुड़ रहे हैं। हमारे जो मित्र है, अपने भारत देश के जो मित्र है, प्रोफेसर यादराव को, he is on the line, he has joined. A very, very good morning Professor Yadram ka sir. Am I audible, Professor Yadram ko?
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much.
Professor Yadram ko?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, very good morning and very happy to see you, sir. And Professor Yadram ko is a man behind a traditional yoga. And Professor Yadram ko, we have a friend just now delivered lecture, Lakshmi Narayan Joshi. And along with we have dignitaries on the screen. We are waiting for some of the dignitaries, high dignitaries. I think on the screen, my director, Dr. G. Kishore, is joining. He has already come and he is joining on the screen. Dr. G. Kishore, principal and director. Then we have a friend, I think, a very, very high dignitary, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University, Kerala, respected H. Venkatayu sir is also on the screen. A very, very good morning to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
H. Very good morning to sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have very prominent personalities in the field of physical education. My guru, Dr. AK Uppal sir, former Dean, LNIP Gwalior, Professor Yadranko, expert in traditional yoga from Croatia. We have a friend, Sujit Panigrahi, Fitness 365. Then we have, my director, my principal, a very dynamic personality, Dr. G. Kishore sir has joined. He's on the screen. And we are waiting for a very, very honorable, most respected chief guest of this function is Dr. H. Nagendra sir. We are waiting. Sir will be joining soon. And also Swamiji already phoned me from Bihar School of Yoga. Swami Shivadhanam Saraswati. He is actually disciple of Swami Niranjana Das Saraswati. And since we were expecting Swami Niranjana Das Saraswati, he is having a very, very busy schedule in deemed university today. So he has requested Swami Shivadhanam Saraswati, and Swami Shivadhanam Saraswati is coming very soon on the screen. Yeah, so let us start the function.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Kishore, how are you? You are not audible, Kishore. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Kishore, you have to unmute yourself. You are not audible.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, yes. Now you are audible. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Nice to see you.
Right, right.
Kind of you could make it. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Sujit.
Namaste.
All other distinguished and eminent resource persons.
मिस्टर सुजीत कैसे हैं?
मैं ठीक हूँ सर, कैसे हैं आप?
बस
बहुत दिन के बाद आपके साथ।
बहुत दिन के बाद, बहुत दिनों के
Yes,
बाद, बहुत दिनों के बाद। जाते डजरंग को नमस्कार।
Again, good morning to all the dignitaries. With your permission, we are going to start this inauguration function. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the galaxy of intellectuals, invited guests, teachers, and my dear friends. Dear participants, in this international webinar on sports science, physical education, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic, you will feel yourself, realize what you are. Myself, Dr. Sanjeev S. Patil. It gives me great immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of beloved Dr. G. Kishore, Principal and Regional Director, SAI LNCP, who has clubbed all of us for the international webinar on sports science, physical education, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic, collaborating with Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana, Vyasa, Deemed University, Bangalore, Bihar School of Yoga, Physical Education, then PEFI, and Fitness 365. Those are promoting fitness all over India. Now I feel now we will have our traditional auspicious prayer ceremony as a tribute to Almighty who bless us with peace, prosperity, satisfaction, happiness and knowledge, health and wealth also. For this auspicious prayer, I welcome dear student Miss Nisha Naikodi, MPE final year student. Miss Nisha Naikodi for the prayer.
Yes. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviyam Karavavahe Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vishavavahe Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you very much for this auspicious prayer, Nisha. Thank you once again. Now I welcome Dr. M. Sawant, Associate Professor, SAI LNCP and Organizing Secretary of this international webinar for the welcome address. Dr.
Thank you so
Sawant sir,
much.
please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, my colleague, my friend. I'm very happy to be here on this auspicious occasion to welcome the dignitaries, those who are present here, and really it is a great privileges for me to introduce. Just now I have spoken to the PA of Honorable most respected Nagendra sir. Sir will be joining, but till that we can start, and sir will be joining, sir. Dr. H.R. Nagendra sir, Chancellor, yes, Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore. Today's this auspicious occasion, international webinar on sports sciences, physical fitness, and yoga. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to. It gives me immense pleasure and privileges to me to welcome a very respected personality, very nearer and dearer for us to Sports Authority of India, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University Kerala, Kasargod, Professor H. Venkateswar sir, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, Director General Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir, on behalf of my Principal Director, Dr. G. Kishore, Director of Sai Kerala region, and on behalf of my colleagues and also participants across the country and across the world, a very warm welcome to sir to this function. It is always blessing. आप आगे बढ़ो, हम आपके साथ हैं. The word, our guru and our mentor and backbone of Physical Education Foundation of India, who always motivates us, is none other than former Dean of LNIP Gwalior, Dr. A.K. Uppal sir, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, and also on behalf of my Principal Director, Dr. G. Kishore, Principal Sai LNCP and Director Sai Kerala region, and also on behalf of my colleagues, faculty, and all the participants, a very warm welcome to you, sir, to this function. We have always a friend and a very great motivator, who is actually second time he is a very spacious time is spending with us. He is none other than Professor Yadranko from Croatia. Sir is always with us for the promoting yoga in India, traditional yoga, and also he's spending much of time in India with the physical education fraternities, especially in Mumbai, BPCA Mumbai, and all institutions, prominent institutions of the country. On behalf of Sports Authority of India, Director General Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir, and also on behalf of my Director Principal Dr. G. Kishore, Director Sai Kerala region, and Principal Sai LNCP, and also on behalf of my all colleagues, organizing committee, faculty, and on behalf of all the enthusiastic participants of the country, across the world, a very warm welcome to Professor Yadranko sir. A man of action, a man of wisdom, and very wholeheartedly contribution to the field of yoga, and who actually is behind this motivation for this second time international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga, and friend to Sports Authority of India, is none other than director of Lonavala Yoga Institute, a very popular personality in the field of yoga, Dr. Manmat Gharote sir, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, respected Director General Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir, and on behalf of Principal Director Dr. G. Kishore sir, and also on behalf of organizing committee, all faculty, coaches of Sports Authority of India, and also on behalf of participants across the country and across the world, a very warm welcome to you, sir, to this function. Dr. Manmat Gharote sir. Ma'am is always what she says. She says, you go ahead. And yoga is the platform where we all are a very big family on the earth. Promote the yoga, practice the yoga. And through practice of yoga, mental and physical development, along with research, is having a very high place in the field of education. She's none other than Professor Dr. Natalia ma'am from Argentina. On behalf of Sports Authority of India, our respected Director General Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir, on behalf of my Principal and Director Dr. G. Kishore, my colleagues, organizing committee, and all the participants across the country and the world, it gives me a great privilege to welcome Natalia ma'am, a very warm welcome to ma'am to this function of international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga. I also welcome a man who is not only dynamic, but he's also a man of action and the great administrator in India, sports administrator. He's very kind-hearted and great motivator, and he's the backbone of physical education of India. He's none other than my principal director, who is actually putting entire efforts in organizing any event. If we go, he says, yes, you please go ahead. And this is for the welfare of entire fraternity of sports, yoga, and physical education all over the world, not only in India. He is none other than my principal, Dr. G. Kishore, sir, Principal and Director, Sports Authority of India, LNCP, Sai Kerala region, Trivandrum, Kerala, India. On behalf of my colleagues, on behalf of all the present delegates and all the participants across the country and the world, a very warm welcome to you, sir, to this international webinar function. Dr. G. Kishore, sir. We have also dignitaries, Professor Rajesh Kumar. He is a head and Director of Sports and Physical Education, Department of Sports, Usmania University, Hyderabad, along with us. He is always with Sports Authority of India, LNCP, Trivandrum. And whenever the event is there, he is very supportive to us on behalf of Sports Authority of India, LNCP, on behalf of my Director General, respected Sandeep Pradhan sir, on behalf of Principal Dr. G. Kishore, and on behalf of my colleagues, faculties, a very warm welcome to Professor Rajesh Kumar sir. Also we have friends, Professor Dr. Sopan Kangne, Principal, Chandrasekhar Agassi College of Physical Education, Pune, a very active and dynamic former Dean of Pune University. He is also along with us on behalf of all my, on behalf of my principal and my colleagues and faculty. A very warm welcome to Dr. Sopan Kangne. We have a very prominent, dynamic personality, Dr. Lakshmikant Rathod, Principal, Nizam College, Hyderabad, India. who is very actively participating in all the activities of physical sports on behalf of Sai LNCP. We also welcome to Dr. Lakshmikant Rathod sir. We have my friend and well-wisher to this institution, Professor Dr. K. Chandrasekharan sir, Director Sports and Physical Education, Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, India. On behalf of Sai LNCP and on behalf of my organizing committee, faculty, and participants, a very warm welcome to Dr. K. Chandrasekharan sir. One personality who is actually devotions, keeps high devotions in the field of yoga. He is none other than Swami Shivadyanam Saraswati on behalf of Sports Authority of India and on behalf of my Director Principal Dr. G. Kishore sir and also organizing committee and faculty, all the sports fraternities, yoga fraternities of the country and across the world. A very warm welcome to Swami Shivadyanam Saraswati to this function, sir. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Today, we are delighted to have a renowned and enlightened personality in the field of yoga who is known for his greater deeds as a chief guest of this international webinar, respected Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samsthana, Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. It's a great privilege for me to request respected Dr. H.R. Nagendra Guruji to inaugurate this international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during a post-COVID-19 pandemic. And I request you for the inaugural address. Respected sir, please.
Very much. My dear brothers and sisters, it's such a great delight to have the wonderful organization of this international seminar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during this COVID-19 pandemics. Organized by SAI, Sports Authority of India, Lakshmi National College of Physical Education, and it's such a great pleasure that our Honorable Minister Kiran Rijiju, the Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, also has consented to inaugurate this wonderful webinar. Now, yoga has taken roots in the entire life. Thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister who brought yoga on the International Day of Yoga. A special protocol developed by all the yoga masters in the country has brought yoga to not millions but crores and crores of people, not only in India, all over the world. Yoga as a way of life, as a science of holistic living, is the key essence that has been incorporated into the IDY protocol. The 35 minutes, 40 minutes yoga protocol is being practiced by crores of people. Last year, our target was 20 crores of people to practice. And this year, Honorable Prime Minister has told the Ministry of Ayush that it has increased further. And this year, the target is 30 crores of people in India itself. So that's what all of us should try our best to see that people practice this. The entire protocol is available in the website of Ministry of Ayush, and therefore people can go there and see the video, they can see the entire thing they can do, and then they can start doing the practices. Therefore, the international webinar here that we are organizing has also this first plan, first result should come out and say that all people in the field of sports science should adopt this yoga protocol and see that it spreads everywhere into every nook and corner of the village also. So in the government of India has told all the ministries to participate, and this has to come. And sports ministry is one of the biggest, and therefore it should also to see that it comes as part of our entire system for June 21st, which is going to come up. As a prelude, 100 days of the wisdom from various yoga masters is going on, organized by the SVS Harvard University. Then we have the Heartfulness Foundation and Ministry of Ayush have planned this entire 100 days program, which is going on now every day. And lakhs of people are witnessing this wisdom base shared by large number of yoga masters in the country. And in the field of yoga, now it was the dream of our dear Puja Swami Ramdev ji that the yogasanas should be brought to the Olympics levels. Therefore, the Yogasana Sports Federation at the national level, NSFG, National Sports Yogasana Sports Federation, has been registered in Delhi and has the approval from the Ministry of Sports and Welfare. And now the large number of competitions are going on in the field of yogasanas. In this context, we know that the entire encyclopedia of yogasanas have been brought forth by our dear Dr. Manmat Garote ji, and it is such a wonderful thing that he has been able to compile the yogasanas from various yoga texts, from the literature available, from the research papers and manuscripts all over the world. Fantastic work he had done, and therefore I'm very glad that he is here in this webinar to share his experience about various dimensions of the yogasanas as a sports, and particularly he's going to talk on the importance of yoga for mental and emotional health during the pandemic. And as most of you know, the Yogasana Sports Federation is part of the International Yogasana Sports Federation, and Swami Ramdev's idea is that we should have the sports federation in all the countries to be brought forth, and we have the target to set up the entire thing in about 100 countries soon, in about 2 months. So extensive work is going on to set up the detailed rules and regulations, and the MOA and all these things are being worked out by the entire team. And Dr. Baswareddy ji, who heads the MD Anderson, MD NIY, National Institute of Yoga, and now it has become a deemed university, Dinova University. He is the chancellor, and then the work is going on under his overall leadership into the field of sports as well. Therefore, sports had now a new added dimension of yogasanas that has come. Therefore, it is apt in this context that this international webinar has been organized, sports science, physical fitness and yoga during this thing. And it's become more necessary during this COVID period because there is no guarantee of having the prevention from COVID if we take any of the medicine. There is no medicine which is sure. Even the vaccines are only about 65% efficient, they are saying. Therefore, we have to boost up our immune system, keep the immune system strong and healthy, so that we'll be able to be free from the Corona Mahamari. Therefore, yoga and Ayurveda are very, very important, and therefore the webinar is very apt to look at yoga as a very important dimension of physical fitness and mental hygiene, and thereby keep our immune system very strong and healthy. Therefore, I congratulate the wonderful Sports Authority of India, Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, for organizing this beautiful webinar, and I wish all the best. And from SVASA, from the International Yogasana Sports Federation, we bring greetings to all of you, and also from the Inter-University Center for Yogic Sciences of the Ministry of HRD. And I wish you all the best and good luck. And I'm sure all the participants of this webinar will get the wisdom shared from the top experts who have joined here. From our university, we have Dr. Manjunath, and we have Manmohan Garvateji, and we have Chandrasekharan, and many other top experts who have joined, and they will all be sharing their experience. And I'm sure the participants will get immensely benefited by this wisdom sharing by all the people. Thank you very much once again, and all the best. Good luck. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Guruji, for your blissful words. It's a great privilege for us to invite one more guest, Professor H. Venkateshwaralu, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kerala. Sir, requesting you for the presidential address. Respected sir, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. All the dignitaries present at the webinar, international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during the COVID-19 pandemic. My congratulations to the organizers first. I've been participating for the last 10 minutes or so, and a wonderful speech by Dr. Nagendra ji, the Chancellor. And it is always good to be with yogic friends, physical education and sports friends, because we may not participate in the sports, but at least we have a feeling that, we are becoming younger and we are becoming more healthy by being with sports. That's what I was doing in Usmania University. And probably that is the reason why I am also here today, because of Rathod and Rajesh. Both are my very good friends at Usmania University. And I got a call from Professor Rathod that, sir, Anna, he calls me. He doesn't call me, sir, Anna, you have to, there is some program. I said, fine, it's my pleasure. That always I support the physical education department, sports. In fact, we did many programs at Usman University with the Department of Physical Education under centenary celebrations. Both Rajesh and Professor Rathod team were helping me as a special officer there. It's a great pleasure to be among the so many stalwarts of yogic personalities. I see our Argentina professor also participating in the program. And recently, in my visit to Delhi, I met the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports. I was with him for about 10 minutes. He was, very receptive to me, and he was talking about developing a sports facility at Kasargod, Kasargod district. And he was very kind, and he said, yes, definitely we will support. And that was the idea. And thank you very much for inviting me for this particular program. And my congratulations to the Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education and all other associates. A few points about this one, that as we are all aware now, yoga was only confined to maybe a few pockets of the citizenry, maybe coming from only India. But yoga now became more national, global, and human. Like, every human being is now fond of touching yoga and being associated with yoga. And thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that declaration of one day for the yoga, and he himself participating in yoga, that's a great thing. What we see on Republic Day and other days of yoga days, they were June 24th or June, I don't know. So that day he will participate in Delhi, and then the whole thing is spreading. So that's where I feel such kind of webinars are very important, particularly during the critical period that the whole humanity is witnessing, not only in India and throughout the globe, particularly in India. Last 2-3 days we are witnessing. And I was interacting with the students of our Central University of Kerala. They said we are under a lot of stress because of the lockdown. I mean, even today we have not yet started the offline classes, and you just imagine the mind of a boy or girl between 20 and 24 sitting at home, not doing anything, not meeting friends. That leads to a lot of stress and causes a lot of anxiety and causes a lot of social disorder. So this stress, anxiety, and social disorder, all these things are to be addressed by probably the Sports Authority of India and yogic, personalities and yogic mechanisms that that are available in the country. And we have to, even the central universities and all universities, we have to take it as a big mission to spread the yoga way to the every mind of the country, every mind in the country, so that they get benefited. After all, we are talking from economics, science, technology point of view, that we want to empower the nation. The national empowerment causes through a great physical and mental health, what I strongly believe. So empowerment is in a person's physical well-being and mental well-being. If these two are there, I'm sure the empowerment is automatic. So therefore, I'm sure this international webinar will spread an idea, will come up with many suggestions, as we find that it is yoga is the ancient wisdom for a healthier, happier, and peaceful life, which helps to synchronize our mind and body with the nature. And it's mainly dealing with the controlling the mind. And the Patanjali, he talks about emphasizing the distractions of the mind, and how do we deal with the distractions, and how do we address the different diseases in a mental way. That is what is the address by a human being to the different disorders that we find. And I'm sure this particular webinar will give lots of suggestions. Many sessions are, I think, due, and this I would just like to read one or two points about the written speech. The modern lifestyle, like I have already talked about, the stress has become the major cause for lifestyle disorders, and in about 63% of deaths happening in India, they are due to the lifestyle disorders. That is the data what we are seeing. And sedentary lifestyle is the main risk factor for lifestyle diseases. And many researchers have proved yoga as an efficient tool for the disorder redressal and lifestyle redress. So multiple studies prove that yoga can decrease the secretion of cortisol, the primary stress hormone, and relieving stress, help a person to increase the quality of life. So this is the catch point. The quality of life rests in yoga. Quality of life can be enhanced with the help of yoga. I'm sure with this kind of international webinar, we spread the message of yoga to all, and to inform all the distinguished personalities present over here. We have a department of yoga here, and in fact we are trying to build up a health profile of the students, and we are trying to make yoga a practice for both teaching and non-teaching, and as well as students. That is, as we reopen the campus, I have in fact instructed the yoga department to take up the yoga classes in a particular order, so that we try to build up the mental strength, physical strength of the university in the best way. I'm sure the webinar will throw open many ideas and will benefit the humanity. I thank the organizers for giving me this great opportunity. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable and inspiring presidential address. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I invite respected Swami Shivanandan Saraswati, President, Bihar Yoga Bharati, a great renowned personality who needs hardly an introduction. Sir, we request your address in this international webinar. Please, respected sir.
Hari Om Tat Sat. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of Bihar School of Yoga, on behalf of Swami Niranjananandji, I would like to extend our best wishes and greetings to Sports Authority of India for having organized this timely and relevant seminar on sports science, physical education, and yoga. In yoga, we believe that the human body, the human system, is made up of two fundamental forces or elements or tattvas, which in yoga we call prana and chitta, the vital energy and the mental energy. And we believe that the entire human system is an outcome of the interplay of these two fundamental energies. And the goal of yoga, all the different branches of yoga, whether they be Hatha Yoga or Raj Yoga, they aim to balance and harmonize these two energies. And when these energies are harmonized, the outcome is experienced at the physical level in the form of health, vitality, stamina, and immunity, which is the need of the hour today. At the mental level, in the form of mental peace, balance, equilibrium, and at an emotional level, in the form of optimism, happiness, and joy. And that really is the goal that yoga has set out for us. And now when we look at yoga from the perspective of fitness or sports, we can immediately see that yoga will deliver results that directly impact our fitness levels, and if we are in the field of sports, in our own performance levels. And recently, a lot of research has been done on techniques which are essentially derived from the ancient tradition of yoga. Different techniques that work on the body, breath, and the mind, which is the most important aspect for any sports person. When we talk of the body, we begin with the basic concept in yoga, which is that of awareness, of being aware of what is happening. And when we look at awareness, that lets us look at our own body in a different light. If you are a sports person, the more we become aware of our body, the more we become aware of subtle postural imbalances or subtle requirements where we need to have fine-tuning of our motor skills. And these are benefits that any sports person can immediately notice when they incorporate yoga into their training regimen. We at Bihar School of Yoga have worked with Sports Authority of India for many years now. We have helped with the training of the archery, the volleyball, the basketball, boxing, and many other teams. And each sport requires a different approach, but the underlying idea remains the same. Becoming more aware of the body, becoming more aware of the breath, because breath is the gross manifestation of this subtle force of prana. And through different techniques, and nowadays in sports science, a lot of these techniques are being utilized, things which are earlier in the domain of yoga, whether it's the practice of Nadi Shodhan Pranayam, in which we breathe through alternate nostrils, or Bhastrika Pranayam, in which we breathe forcefully in and out, or even the practice of Kumbhak, which these days in sports parlance is called interval hypoxic training, where they try to develop the training in an environment where the oxygen level is reduced. These have all been traditional techniques of yoga, and now they're finding application in sports persons. And finally, the level of the mind, where the sports person really needs to develop attention, concentration, the ability to mentally rehearse or visualize their own performance. And nowadays, this is a tool that is used by many sports psychologists, sports trainers, for different sports persons, for athletes. Before any tournament or a match, they ask the person to visualize their own performance. And that triggers the mind. It prepares the mind, and consequently the body, the different physiological processes inside the body, and leads to optimum performance. And we hope that this international webinar, which is bringing together experts from different fields in sports science, physical fitness, yoga, and allied subjects, that this will throw more light on the practical applications, especially of yogic techniques that will let us lead fitter lives, healthier lives, happier lives, and as a sports person, a life in which we are able to perform to our optimal level. With these, we again extend our greetings and best wishes to Sports Authority of India, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable, blissful words. Now, I invite respected Dr. G. Kishore, Principal and a Regional Director, SAI LNCP. Sir, we hardly need introduction for your for your numerous capacities. Sir, we request you to address this international webinar. Sir, few words, please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Most respected and eminent dignitaries, panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I feel really privileged and also humbled to be a part of this August forum, where some of the most eminent, senior most, and enlightened personalities are here when we are for this international webinar. And the theme which we have is sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during post-pandemic COVID-19. This is a collective venture which we have organized by Sports Authority of India, LNCP, collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India. We have also the privilege of having association with Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Deemed University, Bangalore, and Bihar School of Yoga, Munger, some of the topmost institutions in the world and the country. And also we have the privilege of the international experts, some of the most renowned international experts who are also present despite the change of timings and different parts of the globe. And though the subject here is quite contains various segments, sports science, physical fitness, but I think the collective wisdom would be how best we can use yoga, our own traditional wisdom, and to overcome the challenge which being posed now to the world and the country. I hope all our eminent and distinguished panelists, experts, guests, participants are all keeping themselves safe and healthy at this point of time when we have the second wave, and even at times we've been told of third wave, which is very dangerous and said to be, we have to be extra cautious and we have to be all cautious. When we look into the what we can do collectively as a society. Different fields can offer different types of support, and they can play different roles. But as far as the field of physical education, sports, and yoga is concerned, the best thing we can do is to spread the awareness of how we can, the practice of yoga, and how involvement in yogic exercises, and especially at this point of time, can help the humanity, the entire world. And this is the time for us to give an call of awakening to the entire world, as rightly pointed out by our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. H.R. Nagendra, that 30 crore people have started practicing yoga. But if you consider the world population and what is actually being practiced, I think much more need to be done. And I think being the country where this traditional wisdom, the physical culture of the Indian, which has now been transformed to the world, it is the need of the hour that we put our wisdom together, collective wisdom of all the important functions, but the dignitaries in the field of yoga and physical education to collectively, uh, uh, you know, uh, get discuss together, deliberate together, and find out an effective and practical way that how we can reach out everyone in the world and in the country especially. That even every youth, we look forward for a day then every youth, every citizen will practice yoga or exercise and get the benefits and merits of the, which will be immensely beneficial at this point of time, especially during the pandemic. And I am sure that that is one of the most important thing, especially when at this point of time when we are at a very crucial hour, what this forum also can do. We have 10 sessions which are being taken by very eminent experts on different subjects, but I think the focus would be, the point of thought, the point of view, and would be that how exactly these wisdom which we are going to generate here can be useful to the world and the nation in getting out, or to as a best sort of remedy, or sort of how best it can support the humanity, the country as a whole, to effectively overcome this challenge posed to the whole world and the country. And I don't want to extend. There are many eminent people, very distinguished, eminent experts who are here who will be talking, and there are sessions which will be followed one after another. And I am sure that all the participants will be much more be enlightened, and they will be more skillful, and they will fine tune themselves in accordance to the need of the hour to discharge the duty as a physical educationist or a yoga expert to the rest of the world. Thank you so much once again, and we would be really happy to hear from each everyone, and we would like really play the way of a disseminator of this information which we have to the whole country through our platform. Thank you so much. And once again, I personally, on behalf of Sports Authority of India and LNCP, would like to place on record our sincere appreciation for all the eminent personalities, dignitaries, experts from all over the world, all over the country, who had been kind enough to accept our invitation and graciously is present during this occasion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your inspiring and motivating words, sir. Now, I would like to invite respected Dr. A.K. Uppal, sir, a former Dean, LNIPE Gwalior, and a Vice President of PEFI. Respected sir, few words on this international webinar, sir, please.
Well, thank you very much. All the dignitaries present in the webinar, my dear colleagues from the field of sports, physical education, yoga, I am immensely happy that I am also with experts in different disciplines of sports science, fitness, and yoga on this special occasion when we are talking about how these three disciplines can provide us benefit during these difficult days through which we are all passing. I would like to congratulate Dr. Kishore and Dr. Sawant. Both of them are my students, that they are risen to this level, that they are organizing international programs, international webinars. Last year, I had visited this institute, and maybe many of you are not aware. This LNCP Trivandrum was started by the then president, Gyani Zail Singh, and I was present in Trivandrum when he inaugurated this campus. Dr. Kishore and your entire faculty, I would like to really congratulate you for the excellent work which you are doing. I am sure that you will raise this institute to much greater heights in the years to come. Well, a lot has been spoken about yoga, and I would like to concentrate on exercise which contributes to development of fitness and how fitness can help us during these difficult days. I'll be concentrating on this important aspect. See, in order to protect yourself from corona, 4 suggestions have been made. They say frequent hand washing, social and physical distancing to be maintained, balanced diet to be taken, and regular exercise to be done. Now, during these about 5 minutes which have been provided to me, I will be focusing my attention only on physical exercise. Now, if you exercise regularly, what it does, brief rise in body temperature and right after exercise may prevent bacteria from growing, and therefore it fights infection better. So if you exercise regularly, you are able to fight bacteria, another disease causing agent, and that can help you in fighting some of these problems. Exercise slows down the release of stress hormones, a very important thing. During this pandemic, we have to ensure that our stress level is maintained within the limits. Now, if you are doing exercise, what we say, exercise is a great stress buster. And exercise can help us in maintaining our stress level. Exercise contributes to good health. Healthy living strategies can help in the protection from environmental assaults. If your physical fitness is improved, all the environmental assaults, we will be able to protect our body from them. Physical exercise flushes out bacteria from airways and lungs. Physical exercise causes change in antibodies and WBC, and body's immune system cells are able to fight out with these diseases. Exercise improves health of the heart and keeps your bones and muscles healthy and strong. Exercise makes you feel healthier and more energetic. It helps a person to feel better. Regular exercise, I have put in bracket moderate. You see, moderate exercise provides more benefit during these difficult days, helps in preventing certain cancers, cardiovascular diseases like heart attacks, atherosclerosis, coronary heart disease, diabetes, cognitive impairment, and obesity. You all may be aware that if you do exercise regularly, females can prevent themselves from breast cancers, males can protect themselves from prostate cancer, and males and females can protect themselves from colon cancer. Therefore, exercise plays a very, very significant role in the life of an individual. During moderate exercise, immune cells circulate through the body more quickly and are better able to kill bacteria and viruses. My dear friends, I specifically emphasized that you need moderate exercise. Now, if too much intense exercise is performed, it enhances the level of cortisol and adrenaline in the body, and both these hormones create problems for the human being. Although there is no research evidence that exercise reduces coronavirus, however, in case you undertake moderate loads, your immune system will improve, and that may help to avoid coronavirus attack on the body. My dear friends, the three areas which Dr. Kishore and his team has chosen for this webinar, all of them are important. I have always felt that coach alone cannot solve all the problems of the sports persons. Today you require a team. Therefore, who else is to work with the coach or with the physical education teacher is a team of sports science experts. Experts in exercise physiology, sports psychology, sports biomechanics, sports sociology, kin anthropometry, and all these disciplines. And when they all get together, form a team, I can assure you all the problems of the sports persons will be solved, and our sports persons will be able to gain much greater heights in the field of physical education and sports. Dr. Kishore, I convey my best wishes for this webinar. Congratulations to you for taking this initiative, and also Dr. my friend, uh, my dear student Savant, who has been, I have seen him very, very energetic. Congratulations to you also, Savant.
Thank you
And
so much,
I'm
sir.
sure both of you make a good team and continue organizing such programs in the years to come. My blessings to you, my best wishes to you, and thank you very much for inviting me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the inspiring words, sir. Now we have a special guest, Madam Archana Goel, Executive Director of Coach Development and Training of Sports Authority of India. She is a national medalist in athletics as well as in shooting. Madam Archana is a meritorious athlete who received the Arjun Award in 2002. I request Madam to address this gathering. Madam.
Dr. Kishore, Principal LNCP Trivandrum, and his team, and all the participants. A warm welcome to all of you. And in fact, this is a wonderful thing, this session, because this is the time we need to learn that how important exercise is in our life. And I think if you are regularly in sports, age will never come on you, I feel. I strongly believe in that. So like I was national champion when I was 48 years old. So this is one thing I think, especially in the pandemic time, it's all the more important that we give good emphasis on sports and yoga. And in fact, it's not necessary that we need to go out and do some activity. We can even do it at home. And yoga is one thing that can be done at home. And I'm sure this webinar will be useful for all of us. And it will also motivate all of us to do sports and yoga. And once again, hearty congratulations to Dr. Kishore and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Rachana, Madam, thank you once again.
Rachana, I have seen you after about 40 years.
Thank you, Madam. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Manmat Garote, Director, Lonavala Yoga Institute, Pune, for his few words.
Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste to all. It is a great privilege to hear all these stalwarts and dignitaries, those who guided us, bless us. Physical fitness and yoga during this post-pandemic COVID-19. Yes, I feel it is the need of the hour to organize such webinars, at least, which we are capable to find some solution together. It is the need of the hour, I feel, that we don't want only holistic approach, but we want holistic approach. All the aspects of personality must be developed. Definitely we want physical fitness, but at the same time, we also need mental upliftment. Also, we need emotional balance, social awareness. At the same time, spiritual upliftment as well. We all have to come together. And I'm sure when all the three important sciences like sports science, physical fitness, and yoga will come together, definitely we find some solution for this pandemic. It is beautifully explained in ancient text that samani va akutihi, samana hridayani vaha, samanamastu yo mano yatava susahasatihi. The meaning is very beautiful. United be our purpose, harmonious be our feelings, collected be our mind. In the same way as all the various aspects of the universe exist in togetherness, wholeness. I'm sure all the stalwarts from all over the world, all the great speakers, all will come together and we find some solution for this pandemic. I really would like to convey very humble thanks to all the organizers for organizing this beautiful webinar and inviting me to share my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. Now, I like to invite international speakers, respected Professor Natalia Salve, expertise in yoga, Hinduism, Universidad Salvador, Argentina. Madam, I would like you to invite to address this gathering. Few words, madam, please.
Yes, good morning. Here is very late at night. I am very glad to be invited to participate to this international webinar. And I thank very much for all the directors and all the professors that organized this meeting. I think that the right knowledge on how yoga works and how also yoga shares some ways of functioning with the physical education and sports, this knowledge can bring about more motivation for the practice. Nowadays, there is a need not only to boost immunity, but also to keep our morals high and to keep our higher human inclinations in our daily life. We are at risk to lose the higher aspects of our beings due to fear, due to stress, and due to pressure from the social surroundings. So my purpose in this small speech I will give is to share some information, some knowledge on how we can release our brain from the stress we are living. And by this information, I hope I will bring more motivation for the practice. Nowadays, thanks to these online possibilities, more and more people are joining the practice. I witness how people that never had got near yoga before are trying the practice from their houses in this lockdown situation we are also going through in Argentina. And thanks to these online possibilities, we are reaching many more people from faraway places, and it's like we are home with them with our teachings. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I will be glad to listen to all of you also.
Thank you very much, madam. Your presence is most valuable for us in this session. Now I would like to invite Professor Jadranko Mekeli, Yogacharya, Yoga and Ayurveda therapist, teacher of Transcendental Meditation, Costa Rica. Respected sir, few words. I request sir to address this gathering. Please, sir. Jadranko, sir.
Yes, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, sir. Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
I would like to thank all of you for inviting me for this occasion, and all of you are really well wishers for all humanity, and from India, which is the land of Veda, and all the ancient knowledge and the science, how to create, we can say, a beautiful planet Earth. And that knowledge is cherished through the generations and kept alive through the work of different yoga masters from ancient times until now. And I convey my thanks for all those masters who preserve those knowledge and who are already among us and with us and guiding us. And for this opportunity, I would like to share some of teachings which I learned from some of great masters. Some of them are not with us anymore, like Maharishi Swami Demurti, who was giving one fantastic practice and exercise for the healthy function of the nervous system through taking care of the spine, of the proper function and condition of the spine. And also, I'd like to be just their loudspeaker. And in the session which I will be giving, I will focus on some concrete aspects of those practices so that all who are participating can have this their message, how to handle in a conscious way the function of our autonomic nervous system, and especially the function of prana and apana vayu. And also, I would like to devote this my session to memory of Dr. Mukund Bole. A few days ago, he left his body, and I think all of you know him, and just in his memory, I will speak some aspects of the knowledge which I learned from him, and which I feel should be cherished for future generations. And so what is most important for all the life of our physical body on the physical level is that it is proper function of all the vayus. As we know in Ayurveda or Vata principle, which is mainly related to the function of the nervous system. Because the nervous system is the basis of the proper function of all other systems in our body, immune system and endocrine system and digestive system, breathing system, respiratory system. All the systems depends on the proper and balanced function of the nervous system. In Ayurveda, they say that depending on the proper balanced condition of the Vata, depends on the function of Pitta and Kapha, the structural aspect of our body and functional and all the metabolic processes and everything. So in my presentation, I will focus mainly on how to handle the function of our nervous system and bring it to the balanced condition. And this is the basis of the fitness and the basis of the sport because if you are healthy, if you are in a balanced condition, then you can perform better in any field of the life, whether this is our work on the mental level, on the physical level, on all the levels. So I thank you once again, and all the Sport Authority of India and all the distinguished members which are present here, that I can participate. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite respected Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar sir, Principal, University College of Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India, for his valuable address.
Good morning, all the participants. Respected, distinguished guests, speakers, organizers, and eminent delegates from all over the world. It is indeed a great privilege and happy that Sports Authority of India, LNIP Trivandrum, taking a keen interest in organizing such a wonderful webinar, international webinar on sports science, physical fitness yoga during COVID-19 pandemic. As all are aware that recently World Health Organization and International Olympic Committee has came to understanding to end this corona pandemic through exercise. Now International Olympic Committee is going to give a plan how exercise will be helpful in combating the COVID pandemic as early as possible. Recently, Thomas Bach, President of International Olympic Committee, has had agreement with the WHO President to have a great initiative to end the corona pandemic as early as possible with the exercise. It is indeed a great initiative taken by a national institution, Sports Authority of LNIP, Trivandrum. My special congratulations to Dr. G. Kishore, Principal, and my friends, Dr. Mahendra Samant, Dr. Jayaraman Ji, and everybody, they have taken so keen interest. We have indirectly supported the conference from our organization, International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, and Indian Federation of Computer Science Sports. I saw the participants are 861 members online. It is indeed a very big webinar. We have organized many webinars, but huge participation. First time we are seeing around 800 members, and 800 members getting a good knowledge about the COVID pandemic, how to combat the COVID pandemic through sports science, physical fitness, and yoga. Even the 800 members can teach 5 members. That means 4,000 members can be benefited by this program. And we got a special guest today, Sandeep Pradhanji, DG Sai. He's a keen interest person. I know that he is promoting a lot of things in Sai. And Professor Nagendra Ji is a Vice Chancellor of Yoga University. And Professor H. Venkateshwarlu sir, he is our colleague in Usman City. He is a wonderful person. He is a like physical education and sports very much. So like this, a eminent personality, Uppal sir is there. Uppal sir is a guru for all. Dr. A.K. Uppal is a guru, physical education guru of India. So like this, many international personalities came. This is a great initiative. Kishore sir, next time also you do. We are going to promote all this type of work everywhere. We will have more international participants in coming days also. And my thing is, we want to promote exercise as a medicine. If you want to promote exercise as a medicine, exercise will help in combating the COVID pandemic and other communicable diseases also. I wish organizers a good luck. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to talk on this occasion. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. Last, I like to invite Sujit Panigrahi, Fitness 365, to address this gathering. Sir. Okay, we'll continue with this. Now I request our organizing secretary, Dr. M.N. Savant, sir, to address this gathering. Respected sir, please. Finish.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Really, it gives me a very happy moment and privileges. Actually, due to time factor, I also forgot to introduce uh, a very prominent personality in the field of especially sports athletics and friend to the Sports Authority of India, LNCP Trivandrum. My friend, Ma'am Ashwini Nachappa, Olympian and Arjun Awardee, Athletics India. On behalf of Sports Authority of India and also on behalf of my principal director, Dr. G. Kishore sir, also on behalf of organizing committee, my colleagues, faculties, students and participants of across the country, a very warm welcome to Ma'am Ashwini Nachappa, an Olympian and Arjun Awardee, to this function, ma'am. Please. Ma'am was here on the screen, but it was some technical issues due to this online login. It is very difficult. Now, the next session, we are witnessing a very informative by Dr. Manjunath Sharma, yoga expert, scientist in yoga from Yes Vyasa Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. Sir is always very kind enough to the Sports Authority of India and LNCP Trivandrum, and sir is very, very cooperative. When I talk to him, within a second he becomes my friend. He says, no problem, Dr. Mahendra, you just go ahead. And whatever whenever you will call me to deliver the all these lectures, especially to promote yoga during this very pandemic situation. In spite of his busy schedule, Dr. Manjunath Sharma is present among us. And of course, it is all because of blessings of Guruji to us, Dr. H.R. Nagendra sir, Chancellor, Yes Vyasa Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. So, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, our Honorable Director General, Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir, also on behalf of my Principal Director, Dr. G. Kishore, Principal and Director Sai Kerala Region, and also on behalf of all faculty, colleagues, and my friends, members of organizing committee, a very warm welcome to Dr. Manjunath Sharma sir. As we heard from every galaxy of expertises on this platform, I'm really grateful to this everyone, Professor Yadranko, Professor Natalia Solvi ma'am, even though it is midnight 2:30, but ma'am, we are very grateful to you. Your support, your dedication, it is really miraculous for us, and it shows your actions of promoting yoga not only in India but across the whole world. I salute you, ma'am, for your dedication and devotion to the field of yoga and support to the Sports Authority of India. Also, I have as Honorable Vice Chancellor, he is actually so greatly motivated us. He has spent much of time and he has spoken about the effect of yoga and need of yoga and physical exercises as he enjoyed in Usmania University, Hyderabad. See, Usmania University, Hyderabad and all the Department of Physical Education Sports fraternities along with Nizam College and my friend Lakshman Rathod, my friend Professor Rajesh Kumar, they have a very strong platform to invite all the galaxies of sports fraternities in various occasions. So, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, already motivated us. He will be always in future also supporting us for the physical fitness exercises and yoga practices. We are on behalf of Sports Authority of India, Sai LNP. We are grateful to you, sir, and thank you very much for your kind words, Honorable Vice Chancellor H. Venkatesh, sir. Also, I'm grateful to my director, Principal Dr. G. Kishore, sir, who is always with us. And as I said, he's the backbone of physical education in India. Sir himself is a very practical man. He's a very keen to fitness and exercises. It shows his dedication, devotion, and he is the role model for youth of the country. Thank you so much for your blessings and your directions and your support to us, everyone, to create this platform. We have a very close friend, a very popular personality, not only in Maharashtra state, not only Mumbai, Pune, but the whole India know him very well. He is very dedicated in the field of yoga, in promoting traditional yoga. Dr. Manmoth Gharote, Director, Lonavala Yoga Institute, on behalf of Sports Authority of India and Sai LNCP, my principal, we are grateful to you and thank you so much for your very supportive task in spite of your busy schedule. And every day, sir is having various lectures in all the, not only in India, but all the countries to promote research in yoga and traditional practices of yoga. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Manmoth Gharote, sir. A ma'am who is actually, role model before the women in sports in the country, and who is holding a very high position as an executive director, ma'am Rachna Govil. Ma'am used to visit, I used to enjoy Hindi with ma'am because since ma'am is in Lucknow Center Sports Authority of India, where the Hindi people used to speak a very, very fluent and absolutely. मैं रचना गोयल मैम एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर भारतीय खेल प्राधिकरण, जिन्होंने कीमती समय निकालकर हमारे साथ इस योग फिजिकल फिटनेस और अंतरराष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में जुड़ने के लिए जो समय निकाला, भारतीय खेल प्राधिकरण की ओर से और मेरे प्रधानाचार्य निदेशक जी डॉक्टर जी किशोर सर और मेरे सहयोगी मित्र और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी और जितने भी प्रतिभागी है, भारत से है, भारत के बाहर है, फॉरेनर्स है, सभी की ओर से मैं आपका तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं मैम। आपने कीमती समय निकालकर हमें प्रेरित किया। और बात हमारे गुरु डॉक्टर A.K. उप्पल सर ने कहा कि 40 साल के बाद रचना मैडम जी को देखा उन्होंने स्क्रीन पर, उनको सुना, तो ये बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात है। बहुत ही हम तो कहते हैं कि भाई दिस इज एन हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट। मैम भी आए और हमें एक 2 शब्द प्रेरणा के रूप में संदेश दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम।
Thank you, sir.
Now, yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev, and over to Dr. Sanjeev Patil. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. At the end of story is the new beginning of many others. On this story, on this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable inauguration function. On behalf of the institution, I sincerely thank the dignitaries for being with us in this inaugural function and enlightening us with their enthusiastic remarks. I shower my heartfelt gratitude to the professors and everyone of Sai LNCP family for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this inaugural function. Thank you very much for all the dignitaries who is present in this inaugural function. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your valuable presence in this. We are going to start this session. Respected Dr. Manjunath sir is there with us. So the session will continue now with his presence. Over to Dr. M.N. Sawant sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev. Dr. Manjunath Sharma, a scientist in yoga research, who is contributing since many years in the field of yoga, as he is holding a very, very high position in the Yes Vyasa Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. And also he contributes to the youth of the country about yoga and research. Whatever, there is no limit for the research in yoga to promote fitness, mental health, and psychological point of view, how yoga can help us in building up our personality in all the ways and to overcome the problems like pandemic. On behalf of Sports Authority of India and on behalf of my director, Principal Dr. G. Kishore, my colleagues, faculties, participants, a very warm welcome to Dr. Manjunath Sharma to deliver his valuable speech. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much, Dr. Sawant. And it's a great privilege to be here today in the most important symposia, seminar, webinar being conducted from the Sports Authority of India in Trivandrum. I was so glad to hear from such eminent personalities just before this, during this inaugural session. And many congratulations to all the participants who have an opportunity to listen to such eminent personalities in the field. So for today's discussion, I have taken up the topic as yoga as a performance enhancer. So if I can share my screen. I'm sure all of you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. It was very clear, sir.
Perfect. So Dr. Sawant asked me, like, this is a webinar to look at how yoga can be beneficial in understanding the post-COVID scenario, and also to bring the best of us during this post-COVID scenario. Well, to be very honest, we have not yet reached the post-COVID scenario. We are still in the COVID, and the numbers are increasing on a daily basis. So we still have a lot of many things to understand. But I am here bringing the perspective of yoga to all of you in understanding how yoga can be one of those tools which are most essential for actually keeping ourselves fit and perform well. So hence I've called it as a yoga performance enhancer. So if you look at the basic definition, basic aspects of performance, we always say that it is a comparative ability of an individual to complete a task. So when you look at it as a comparative ability, there are two components in it. One is comparing yourself with your previous abilities. and comparing yourself with another individual who is actually performing the same task. So there are two things needed to bring our performance to its best fusion, that is physical and cognitive processes. So when you look at the physical processes, everybody focuses on physical strength, flexibility, motor coordination, balance. And also when you talk about sports and fitness, cardiorespiratory endurance. I am going to just give few such evidences available in the field of yoga, how yoga can be added as along with physical exercise and fitness program. When yoga is added, how you can actually optimize and augment these processes. Most important along with the physical is the cognitive functioning. So it includes various components. Few of them to mention are attention, memory, perception, planning, and of course executive functions, which are all, some of them are directed from the frontal lobe, while others are all connected with various cortical areas in the brain. So when you actually look at when do we use this performance quotient in our activities? So there are two reasons why we use this performance quotient. One is for competitive reasons, another is non-competitive reasons. Competitive reasons, standard, very well known, are the sports and games, where performance in any particular sport or game determines an individual's actual identity and attribute. Apart from sports and games, of course, performance is also looked upon as an indicator in various other fields like dance, music, fine arts, etc. And I'm also happy to mention that yoga has also been picked as a sport today, and the government of India, Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs has established or promoted the idea of bringing yoga into sports, and there is an international federation of yoga sports which has been established. Whereas non-competitive means of performance are definitely based on an individual requirement. It can be like individualized personal fitness-based regimes where you keep a standard for yourself to identify whether you are performing better compared to yesterday or previous year. And also as part of an occupational requirement, like the fitness and performance are definitely part of individuals who are in armed forces, and those who are into manual and mechanical jobs, and those who are into skilled jobs. It's not necessarily related to physical, but also mental and intellectual. So performance also depends on, determines an individual's capability. If you look at the factors which can influence performance of an individual, some of them are put here. Definitely, if we are looking at the physical performance, the physical fitness plays an important role, along with cognitive flexibility, your ability to actually change your decision as per requirement, then mental relaxation and agility, emotional stability, then perseverance and motivation to perform, and of course, stress and anxiety, the influence on performance. If you look at the fitness as the key factor, there are two important aspects. One is fitness, which is health related, and fitness, which is skill related. Fitness, which is health related, we always look at anaerobic capacity of an individual, the body composition, muscle endurance, strength, and of course, joint mobility as some of the important aspects. Whereas when you're actually looking at the skill part of it, it is that agility, the ability to keep yourself active and ability to move, and balance, coordination, power, reactivity, and speed. It is very well said that fitness is not about being better than someone else, but it is about being better than you used to be. And that's what yoga believes in very strongly, to strengthen and empower an individual. So one of the very well-known popular sports personality, Michael Jordan, mentioned once very clearly that some people want it to happen, some wish it would happen while others make it happen. So that's where the concept of empowering an individual comes into picture. So we in yoga believe very strongly that strength doesn't come from what you can do, but the strength comes from overcoming the things you thought you couldn't achieve or you couldn't do. So it is very essential for us to bring in the components and concepts of yoga and combine it with fitness and then augment the process of performance. So hence yoga, which is a 5,000 plus year old tradition, converted into an evidence-based science today through a lot of research which is being done across the world, is effectively used in number one, maintaining health, number two, improving performance, number three, augmenting all the processes related to your day-to-day activity. So if you really ask the trends related to yoga, there are several things. Unlike yoga was used as a general practice, today yoga has been brought into a personalized approach, and every individual, like in sports and games, how a coach can train an individual based on his requirement or her requirement. Today we have yoga protocols being developed on similar fashion. So we also bring it based on the mechanism underlying the influence of yoga with mechanistic methods. A lot of technology is also being used today in delivering yoga practices and understanding the influence of yoga. And yoga has always been made as an application-oriented science. Let me give you some couple of studies which are done in understanding how yoga can be beneficial in various age groups and various individuals. So this is some detail of how yoga can improve the fitness quotient in children. Particularly, 3-month yoga training has been demonstrated to improve the strength endurance as well as whole body endurance along with aerobic capacity in children. This gives us an idea like what kind of duration of yoga is needed when we are giving it to children, when we are giving it to adults and elderly. So in our experience, the lowest or least period is around 10 days. And the longer period, there is no limitation to it. And we prefer it to be a regular practice rather than doing it for 10 days or 15 days. And also children with health issues like bronchial asthma have been demonstrated with yoga to improve their body mass index, flexibility, muscle strength, etc. This gives an idea that yoga is not just working to work at the mental level, but also it can help in improving the physical aspects in children. So when you look at healthy adults, a sort of a specialized yoga, like a slow, rhythmic, and symmetric as well as synchronized yoga with breathing was given to individuals. It has demonstrated it can improve joint load at submaximal levels and also help in bone remodeling. And of course, this one study, they have hypothesized that it can also promote osteogenesis. What is important for us is to look at which are those aspects which probably through which yoga is working. So interoceptive, proprioceptive, and kinesthetic and spatial sensation, which are used as awareness developing program in yoga along with doing asana, pranayama, etc. There are lots of other studies which looked at various aspects of muscle activity. So can yoga develop a hypertonic stage? Can yoga take you to a hypotonic stage? And can yoga bring in an overall development, bringing your muscle tone to eutony or well-balanced tension state, from where you can operate in whichever way it is needed. So this one particular publication actually demonstrated this. Imagine those who are active, they can definitely get lots of benefits from yoga. Those who are sedentary, particularly now COVID time, many people, we don't know whether we are going to get into another phase of lockdown and isolation, etc. But if that happened, many people got into a bit of a sedentary lifestyle earlier. And even otherwise, today, because of work style, sedentary lifestyle has become a part of everybody's life. So yoga, when given to these individuals, demonstrated various indices of physical health, like their balance, strength, flexibility, and mobility, and also showed certain advantages with respect to their cardiovascular health. Sports personnel are always interested in actually improving their lower limb strength and how best we can retrain them, along with cardiorespiratory endurance. So this one particular study demonstrated short-term yoga program has improved the balance, leg muscle strength, and of course, the overall leg strength in these individuals. In yoga, we use one particular practice which comprises of a series of yoga postures. Some use 12 postures, whereas some use around 10 or 8 postures. It's called sun salutation. And this has been studied to understand how it can influence the cardiorespiratory fitness in individuals. If you ask me, probably this one practice is really good enough to provide you on a day-to-day basis the required cardiorespiratory fitness when you talk about yoga. If you don't have time to do 1 hour yoga and bring in lots of postures and other practices. So it has demonstrated that it can increase the muscle strength, and of course, it can also improve the endurance, and it can decrease the body fat percentage. Yoga, as I was telling, and now, though earlier people were sitting and working in either software companies or executive jobs, today all that has been due to COVID, all that has been brought to their own homes. So work from home has become a standard norm today. So even people are doing that, sitting hours together. How do you take care of their health and how do you improve their physical fitness and health? Yoga has been tried in such groups to demonstrate it can actually facilitate improving their flexibility, reduce their anxiety, and improve their musculoskeletal fitness. Apart from that, when you are looking into more of a fitness regimes, so yoga has also shown the ability to improve deadlift strength and lower back and hamstring, and as well as shoulder strength. And of course, people based on their requirement look at erector spinae flexibility. So all this has been shown through the practice of yoga through several of these. Apart from physical fitness, if you look at sports personality, what is most important is their reaction times along with their respiratory endurance. So one of the study was very clear in demonstrating it can reduce both visual as well as auditory reaction time. Reduce in the sense the time required to react reduces, and you react much quickly compared to other individuals. And it also improved the respiratory pressures and the capacity to do breath holding for longer durations and hand grip strength. I'm going to talk about the breath holding as an important tool, not just for fitness regime, but also during COVID in next few slides. So it also demonstrated probably if you practice yoga, you can prevent certain injuries. So it can be simple musculoskeletal injuries, or it can be serious injuries related to your back and other joints. And it can also reduce soreness, and it can facilitate quicker healing in when you actually make it as a regular practice. Along with physical practices, when you actually add pranayama or voluntarily regulated breathing, it can probably attenuate this process. It can actually enhance this process, and it increased the muscle strength, and it increased also the flexibility and other aspects of an individual. So this is a standard requirement when you are really looking at cardiorespiratory endurance. And yoga has demonstrated through several studies, not only in healthy volunteers, but also in sports personnel, yoga can increase the VO2 max. Yoga can actually make the whole process of energy expenditure more efficient when you actually do yoga. the last in this fitness thing I would like to mention is not just in children and adults, but also in the elderly, which is very important during COVID phase. It can help you to improve your physical fitness and keep you fit and improve your immunity to probably fight with an event like COVID. When we talk of yoga, the most important thing we keep in mind is how best we use the mind part of it. So it is very well said through several things that body achieves what the mind believes. So many of the greatest sports personalities have said it. I believed in it and it happened today. So that's what yoga talks, and yoga brings these body-mind connections very strong with an evidence of understanding the same. If you just, I'm not going to details of this, many of you will be aware of it, but what is essential for us, the few definitions of yoga to connect it with the body-mind continuum are these yujyate anena iti yoga. So, I mean, it actually unites, it brings these two components together. Many times we focus a lot on the body, but least on the mind, then we have lots of issues. And some other times we focus a lot on the mind, but not on the body is also an issue. So that's why yoga is a very systematic process. Ashtanga yoga, when it is said, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. So it's a systematic process where you need to bring all of them together. Another definition is manaprashamana upayaha yogaha ityabhidiyate. So it is it's a wonderful tool to actually make your mind calm. And with a calm mind, you can actually, you'll be in a position to make your decision much better. And yogaha chitta vritti nirodha, efficiently handling the occupations of the mind. So vritti is an occupation. So when your mind is supposed to do an activity now, you have to use that occupation efficiently. So that's what yoga teaches you. And finally, samatvam yoga muchyate is the balance. What is needed is maintaining that balance. So in yoga, we believe not just the physical body, a 5-layered existence as taken from Taittiriya Upanishad, which talks about Pancha Kosha, or the 5-layered existence, which says that physical body is what is visible, is one part of it, which we use to actually reach the other level, other dimensions, like the prana, which is the energy body, mind, and vijnana, which is the intellectual body, ananda, the state of bliss. And we use them in designing all our activities when you talk about yoga. And when you really want to bring in various components of yoga, we have to keep in mind the way yoga can actually bring changes in physiological functions, psychological functions, how it can impact your perception and performance, higher brain functions, and also how can you use various components in preventive healthcare as well as promoting fitness. So let me give you very few examples in relation to this, because those who are interested to pick yoga as a add-on intervention along with your fitness regime, these are some of the techniques which probably you might prefer adding them. When we talk of yoga, everybody relates it to asana. Okay, so that is physical posture. But as I mentioned, in the West, it has become a kind of the fancy nature of physical posture which attract people to yoga. But there are lots of other things which can actually promote even the practice of asana, which is pranayama, and how well you can relax yourself through relaxation techniques, and how you can bring components of meditation when you are doing other practices other than meditation alone. And how do you strengthen your body and mind through some cleansing practices, kriyas, and certain derived special techniques, how you can integrate them to create this. We ask this basic question, like you bend your body whichever way, are your physiological functions going to be the same? So once you bend your body, is the response, whether it is physical, physiological, or cognitive, is going to be same because you are stretching your muscles? Honestly, the answer is no. there are certain things when you do just stretch and relax to work on a particular muscle, probably the answer can be yes. But when you are looking at the overall, bringing the overall perspective, like what you see here, I mean, this is just an image, what has been shared in WhatsApp. I'm just for, on a lighter note, I am sharing. But the greatest, the Bhishma Pitamaha of yoga, our own BK Sayangarji, when he used to practice, and the perfection and alignment what he used to talk probably can be seen in different formats by different individuals, but physiologically we are not going to achieve the same, is what I wanted to emphasize. So yoga has to be practiced in the most possible way to get their best benefits. Imagine headstand is one practice which most people would like to actually practice one point of time when they start doing yoga. When we did a study looking at headstand, comparing doing headstand with wall support and without wall support, so just making an individual inverted, is it going to produce the same physiological effect? The answer is not the same. When people did without wall support, we expect that they will be more, and they practiced it without wall support. Their galvanic skin resistance has increased.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Dr. Manjunath Sharma, sir? Yeah. Sir,
I lost the connection for a few seconds.
Okay. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So what is very important is truly to understand the importance of these practices and how it has to be done. So several of these studies have demonstrated that if you just bend your body, probably the response what you get may be a little different. And also the applications are very important. Like when you do a headstand, apart from working on the cardiorespiratory endurance kind of it, what is also can improve your attention, concentration, memory, and balance, etc. We also looked at various other studies where people have used Surya Namaskar to model joint mobility. Padmasana, which is very well-known meditative posture, a lotus posture, has been shown to improve muscular efficiency. Sarvangasana, another inverted posture, is shown to work on, demonstrate effects on cardiovascular system functioning. Postures, in particular, practice yoga, has lots of applications. Apart from standard way of understanding, today yoga has been also understood very well through biomechanical principles. So lots of studies are being done to understand which particular joint, which particular muscle you want to work through a yoga posture. So this is the way, standard way of really studying this process. And we have lots of them where you can look at really joint angles. And if you really want to bring in a better alignment, and you can do it because it's all technology driven process. And you can also look at, you want to actually put little more joint movement of force, you can do it in that particular joint. And how exactly you can do it, yoga can facilitate that process. Also, the muscle activation pattern can be understood when you move from one practice to other practice, which is very essential. So we always pick these traditional concepts and try to translate it into modern understanding. So there is this standard definition, which is for asana spoken as Thiram Sukham Asanam. So a posture is something which is firm and pleasant. So when you bring the biomechanical components to understand the same, so we need some various important aspects of posture and a weight base, because that is the source. A plane of motion has to be very smooth, otherwise you lose your balance. The center of gravity, lane of gravity have to be very well coordinated, otherwise the alignment will never be achieved. The muscles, both agonists and antagonists, have to be very supportive. Otherwise, one is pulling, the other one is never practice, and you are established without any disturbance is what is being spoken in yoga. Another very definition given along with for the Sthiram Sukham Asanam is Prayatna Shantilyam Ananta Samapatibhyam. So to create any motion, you need force. Okay, Prayatna is needed. And when you reach the final position, it has to become very natural. So you have to drop that effort in a posture. And then what probably has been spoken. So this also probably gives us a process of transient acclimatization, in the sense be able to reach in that, maintain in that.
Hello, sir, your voice is not audible.
Yeah, I'm sorry for some network issues.
Thank you. Thank you.
The whole process.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir. Now it is clear, sir. Please continue.
So this is the whole process what yoga adopts when you really want to bring in these asanas and many other things into a fitness kind of a regime. And you certainly need to really understand these components very well if you want to make the best use of them. Otherwise, we will be just making people do some postures and without any goal being set, like what you do in your fitness regimes. The final important thing is samatva, the balance. So it is said that tato dvandva anabhigataha. So the seat is being conquered, the dualities do not obstruct an individual. So the pairs of opposites, what we are talking with respect to posture is the muscles, the joints, the proprioception, and of course the physiological processes. So we need to certainly work, and yoga has a very standard mechanism to work on it. Apart from asana, the second important aspect is the pranayama. So which you need to use very effectively, not just for sports and fitness, but also during this COVID phase, because it is a respiratory condition. And we have seen very effectively the practice of specific breathing techniques can have an impact on actually preventing lots of issues. So it is said that chale vate chale chittam nischalam nischalo bhavit yogis tanutvam apnoti thado vayu nirodayet. So the prana moves when the prana moves, the mind moves, or the chitta moves. And when the prana is without any movement, the chitta also remains without any movement. So that's the whole fundamental principle which is used in pranayama. This is just for your information. There are various techniques in which you operate on some part of the process. Like in Kapalabhati, you change the rate. Like in Bastrika, you change the depth of breathing. Like in Kumbhak pranayamas, breath holding pranayamas, you actually hold your breath either internal or external. There are few pranayamas you do breathing in or out through the mouth, and few pranayamas you use uni-nostril or both the nostrils. like Surya Anuloma, Chandra Anuloma. And in special practices like Brahmari, you use resonance or chanting. So when we looked at people just do a lot of breathing and without having an idea what exactly we are actually looking at, we wanted to create an evidence for its use. So we have done lots of these studies to understand what happens to your brain and your brain functions when you do these pranayamas. And what was important to understand was Kapalabhati, which is very popular practice, has demonstrated after doing Kapalabhati, it actually slows down your electrical activity of the brain. So, okay, so particularly in eyes closed state, after Kapalabhati, it takes up the prominent alpha in your EEG. And also, when you actually look at various other aspects, like in particular, the blood flow to the brain, which people are really worried about. We have done a couple of studies to demonstrate when you actually do two different practices, breath holding as well as Bastrika, which is very high frequency yoga breathing. So there is a reduction in the end diastolic volume and as well as various indices of the blood flow, including pulsatility index in Bastrika compared to the increase in the end diastolic volume and systolic volume as well as the pulsatility index during Kumbhaka. So we have to be a bit careful when we use these techniques in various conditions, because it is not that every practice has got the same effect. So there are few publications from the West talking about high frequency yoga breathing leading to stroke, leading to various other complications. So instead of telling that there are no side effects, we have to use them effectively with an underlying clarity that who can use it and for how long they should use it. As I said, breathing through a particular nostril has a very good relevance. And it is said that when you do specific activities, your particular nostril has to be active. So imagine you have to actually run very fast as an athlete. It is said that here, when people used to go for hunting, so their right nostril was supposed to be very active. Then the sympathetic activation happens, focused attention comes, many things happen. So probably we can use lots of, and these are some of the studies demonstrating how right nostril breathing can increase and increase blood pressure and blood flow to, along with improving memory, etc. And on contrary, the left nostril breathing actually reduces blood pressure and
Participants, be with us because of network issues. So not able to connect with us. Within few minutes, he will connect with us. Please bear this network issues. Pranesh?
Yes, sir. Sir joined, sir.
Can you? Yeah, sir has joined. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. There is
No
some
problem.
I'm coming to actually moving to the last part of my presentation. So just wanted to give the idea that how effectively you can use these practices when you really want to use yoga for various reasons. So I was just talking about the right nostril, left nostril breathing, which has opposite effects. And you can use them effectively whenever it is needed. And in particular, alternate nostril breathing has got a balancing effect. So when an individual with high blood pressure practices alternate nostril breathing, it can decrease the blood pressure, while somebody with a low blood pressure has been demonstrated to increase blood pressure. This is something very, very difficult to understand. But that's the specialty of yoga, empowering an individual physiological function. Bhastrika, which I was talking about, the high frequency yoga breathing, may be very important for sports personnel or in fitness freaks, because it can probably increase your reaction time, reflex response to a stimulus, which is very crucial in all these individuals. They have to take the decisions in split seconds. One more study which we have done using pranayama is in professional swimmers, where when you give pranayama, it has been demonstrated to improve the lung functions and makes an individual to the ability to hold their breath for longer duration. So probably it is very essential in professional swimmers to train their respiratory endurance, and pranayama probably has an amazing thing to contribute. And the last part is meditation, which is used effectively in yoga, but also in various other, along with as part of various other protocols. So we believe that meditation is a state in which there is reasoning, reflection, and bliss. So meditation is not to make you a kind of a saint where you sit below a tree and just don't do anything. But meditation is a process which actually empowers and make you do every activity most effectively. That's what is probably missed otherwise. So some of the studies have demonstrated various types of meditation, like Brahma Kumari Raj Yoga meditation, Om meditation, Vipassana meditation, cyclic meditation. Each one of them have their own different physiological responses, and you need to identify which meditation practice is most suitable for a given activity. It's also demonstrated that it's not just the function of the body, but it can also change the structure of the body. A study conducted in US demonstrated that when you do yoga, it can increase the cortical thickness. The interesting part is that you can look at the areas like the subcortical gray matter in right insula and hippocampal region. And a couple of other studies also demonstrated that it is very consistent with many studies that anterior cingulate, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and regions of limbic system are active when you do meditation. And these are the areas which regulate your attention. These are the areas which regulate your executive functions, and these are the areas which regulate your emotions. So probably this is an amazing evidence to demonstrate that as a sports personnel or any individual with any ups and downs, you want to really regulate all this, yoga is one of the best tools. We had also looked at another study where the phases of meditation, like people are interested only when you do meditation, what happens, but we wanted to understand when you get into meditation, the phases are very well defined in ancient texts, like chanchalata, ekagrata, dharana, and dhyana. So when chanchalata compared with ekagrata, dharana, dhyana, these were the results. And it demonstrated very clearly that when you actually get into ekagrata, so there are lots of thoughts, but these are all focused thoughts, and the disturbing thoughts reduces. But when you get into single thought state, dharana, intense focusing, the number of thoughts are going to reduce significantly. As you can see here, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is one which is very active, and also in other areas where the limbic cortex has been shown to show some activation. Whereas in dhyana phase, true meditation phase, there's a lot of inhibition happening apart from very selective activation. Probably that's what we talk in yoga, that distractions are taken out and you have single pointed focus, and that's what is needed for many people. This is one important technique, cyclic meditation. Lots of studies have been done. It demonstrated that the information processing in your brain can be speeded up when you do stimulation and relaxation. You can reduce the oxygen consumption significantly. With lower oxygen consumption, your performance can be enhanced. So that's what, with lower reserves, you can perform for longer duration is what the message what we get through this study. So having said that, meditation hence has been characterized as a state of alertful rest, and the sensory perception is enhanced and more accurate, and it improves judgment and planning, and one has to be aware of it but not reactive to an external stimuli. So you know what to do rather than simply react, which is very essential for all these. So let me just end with greatest personalities, what they have to say about yoga for their own sport. This is LeBron James. All of you are very familiar with him. So he says that I do Pilates and yoga to stay in front of the curve. So that's what I spoke all through, that how it can give you that edge. And I feel like it's helping him, and there are a lot of scientific studies needed probably to support. So he makes it very good, very important statement that he is not a guru to talk about. So Djokovic, a tennis player, is a very hardened yoga practitioner, and he believes very strongly that meditation and yoga are probably providing that optimal push which is needed for his sport. And we also, Serena Williams, and she also helps in a yoga studio to make people understand and practice yoga. And she says that I wanted to get really fit, and that's where yoga and Pilates have really have been taken as a big important tool. And this is very well known. Each one of the individual in Indian cricket team are hardened practitioners of yoga, and it has become a part of their routine. And also the IPL teams take yoga as one of the important, adjunct along with their fitness training. And many others, like American football players to others, all of them give actually yoga as one of the very important tool, and they have developed protocols for improving performance in specific sport, and this is what all about talking about. And the soccer kings, David Beckham, to all other individuals who are involved like Cristiano Ronaldo, all of them have taken yoga and meditation as an important aspect in their life. So it is not just during COVID, but also it is during other period. We need to redefine the success mantra as somebody who is physically strong, mentally relaxed, yet focused, emotionally balanced, intellectually powerful, and spiritually evolved is what the success mantra probably needed for every individual, each one of us as we move forward. And finally, I just would like to say that it is very important for us to mend our mind to bend our body. So otherwise we put a lot of effort to bend our body. So before that, please mend your mind. So sharpen your mind, make your mind more participative. So your fitness is 100% mental. Your body won't go where your mind doesn't push it. So it is needed essentially that your mind works. So your body can stand almost anything. So if it's your mind that you can have it to convince. And we always believe very strongly in yoga that once you control your mind, you can conquer your body. So I'm not telling that it's give all the importance to the mind, but yoga has all the tools to work at both the levels, body, mind. And if you go one step ahead, it also takes you to higher levels of being, which is Vijnanamaya Kosha and Anandamaya Kosha. So with this, I thank Dr. Sawant, Dr. Kishore, and all the organizing committee members for giving me an opportunity to share some facts about yoga, how we can use them to empower an individual, not just for fitness regime, but also to tackle the periods of COVID. Thank you very much. And it's my great pleasure and privilege to be with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Manjunath Sharma. Sir, your message to the entire youth of the country as well as entire population in all the age groups you highlighted that how yoga can be more and more effective in scientific way, not only for the general population, but also it is very, very important for the sports fraternities, especially for the outstanding sports persons who represents our country at highest level of competitions. Really, it is a so scientific session, and I feel we are so lucky enough to have such wonderful, great scientist of yoga to have as a resource person to this international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga. I'm grateful to you, sir, on behalf of Sports Authority of India and my principal, Dr. G. Kishore, and my colleagues, organizing committee. I feel very grateful and thankful to you for sparing your valuable time and delivering a very wonderful lecture. I'm sure it will be highly beneficial for all the participants. And sir, I request you, you are the mentor to the youth generation. You please spare your time in future to share your knowledge and to bless to the youth in the field of yogic sciences in scientific way, how the meditation helps for the sportsman as well as a common physical educationist as well as youth, either college or school students. It's great. On behalf of all my colleagues, I feel I'm grateful to you in inviting you. Really, thank you so much for your sparing a wonderful session and delivering a wonderful lecture to the session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sawant. And really sorry for some technical issues. I hope the message has reached.
No, sir, it is a technical matter, but you have delivered a wonderful session, and it is really, we are very thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. My privilege.
Thank you so much to the very, very esteemed deemed university, yes, Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore. Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker, friends. Next speaker, I would like to invite a personality in the field of physical education and fitness, a best administrator of the country, sports administrator, a very dynamic personality who keeps a very high broad look, and for him the sky is the limit. A person who served in the field of physical education and in the organization of Sports Authority of India since many years in various capacities as a director, additional director, advisor to the many sports universities, and who is actually holding a very prominent position, especially in southern region, Sports Authority of India, LNCPE, Kerala. He is none other than Dr. G. Kishore, principal, director, man of action, a man of patience, and a very prominent sports person of George University, Gwalior, and ex-alumni of Lakshmi National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior. On behalf of Sports Authority of India and on behalf of all the sports fraternity of the countries and across the world and organizing committee, and on my personal behalf, a very warm welcome for your session, sir. Dr. G. Kishore, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mahendra Sawant sir. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you so much. So we have heard from many distinguished and eminent speakers, including the topmost rated people in the field of physical education and yoga. And though we are enlightened, the speaking gets us into monotony, and we feel need to feel little refreshed. So being yoga a holistic way of life, I think that we will have some real yoga now. I will just show a few glimpses of yoga being performed by our Sai LNCP Trivandrum athletes on the occasion of International Yoga Day, so that we'll get our mind refreshed and we'll put into action and we will have a real feel of yoga.
सचराचर परिपूर्णा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं सचराचर परिपूर्णा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं नित्यानन्द स्वरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं नित्यानन्द स्वरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् सचराचर परिपूर्णा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं सचराचर परिपूर्णा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं नित्यानन्द स्वरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं नित्यानन्द स्वरूपा शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहम् आनन्दोऽहम् 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 शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं
Thank you so much. I think that would have given you a feeling of yoga, and also the beautiful surroundings which we took near the Kovalam beach where we had this demonstration done. As you see, these are our athletes who are from different sports discipline undergoing various academic courses. But since we have yoga as a compulsory subject here, all of them are required to learn yoga and they do practice yoga. So I'll come back to my subject. We are today here on the occasion of international webinar on sports science, physical fitness and yoga during post-pandemic COVID-19. Though it is written as post-pandemic, we are at the midst of it. We are yet to become the post-COVID, but I think we need to take all precautions and forearmed. We need to be forearmed with all required steps and all required knowledge to fight it out and to see that we can do the best to the community and society. So let us look into this, what exactly one need to attain in life. The attainment of life or what, and the yoga practice has got a lot of resemblance. The gurus and the Indian traditional wisdom, through that our knowledge which has transpired from years immemorial, has always advocated to have a wholesome feeling of life, and yoga is what the attainment of it. That is the self-realization, the journey of the self through the self, so that you can attain the salvation. So that's what yoga means, and it cannot be just confined to four walls of maybe some of the segments. But we would like to pick up some of these segments which are of most importance and which are of relevance at this point of time. And thus we have chosen these fields of sports science, physical fitness, and also relate it with the present crisis. Next, please. So we are in life, despite all what we are into, we are all in the race of life to achieve many things. We want to, we want to contribute, we want to achieve, and we want to excel in various walks of life. But many times we forget that how the basic requirement to do that is our health and our fitness. But this becomes more relevant at a time when we are challenged of that. That how much of importance, how much of significance is there for the health and fitness of a person. So it is irrespective of the age, irrespective of the gender, it determines the quality of life. And if it is lost, or if it is, though it is, everything is, we lose considerably in life, the quality is lost. So it is imperative that we always keep our health with utmost care and also nurture it, so that we in our life we can attain whatever we are destined or whatever we are target. So nothing is more important than health and fitness of any human being. Healthy and fit people really enjoy their life very happily and peacefully. So it is truly said by our elders that health is wealth. And in order to maintain good health, we need to properly take care of the hygiene, sanitation around us, and we have to eat and a complete food in a timely manner. To keep the body in good health is the duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep our mind strong and clear. So that is what you could see in these pictures. We can do a person doing exercise. We can do the importance of good diet. And also you can see in that small thali, we have put a dumbbell and a skipping rope also, and a measuring tape. So this will show us how it is important. What are the ingredients required for maintaining a good health, maintaining fitness and health. So it is a combination, and yoga offers you all this, and it gives you all this together, including the mental, physical, spiritual, and also emotional well-being. So no other activity or no other physical exercises or types can offer you such a wholesome balance for one's development and for one's well-being and for one's health. So that is why the reasons that, the traditional Indian wisdom has always given the due for yoga and its practice from time immemorial. And that is why it was practiced almost 5,000 years back. And the first and foremost universities of the world, Nalanda and Takshashila, had yoga also as a part of the curriculum. Next, please. So it is a part of our culture. And the ancient Indian universities, they have the yogic practices and as a part of curriculum. It is mentioned in all the Vedas and few more ancient writings of Indian culture. Yoga implies that the individual is united with the universe, the personality with the universality. And the science of yoga accelerate the return of many to one. And all the experiences and experiments of the rishis and sages through thousands of years are collectively referred under the term yoga. So it is a science as it is. So I am not an expert in yoga where I can explain all this, but as anyone in the field of physical education and sports, these fundamental things, fundamental knowledge, which one need to be aware of. And being so much of given priority all over the world, and every Indian need to know the basic facts about yoga and need to have an interest generated into it so that you can get the best out of it. So this, if you take in a limited perspective, or maybe the immediate need, if at all one is interested, now these are all some of the things which benefits you through practice of yoga. So that improves sleep. A person who practices yoga, you will definitely have a good sleep, sound sleep, better quality sleep. Then again, of course, that will improve your immunity, lowers the blood pressure and the glucose levels. So you will have, your mind will, once your blood pressure is normal, and of course you will become more cool and calm, and your mental health will definitely be of better, and you will lose weight. Your blood flow will be increased, and you will have better flexibility. You will not develop unnecessarily obesity, and you will help the unnecessary weight to be lost. And you will boost the happiness. You will have a feeling of wellness. One who practices regular yoga will have the feeling of wellness and builds muscle and strength also, and also the strength of the bones. So these are some of the benefits, though yoga cannot be confined to just benefits of a few of its, but as of now, we need to be more concerned, since we are more concerned about the immediate benefits, or which you can fight against this COVID-19 and its after effects. So these are the things through which we can campaign, and also we can market in better way, so that we can have a mass, we can have more participants attracted towards yoga and as performance of yoga. So it improves the respiratory function. You see that once the COVID-19 especially affects the respiratory system and respiratory disorders, it affects the lungs. So practices of yoga helps in controlling an individual's mind, body, and soul. It brings together the physical, mental disciplines to achieve peaceful body and mind, and it helps to manage the stress and anxiety and keep you relaxing. It also helps in increasing flexibility, muscle strength, and body tone. So the more you practice yoga, the better your health is, especially on your respiratory system. If you practice pranayama, so that the functioning, the breathing process, which is fundamental for one's life, will automatically get improved, and you will have more immunity, you will have better respiratory function. And it is an individual gift to the ancient tradition, and is a holistic way of developing one's immune system. Next, please. So yoga is the journey of the self through the self, and to the self. This is from the Bhagavad Gita. That is what we have shown, we have seen, that yoga and pranayama has been the face of Indian culture to the rest of the world. In the race of becoming the sports superpower, we must not give up our own traditional physical culture, yoga and martial art and Kalaripayat, like a traditional martial, which has been the way of life of a healthy and fit Indian society. So this word, this about yoga, this definition about yoga, that yoga is the journey of the self, through the self and to the self. If you that it has got a lot of resemblance to the meanings of to the definition of education too. So it is it's a way in which you can explore yourself, you can find yourself, and it is has got a deep meaning. And we need to realize ourselves that these are our own the traditional wisdom and which has evolved out of our culture. And also not only this, the various our own traditional games and sports and traditional martial arts. Like in the case of Kerala, we had that martial art Kalaripayat, which has got a lot of contributing factors, a lot of things which can contribute to your health and well-being. So how yoga helps in the immune system? We will just go a little more deep into it next. That practicing interventions like legs up, wall head, the headstand, shoulder stand, etc. It circulates the lymphatic fluids. It is being proved through research that if you put your body upside down, that is you have got the various yogic exercises, yoga like headstand, shoulder stand. So what happens is that the lymphatic fluid will get more circulation, and it get rid of the toxins from the blood, our blood, and shoots cells of immunity and fight infection. So you can detoxify yourself, and you can get more cells, RBC counts, for your better immunity and to fight infection. The more oxygen we take into our legs, the more oxygenated our blood is. And when we have more oxygen available in the RBC, we can carry more oxygen to different parts of the body, and which contributes towards increase of immunity. The regular practice of yoga, where a lot of stress is given to developing proper breathing, that you will develop that each asana is prescribed, that the way in which you should do it with along coinciding with the breathing technique. So regular practice will help you to have better intake of oxygen, and also draining out the toxins, and including more circulation to the lymphatic fluids, and thus you will have better immunity built in. Next please. So this is what it is, the body and mind benefits, where 35% increase in flexibility after 8 weeks of yoga. This is all being proved through research that you can improve your flexibility, and that once your flexibility is better, that your aging process will be reduced, and you can be able to control your aging by practicing yoga and having to ensure that your flexibility of the body of various joints are properly taken care of. And of course, you'll get stronger immunity. Your core strength would be better, because most of this exercise focus on your abdomen, and so that your core strength improves. You will have better energy, more heart health, and the posture defects which can happen can also be prevented. You will not gain overweight. You can lose the unnecessary weight, excess weight. By you will having regular practice, you will have better inner peace, tranquility, and calmness in mind. You will have emotional control when you will be able to attain self-control, and you will have better concentration and lower cholesterol level and balanced metabolism. So especially if you look into this pandemic and its importance, you can see that a lot of benefits through its regular practice. Improves the brain function, lowers the stress levels, because your stress levels are quite high during the pandemic. You are worried what will happen to you, your near and dear, and how to face it, and all other allied problems. So the stress level will be more, you can become more calm, your mind can be more brought to more calm, it can be brought down, the stress level can be brought down, increase flexibility, improves the lungs capacity, lowers the blood pressure, reduces chronic pain, relieves anxiety, improves the sense of balance, increase self-awareness, builds stronger bonds, calms the mind, fosters resiliency, and so on. So these are all the benefits by regular practice. These are all, I think, for those who are regularly practicing, they are well aware about these benefits. And once you do it, make it to your community, your society to the practice, you can see that the better immunity and better well-being of the society. Next, please. So you can play. Yoga can play a significant role in psychosocial care and rehabilitation of the COVID-19 patient in quarantine and isolation. They are particularly useful in allaying their fears and anxiety. This is what is being the guidelines where Ministry of Ayush and has already been propagating. So it can, especially, we are all aware that the COVID-19 has spread so much of panic in the society. And not only those who are affected, but the entire section of society is affected by the scare of getting infected, or if you are infected, then what will be the post-COVID problems and what other related issues. So it can be, this can all be taken care by regular practice. Regular, and it can be a psychosocial care. And so, socially also, we can make the individuals, make the people more aware, and you can give them more motivation and feel that you can be rehabilitated and you can get back to life with the same vigor and health. So let us set into wellness and health and fitness. So we know that fitness as an ingredient itself has got a lot of benefits. So it helps in mental well-being, stress management, nutrition and diet, lifestyle, disease prevention, cure, exercise, happiness and emotional well-being. So if you take only as yoga for your maintaining your fitness, then too you can see that it will help you in many ways and to help to get better fitness of your body and mind. So it's a comprehensive and of holistic nature. Yogic principle helps to strengthen and develop positive health and enabling us to withstand stress better. And yogic health insurance has achieved by normalizing the perception of stress and optimizing the reaction to it, and by releasing the pent-up stress effectively. Yoga is a holistic and integral science of life, dealing with physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health of individual and society, and is being practiced as an alternative healthcare and practice, and is the yoga practice of all hues and colors is considered cure for a meaningful life and living, and its orientation to a comprehensive health, both individual and social, and makes it worthy to practice for the people of all religions, races, and nationalities. That is how we are now celebrating International Yoga Day on the 21st of June, and you can see that this is becoming more popular all over the world. Next, please. So this is a short video on how it is being in India, it is being propagated, and our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji himself practices yoga, and he himself has released this video, which shows us about its importance on health and fitness. Honorable Sports Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, who also is a regular practitioner of yoga and also very exercise and fitness.
आकाश की गहराइयों में एक नदी से बह रहे हैं आदि योगी, शून्य सन्नाटे टपकते जा रहे हैं, मौन से सब कह रहे हैं आदि योगी, योग के स्पर्श से अब योग में करना है तन मन, सांस शाश्वत सनन सननन, प्राण गुंजन धनन गणनन, उतरे मुझ में आदि योगी, योग धारा छलक छन छन, सांस शाश्वत सनन सननन, प्राण गुंजन धनन गणनन.
So these two videos, it gives a clear message that from the Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Sports Minister themselves are giving a lot of priority and importance for yoga, and they themselves are practicing exercise and yoga on regular basis. So something to motivate each and every countryman. Let us understand a little more on the fitness, that it is a state of health and well-being, and more specifically the ability to perform aspects of sports, occupation and daily activities. Maybe irrespective of whichever walk of life you are or whichever area of domain you are. The physical fitness is where somewhere if you have will contribute to your resourcefulness. And it is generally achieved through proper nutrition, moderate vigorous physical exercise and sufficient rest. So it is a combination of this, and a proper practice of yoga will enable you to have most of the elements which are required in the physical fitness, because it will get you exercised, you will have better mental control, you will have better sleep, and also you will attain inner peace. And regular exercise and physical activity promotes strong muscles and bones, and it improves respiratory, cardiovascular health and overall health. So there is a strong connection between physical fitness and mental health. Exercise improves mental health by reducing anxiety and depression and the negative mood by improving self-esteem and cognitive function. Exercise has also been found to alleviate the symptoms of low self-esteem and social withdrawal. So, we all are aware that, regular practice of exercise will improve your functioning, the cognitive functioning. We know if you do exercise regularly, it will improve the function of your brain along with the body. You will have more neurons produced in your body, which will help your better cognitive function. And you will have better self-esteem, because regularly exercising and participating in sports, you know how to control yourself. You will learn from failures, you will learn from defeat, and you will have better self-control. And it is not only fitness, exercise which matters for fitness, that you should also give due priority to food, what you take, that you should have a balanced diet, a nutritious diet, and a healthy diet along with exercise. Then your health and fitness can be taken care of, and you can be guaranteed of. So we can know that all over the world, the practicing of yoga has increased. In the opening remarks, the Honorable Chancellor of Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan has told that already 30 crore people regularly practice yoga. And out of this, 10 million American practice yoga in 2016, which has already would have come up. It is from 2012, there is a rise of 4 million to 10 million. And this will further increase all over the world. So the people are getting more and more aware about the benefits of yoga. And there are more awareness, not only in our country, but all over the world. So in India, we have a system where we have different types of exercises. We have got traditional various games, martial arts, dances, and various types of exercises. And we can get involved into any of these which will ensure, but it should be something which you should do it not for a day or a two. It should be something we should do all throughout the year, 365 days. Next, please. So it is an integral part of education. What does education look into? Education look into the development, wholesome development of one's personality. So it requires it requires a fit body, it requires a fit mind and fit environment. Through practice of yoga, you will learn to live and learn to empower, and you are learn to live in harmony. If you see the definitions of education from the ancient past, the Rig Veda, it is written that education is something which makes a man self-reliant and selfless. Upanishads has said education is that whose end product is salvation. And Swami Shankaracharya has said that education is the realization of self. And Kautilya, education means training of the country and loving of the nation. And if you see the yoga, what it is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita is proven. Yoga is the journey of the self through the self and to the self. So you can say that there is resemblance of the definition of education and the definition of yoga. So it means that a person who performs yoga or practices yoga naturally gets educated because it is a journey, and of the self and through the self and to the self you will get self-realization and you will attain salvation, which can be through which if you practice regular yoga. So that is why gradually these the definitions which we have got for education from the time immemorial, this wisdom was always there in the mind of all these great persons and in our scriptures. Next, please. Next. So if you see the definitions given about education by Mahatma Gandhi also, education is the all-round development of and drawing out of the best in a child's body, mind and spirit. So we know that if practice of yoga, it's possible that we can have the all-round development. So that how the yoga contributes towards the education and how much of relevance it has got in the education process. And Swami Vivekananda ji has said that you will be nearer to heaven through football, through the study through football than through the study of Gita. So it has that shows that how much of importance is there that you can derive through physical exercise and sports, so that you will become a perfect person by whatever is being said in the scriptures can be attained through physical exercises and practice of yoga and other practices and exercises. So the ancient what is being read in the Indian contemporary Indian society, there were a lot of misconceptions about practicing of exercise and participating in sports. So it was written that it was propagated that Prathoge likhoge, benoge nawab, and kheloge kudoge benenge kharab. This was something a wrong notion which has crept into the Indian society, but now it has been changed. And it is said that kheloge kudoge benoge lajawab. Actually, this was the meaning, and that is what in the Indian education system has always been propagating. So we have got a lot of initiatives by the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs and Sports Authority of India to propagate the fitness. We have got the Fit India program initiated by by our Ministry of Sports, and we have got different types of activities where like Fit India School Week, and then we have various other campaigns from time to time, skipping, rock skipping campaign, cycling campaign, and so many other campaigns are organized, and virtually also where one can participate and take the merits of Fit India movement. So when we are in we are faced during the COVID pandemic, the mindset has drastically changed. We have to think differently. It's a matter of survival. Many priorities have gone, have changed, have been deviated. So how can we overcome this great challenge? So we can, that many things which we see that it is not possible, we can do it through virtual mode. We can make our children, we can if it's during even through the lockdown, we can use the online sessions, virtual sessions. We can engage our children through dance and music, through video games, skipping rope, some sort of minor exercises to keep your body and mind healthy. And yoga could be the best way to outreach to everyone, and which can be practiced with limited facilities, even within the house, within one's own house, with maybe in a balcony or in a drawing room, or maybe small courtyard, you will be able to practice and these basic exercises. And yoga also is the best way out whether you can get your children exercised and keep them healthy at home. So it can be, where you can bring the child at least 30 minutes a day, or for the adults, and at least 1 hour where we can, and WHO recommends that all healthy adults must exercise 30 minutes a day, and children should at least exercise 1 hour, which is known to all of us. So it is, what are some tips which are known to all of us during walk up and down the stairs, if you have got staying in a multi-story building, some stretching exercises at home or in the near your house, some dance in case of ladies, and if you're more interested, some music, dance which you can perform. Nowadays there are a lot of available Zumba dance. We have got other types of exercises, which rhythmic exercises through which you can dance and perform, maybe even on our own traditional dances like Bhangra and other dances is very good for exercising. Rhythmic dances, various types of Indian traditional dances can be used. And also more ideas and research, you can be more inquisitive so that you can learn more ideas online to keep yourself healthy and fit. So what is the conclusion? So in this deadly pandemic greatly affects your body. So even after winning the battle with the corona virus, it has effects on our body. This virus makes your body weak, and the side effects of coronavirus can be cured with the help of yoga, asanas as home remedies. So we can propagate this, that the best way, first of all, to immune it, to prevent this from happening. Even if it happens, this can be practicing yoga in the prescribed way of a physician. After it is being affected, gradually we can get rid of the various side effects, or sort of the weakened body can be strengthened through it. So yoga can be a powerful tool to deal with the lockdown, uncertainty, and isolation. So practicing yoga during the pandemic at home, it's a powerful tool that you can, during this uncertainty, so that you can get rid of the isolation as well as to maintain physical and mental well-being. Coronavirus is said to damage the respiratory system, and yoga and pranayama, the breathing exercise, improves the functioning of lungs and helps pumping oxygen-rich blood cells to all cells of the body. And this is what we will be immensely benefited of. Your respiratory system can be highly benefited, and can regular exercise, your efficiency of your lungs and the respiratory system can be improved, which will have a tremendous impact in preventing, and also in case it is affected, to get back to normal stage. Yoga can great help to prevent and keep it at bay. This is known to everyone, but I think it needs a campaign, to propagate it to each and everyone, so that we can use this COVID pandemic this time to propagate more the practice of yoga and exercises, physical exercise and fitness, so that more people can be brought to the fold of yoga and exercise and sports, and we can successfully overcome this great challenge which we are all facing, and emerge victory after the pandemic. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patient hearing and attention.
Thank you very much, sir. It's really, I'm really surprised. I'm wonder how a great sports administrator can have a keen enthusiasm in learning, teaching yoga practices. I'm really surprised, sir. It's so fantastic session and so much informative. And also you have presented the example of honorable prime ministers regularly performing yoga practices. Also honorable sports ministers involvement through yoga for keeping acquiring maximum physical fitness for our mind body, and how the best way to develop mind body coordination. It is really fantastic, sir. Sir, you have highlighted on the importance of yoga, benefits of yoga. Yoga improves respiratory function. It has been proved, and really it is the great need of this at present society. The respiratory function is very, very important for human life. You highlighted on yoga is a journey of the self, through the self, as per the Bhagavad Gita. Sir, really it is a very, very fantastic. This actually, uh, yoga is the journey of self through the self, Bhagavad Gita says. So this journey, you have given the hints to all the youth and population that please adopt the yoga practices, go through and realize yourself, the self, who are and how the best we can acquire maximum mental and physical fitness through this self journey. Pranayama you highlighted, sir. Pranayama is very important, and due to pranayama, we can uh, overcome so much health elements. Yoga is actually helps in martial arts as well as collaborative sports of combatives. Sir, it is really excellent way you have presented, and you have collaborated yoga as a way of helping to combat sports as well as martial art, and how it is in mind body coordination when an individual fights involves in the combative sports. So how to control our actions, how to apply the actions. So you have introduced yoga as one of the best application to the mind and body. Yoga as a therapy also you have highlighted, sir. It's great. And also you have highlighted physical fitness and fitness 365 days. Physical fitness, you are keenly involved. We know, sir, entire country is watching your physical fitness exercises regularly. And sir, physical fitness along with the yoga practices is the boost for the mental and physical fitness. Fitness 365 days. It's great, sir. Fit India, fit body, fit mind, and fit environment. And finally, we can see the fit India. If we want to really be physically fit body, and we should be fit in mind and fit environment. So your message for the entire country, for the entire youth of college, universities, and school students, it is there that fit mind, fit body. And if we want to practice regularly, if we are practicing regularly, definitely we can create the fit environment. It is really an excellent message, sir, for us. And finally, you have highlighted yoga and pranayam, the collaboration, coordination. If we adopt, we accept. I assure you on behalf of all the participants and sports fraternities, physical educationists of the country, I assure you, sir, definitely at least every day, 30 minutes or minimum 20 minutes will perform yoga practices, yoga asanas and pranayam during this COVID-19 pandemic situation, sir. Thank you so much. Your great message to us, and it is a great awareness made by your excellent presentation of slides also. It is really, sir, miraculous. The way you presented slides, the way you explained, it is a really, it is a light, it is a ray of, ray of hopes. Or when sunrise we witness, we feel very happy and pleasure at every slide you have presented a fantastic way. On behalf of my colleagues, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, my esteemed organization, and all the students of LNCP, all the eminent coaches of SAI, all my colleagues, friends, and organizing committee. I really feel a great privilege for thanking you, sir. In spite of your busy schedule as a sports administrator, you have conducted the session for the participants, and you have given us plenty of wonderful, fantastic knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. G. Kishore, a very prominent principal and director of Sai Kerala region. Thank you so much, sir. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the
Thank you so much, sir. Over to Dr. Sanju Patil, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I like to invite Dr. Manmat Garote, sir, as a speaker. I feel if I not read his profile, he's a wonderful person at heart, an inspirer and a motivator. About him, he is having a PhD in physical education, which is the first PhD from Mumbai University. He has written and published more than 25 publications based on scientific manuscripts, and some of them are like therapeutical references in traditional yoga texts, Amanasaka Yoga, Amruta Vakyam of Gorakanatha, contributions of Swami Kaivalananda in the field of yoga and physical education, miracles, wisdom of Sadguru Sri Satam Maharaj, essence of spirituality, critical edition of selected yoga Upanishads, Trishika Brahman Upanishads, Yoga Kundalini Upanishad, Yoga Kudamani Upanishads, Mandala Brahman Upanishads, Nada Bindu Upanishads, Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, and Sir has conducted more than 125 yoga conference in Latin America countries, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, European countries as Germany, Italy, Norway, Portugal, Asian countries as Thailand and Sri Lanka. He also conducted 10 international yoga conferences and 4 international yoga workshops. Under his guidance, 4 students completed PhD and 14 students completed MPhil in physical education. Sir has a greater experience and thus he is a motivator. Today he is there with us on behalf of Sai LNCP, Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Bihar School of Yoga, Vyasa from Bangalore, Bangalore, and behalf of PEFI and Fitness 365. I welcome you for this beautiful session, sir. Platform is yours. Participants are eagerly waiting for your valuable words.
May I connect my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Sir, can you present that one, sir?
Yeah, just a minute. Yes.
At the bottom, sir, it is at the bottom. slide share.
Yeah, it will come, and I will just share the slide. Yeah.
Okay, okay, sir. Yes.
It will come.
No problem, sir. Please continue, sir.
I will continue. It will come. Yes.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, Shri Gurubhyo Namah. Time is running. Time is very short, and 30 minutes given to me, and I try to cover the topics in stipulated time. But first of all, it's a privilege to be a part of this Sai Trivandrum, which is the second international webinar organized by. And the topic given to me is importance of yoga for mental and emotional health in pandemic. If you see the theme of this webinar, the role of sports science, physical fitness, and yoga Thank you.
Yes.
Now, the theme of this webinar is role of sports sciences, physical fitness, and yoga during post-pandemic COVID. And thanks to Dr. Manjunath sir, also thanks to Dr. Kishore sir, because most of the points they covered, and it is little bit easy for me to speak something about that. I'm just continuing same thread, and as the topic is related to this main theme, there are certain questions to be understood today. My targeted group is a common people today, and I want to restrict up to this common people, common platform. So number of questions are there to be understood today. And they are, what is the present situation of a common man? Because tremendous amount of impact is there of pandemic. So what is the present situation of a common man today? And what is the meaning of health in yogic point of view? And why yoga for health? So some question we would like to see today. So here, if we see the present situation, present scenario, there is a great imbalance between external situation and our own lifestyle. And it is very difficult for all of us to manage both the things. And that's why, unfortunately, we are restless both internally and externally. We don't know what is to be done. And it affects our whole personality. Now this pandemic, this virus is creating havoc. And due to that, this whole situation, whole scenario is difficult. I would like to quote a very important sentence Dr. Kishore sir just told to us. And he said, this pandemic is creating panic. And this panic is created at our mental level and emotional level. And due to that, we are in the grip of frustration, phobia is there, depression is there, conflict is there, negativity also part of our life. And we are suffering with anxiety disorders. Number of psychosomatic disorders are there. Stress-related problems are there. And it is the need of the hour to concentrate our all the observations on our mental and emotional levels. Because the key of success today is our mental state. The key of success is our emotional state. I would like to give one reference, very interesting reference. When we talk about mental health, unfortunately, Indian says not talk topic in India. Because they feel people should not think about mental health. They are talking about physical fitness, but they are not talking about mental health. They are not talking about emotional awareness, emotional stability. It is a very alarming result, alarming observation I would like to keep in front of you. And just try to understand, this is prior to pandemic. This is before the pandemic. These numbers are before the pandemic. And WHO is telling mental instability and illness constituted 1/6 of the health disorders in India. It means 20 crore patients are there as far as mental problems are concerned. And It is nearly 15% of our global mental health and mental disorders patients. It is the need of the hour to think about our mental and emotional stability. So here, as everyone is talking about, the key of success is our mental health. Because if mental health is disturbed, it affects our physical personality, mental personality, emotional personality, social and spiritual as well. So why yoga then? Because perhaps yoga is the only subject who is treating at your all the 5 aspects of personality. In this world, we find number of people are there, those are physically fit, but not mentally. Some are mentally fit, but not socially. Some are socially fit, but not physically. Number of drawbacks are there. And the question is how to achieve our integrated personality. Because today we don't want only holistic health, we want holistic health. We have to consider health at all the 5 aspects of our personality. We want physical fitness, we want mental stability, we want emotional steadiness, we want social upliftment, and at the same time, we need spiritual development as well. And then question comes, is there any subject by which we can achieve integrated personality, integrated health? And the answer is yes, this is yoga. So that's why yoga is very important. But as I told you, my target group is common people. So today, I would like to tell you what is exactly going on with the common man and why yoga is there. See, there are 5 aspects of personality: physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual. If you are capable to understand this chart, you will understand where is the problem. Now, in this society, there are number of problems. Outside, number of problems. Society is also creating number of problems, and in society, there are number of problems. For example, virus. For example, different types of negativity. For example, phobia. Everything is there. And what is going on? As we are part of this society, always hammering is going on by this society at our emotional level. Now here, up to certain level, we are capable to cope up with this or such social problems or such external problems up to certain level. But the problem is, every time it is a hammering is going on at our emotional level. And up to certain level, it is possible for us to cope up. But then what happens? Our limit is finished. And we don't know what is to be done. And this body is so beautiful machine that automatically the problems which are at our emotional level are transferred at our lower personality, which is called mental personality. Now, the burden at emotional level is little bit released, but still burden is shifted to mental personality. For some period of time, we are feeling relaxed. But again, from social arena, different hammerings are going on, different problems are coming to our life. And now, emotional level is full, still hammering is going on, our mental level is also full. And we don't know what is to be done exactly, because no one taught us how to release the emotional problems, how to release the mental problems. Remember, in fact, problem is not in the problem. Problem is we don't know the solution for the problem. That is the problem. As and when we get solution for the problems, problem itself turns as an opportunity. So here, one thing we have to understand, that if our emotional personality, if our mental personality is strong, we can face any severe problem from the society. But if our emotional level, our mental level is not strong, that simple thing can create havoc, can create phobia, can create panic in our life. So here, society or social arena is giving number of problems at our emotional level. Emotional level is full. Now internally, emotional level try to shift some of the problems at mental level, but after some time, again, mental level is full. What is to be done? And again, I would like to say, this body is beautiful machine created by this divinity. And then internally, we make some adjustment and we try to shift mental problems at physical level. But here, very important thing we have to understand. From emotional level, problems are shifted at mental level. But from mental level, when there is a shifting is going on, there is not the problem shifting, it is just symptoms shifting is going on. Problems are still at mental level. Problems are still at emotional level. Only symptoms are shifted at physical level, and that's why it is a simple logic. It is no use of creating or treating the symptoms. We have to treat the problems, and that's why we should know how to treat the mind, how to treat emotions. So if the problems are shifting from emotional to mental, problems are shifting from mental to physical in reverse position at downward, can it be possible if we perform some of the practices through body which will affect at mental level or affect at emotional level? Is it possible? And the answer is yes, it is definitely possible. Yogic practices, if you perform regularly with understanding proper ancient fundamental principles, then automatically it is possible to reduce the burden at mental level as well as emotional level. But here is the problem. We don't know the fundamental principles of the practices of yoga which are to be performed from body. There are specific fundamental principles. I'll give an example. If I'll give one lock to you, you open, and I'll give you 100 of keys, but the main key, which is important for the lock, I won't give to you. Maybe you are trying, but it is useless because same key is not working because you don't have that. Same principle with yogic practices. If you are not capable to understand the fundamental principles, how to perform asana, how to perform pranayam, how to perform bandha and mudras, then whole life you may perform yogic practices, but it is of no use. So try to understand. All the fundamental principles are very important. So here, if you perform some of the yogic practices, observing fundamental principles through body, it will affect at your mental level, also affect at your emotional level. And that's why the first fundamental principle you have to understand that yogic practices are not physical, they are psychophysical in nature. You perform through body, but they are not for the body, they are for mind and higher aspects of your personality. Those who are capable to understand this, they are still staying in this world as a monk. And those who are not capable to understand, they are having phobias and frustration and conflicts and disorders and depressions and all such things. So remember here, what
Hello, sir. Participants, technical issues are there. Please bear with us. Within few seconds, sir will join with us. Sir. Hello. Sir, your voice is muted. Unmute, sir, please. Unmute.
Yeah,
Yes,
again I am connected.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir. Sir.
Again, can you make this slide bigger for me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Several limitations are there due to internet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that's why
That will be done, sir.
yeah, thank you. That's why it is said, rather to use the PowerPoint, it is better to put power in your point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's very important point.
So here, this is the common phenomena we have to understand. So from below, you can perform some of the practices through body, but for mental personality and emotional personality, which is the prime aspect. And from above, if you perform some of the spiritual practices, such as following yama and niyama, dharana, dhyana, chanting of mantras, or chanting of om, number of practice. Dr. Manjunath sir said beautifully. All the practices, if you perform, then from up, you get boosting, you get courage to develop your emotional state. And from below, if you practice some of the yogic practices, physical through body, you can develop your mental and emotional. So that is the whole phenomena. That's why we have to apply yoga in our life, because yoga is more psychological. So here we have to understand one thing very clearly, the mechanism of the diseases today. It is a chain of disease. All the activities are mental activity. Everywhere. Why it is all the practices are mental practices? Because in every activity, our mind is always involved. You have to understand, mind is always part of every activity. And therefore, the process of getting sick and of cure are essentially mental processes. Thus, all the disorders are psychosomatic in nature. Now, medical science is also accepting this. 95% diseases are because of the mind. Meaning what? They involve interaction between mind and body in their origin, development, and cure. So, we have to find today some remedy for how to stabilize this mind, how to cure the mental state or emotional disturbances. You will be surprised. All the ancient texts, all the ancient manuscripts, all the saints, they are talking about same thing. Mind is the culprit. The root of the problem is the mind, the mental state. And that's why number of publication I got opportunity to work and everything, but time is not there. I would like to quote only one text today, because mental state is very important. Mental steadiness and emotional stability is very important. That's why I would like to give only one reference to you. Now, there is one text which is called Patanjali Yoga Sutra. This text is talking about what is yoga. They say yoga has chitta vritti nirodha. What is the meaning of this yoga has chitta vritti nirodha, and how this text is useful in this present era? The meaning of this sutra is complete cessation of modification of thoughts. It means that when more thoughts are there, more problems are there. Less thoughts are there, more stability is there at the mind level. And when mind is more stable, then it is easy to throw away all the diseases. Because mind or the mental state is very, very important. We know this beautiful quotation. As you think, so you act. Action leads to habit and habit forms the character. Today, we want to develop our healthy character. And if we want to develop our health, the first point, which is thinking or thought, is very, very important. Because today, as you think you are happy, you will be happy. If you think you are having problems, definitely you are having problems. So your mental state is very, very important. And that's why, remember today, you should know how to transform those pratikula vritti or negative thoughts into anukula vritti, the positive thoughts. Because most of the people, you can say 200 people out of 100 people, they are suffering with this negativity. They are suffering with this fear and phobia and panic. You should know how to transform this pratikula to anukula. So here, the main question is there some of the yogic practices by which we can train our mind? Are there some of the practices we can boost our immunity at body level to our organs and systems? What is to be done? And today, for this pandemic era, our goal is very clear. We have to transform negativity. We balance our negativity and positivity, and then we have to develop our positivity. So all the practices of yoga, like Ashtanga Yoga, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayam, Pratyahar, Dharana, Dhyan, all the practices, why they are structured in such a way? And the purpose is you should know how to transform the ill thoughts. Because thoughts are ill, it may disturb your mental health. And if your mental health is disturbed, your whole personality is disturbed. And that's why if you want this health at physical level, at mental level, at emotional, social, and spiritual, the first criteria is you should know how to stabilize your mental health. And that's why there are a number of principles about as far as yoga is concerned. Remember, all the yogic practices are psychophysical or psychophysiological in nature. You are performing through body, but it is not only for the body. Remember, it is for mind, but you should know the fundamental principles. Yogic practices have complementary relationship, and one practice is helpful for performance of other. Don't consider only asana is yoga. Don't consider only pranayama is yoga. Don't consider only kapalabhati is yoga. All the practices are working harmoniously with each other. So you should know how to perform all the practices. Definitely in later part, we will see one program you can perform daily. But here, you should understand all the practices are working harmoniously. The performance of yogic practices should not lead to fatigue because the purpose is to relax. When body is relaxed, automatically the pressure at the mind level is also relaxed. The emotions are also stabilized because the pressure from mind level is coming at your muscles, and that's why you feel little bit, stiff. So you have to know how to release those musculature muscles by which you can get beautiful tranquilizing effect at your mind level. All practices should be done in calm and quiet mood. So here, let us see a small routine. If you have 30 minutes every day, you can select the routine. If you have your own routine, it's fine. But if you don't have, you can go for this routine. Remember, one changing polarity asana must be there. Means topsy-turvy pose must be there. For example, you can go for Shirshasana, you can go for Sarvangasana, you can go for Viparita Karani. You should change the polarities. That is very important to remove the toxins. Then remember, you can introduce at least 4 asanas in your daily practices because the health of spine is very important, and spine has 4 different movements: forward bending, backward bending, lateral bending, and twist. At least 4 asanas you should perform, keeping the spine flexible and strong. And that's why if you perform those asanas, automatically you can develop tone at your abdominal region. So this spine, health of spine is very, very essential, and that's why all the asanas designed in such a way that it is a beautiful exercise to your spine. But remember fundamental principles always. Then only to perform asana is not sufficient, because when you stretch the muscles statically, you should need some time. That muscles should come at their own place. For that, relaxative postures are very important. So between 2 asanas, perform some relaxative practices such as Shavasana and Makarasana. In fact, relaxative postures are very, very essential nowadays. because to remove psychophysical tension. So if you perform those practices, relaxative asanas, in between all other asanas, it is additional benefits you may get. Then remember some of the fundamental principles of asana when you perform. They are not dynamic activity of repetitive type. There are two different exercises. One is static, another is dynamic, you know. Asanas are static because stretch is more important than the repeated contraction and relaxation. Because the purpose is to minimize the problem at mental level, to minimize the problem at emotional level. So no jerky actions are involved. Due regard is given to one's limitations of age, sex, and bodily conditions. Maybe you like some asana, but sometimes bodily condition is not permitting you to perform that asana. Don't do that. Other asanas are there. Don't force your body, because if you try to force your body, it may create some harm. So remember, one is expected to maintain the asana within comfortable limits and try to relax more and more. Here, relaxation is very important because pressure is already there at your mental level, at your physical level, at your emotional level. So asana itself must be relaxation. Here, energy expenditure in asana is minimum. So principle of progression is very important. You start with simple asana and then go for advanced. Don't consider if you directly go at advanced asana, it will be benefited. No. Difficult is simple, but simple is always difficult. So apply principle of progression, simple to complex. Now, purpose of asana is to bring about flexibility and suppleness of the body today. Definitely. But at the same time, mind is very important. So all the practices, purpose of asana is to bring about flexibility and suppleness of the body and contribute to the steadiness of the body and mind through the medium of optimum muscle tone. And it is a pattern of asana that is more important than the final position of the asana. This is very important. Most of the time, people, they know the final position of the asana. They try to force the body. It may create some problem. So remember, final position is just for guidelines where you have to reach. But remember, if some limitations are there, and if you try to force your body, it may create like a cramps or some other problem. So remember, always just observe your limitation. You can also go for 50 kriyas and some bandhas. For example, Kapalabhati. Dr. Manjunath explained scientifically what is the importance of Kapalabhati. But remember one thing here. Bandhas are very, very important for proper circulation of blood. Today, it is the need of the hour to strengthen cardiovascular system. So you can go for that. And remember here, when you perform Kapalabhati, the qualitative approach is more important than quantitative approach. So qualitative practices are very important. You can perform Kapalabhati and Uddiyana because kriyas are very important. These clean internal morbidities of the body and establish a balance in the working of the vital organs. Today, vital organs must be worked properly. That's why Shuddhi Kriyas are very important. Those Shuddhi Kriyas bring in control over the involuntary and semi-voluntary reflexes. We have to develop those things. That's why Kriya, Shuddhi Kriya, for example, Kapalabhati you can perform. Dr. Kishore sir beautifully explained about pranayam. Yes, today pranayam is very important, but remember, to perform pranayam, proper guideline must be there. Otherwise, it may harm delicate organs inside your body. So why pranayam is very important? To control our autonomic nervous system. The work of nervous system is very important because everyone is nervous today. And that's why to work on nervous system is very, very essential. And finally, you can add some meditative practices. If you have your mantra, you can go for your chanting. If you don't have any specific mantras, you can chant Om. If you don't want to chant Om, just observe your breathing. but try to sit for a while. Once you know how to sit properly, once you know how to sit quietly, automatically the pressure at your mind level, the phobias and insecurity, the fear, all the negative thoughts, it is possible for you to throw it away. So remember, if you don't have any program, you can select this program every day. Maybe prior to pandemic, maybe between, maybe after the pandemic. That is the beauty of yogic science. So here, no meditation is possible without proper psychophysical background. If you want to, if you like meditation, don't go directly for the meditation. You have to prepare yourself with asana, with pranayam, with shuddhi kriya. Then you get better results about meditation. Now in meditation, erect sitting with head, neck and trunk, vertical line is most conducive to meditation. Dr. Manjuna said already about this. So alignment of the body. So fixed time for meditation is good result. Just prepare, take some specific time always, every day, maybe in the morning. So the aim of meditation is to purify the mind. And as mind will be purified, automatically you start getting success in meditation. Both are interrelated. When you start getting success in meditation, automatically it is possible for you to pure your mind. And once mind is pure, once mind is stabilized, once you are uplifted, strong at your emotional level, then believe me, no one is there to beat you. No one is there to create fear in your life. No one is there to create phobias in your life. You are master of this situation. You are not slave of the situation. And at that time, you are having that capacity to change the definition of pandemic. Today, the pandemic is fear. Today, the pandemic is phobia. But if you perform those yogic practices, the definition of pandemic is changed for you. P for patience. You can develop patience in your life. A for austerity. And for nourishment. It is not only with your food, but nourishment with your all the internal organs. You are having D for determination to do anything. Also, you can develop empathy. There is a motivation of M. You start getting intuition. And finally, you develop the confidence in you. So my dear friends, continue yogic practices. Also, it will help for your better results at mental level, definitely at physical level, but at mental level and emotional level. So this is the vast spectrum of yogic wisdom by which we can achieve mental and emotional health. The topic is very vast, but stipulated time was there. So I have to stop here. I would like to convey thanks to Dr. Kishore sir, Organizing Secretary Dr. Savan sir, and Dr. Sanjeev sir for this beautiful opportunity to share something with all of you, the ancient yogic wisdom. I hope that if you perform all the yogic practices, definitely you achieve success and you can get integrated personality and holistic personality, and you can be a master in this universe. With these words, thank you very much from bottom of my heart. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, one question I need is that, so answer is needed for that. Sir, can we differentiate meditation from other, like concentration is that?
Yeah, it is very big question, because meditation means ekatanata dhyanam. Meditation means only two things are available, you and your object. But in concentration, sometimes what happens, number of thoughts are coming. Maybe they are related to your object, or maybe they are not related to your object. But in meditation, only you and your object. So there are three things, dharana, dhyana and samadhi. Dharana means what? It is called concentration. You take the object and number of things are coming. For example, you take object of, for example, Jesus. Your object is Jesus, but thoughts are coming differently. For example, you have to go to market, you have to do something. That object is there, but different thoughts are there which are not related to. And you try to take your mind on the object. Then thoughts are minimizing. Finally, you go to meditation where only two things are there, you and your object. There are no other thoughts. And in samadhi, samadhi is also process. It is a big topic to be discussed. But samadhi means you don't know who is observing and what is your object. It is called totally laya, it is called merging. So dharana, dhyana, samadhi, all three things are coming in process. That's why it is called trayam ekatra sanyamaha. All three things are together. But it is very vast subject, and maybe some other times it is possible to explain.
Thank you, sir. Even rubbing with you or being closer to you, the fragrance is spread. If we tussle with you also, like a sandal, let us. You are a sandal. If you rub, we will get greater smell, fragrance. Thank you very much, sir. You have got beautiful colors, and you made us to fly more higher and higher through this webinar, sir. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of our respected principals, sir, and Sai LNCP, Khelo India, you, especially Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Bihar School of Yoga, then from Vyasa, Bangalore University, PEFI, and Fitness 365. I thank for your valuable presence and valuable presentation on this yoga webinar. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I like to invite a speaker, a very enlightened speaker, Dr. K. Chandrasekhan, sir. He is there with us. So good morning. Sorry, good afternoon, sir. Afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible?
Before his presentation, I like to read his brief profile. Sir is a chemistry student, specialized in MSc, and even a master in political science, and a physical education teacher, and a professional in computer applications also, from physical education background, Madurai Kamraj University, Madurai in India. Sir, presently his major focus on the research is the positive influences of a yogic practice like asana, pranayamas, meditation techniques on the physiological psychic parameters among various sections of people like children, women, sportsmen, aged person, mentally retired individual, etc. Sir has visited Malaysia, Hong Kong, Thailand, Philippines, and Sri Lanka to deliver the special lecture, especially on research papers. Presently, I presented and conducted yoga workshop to foreign delegates also. He is the chairman for the Board of Studies in UGC, PG, and research programs in Madurai Kamraj University, Bharatidasan University, and member Board of Studies in Physical Education and Yoga in more than 15 universities. He has produced 30 PhD scholars and 38 MPhil at present 8 are pursuing this PhD degree. He has delivered more than 70 special lectures on a research paper in various institutions at the national and international level. Sir is awarded with Global Achievement Award from Indian Institute of Science, Research and Analysis for Excellence in Physical Education and Sports at Bangkok. Global Economic Progress and Research Association honored the Best Citizen of India Gold Medal Award 2017 for his outstanding contribution in the field of physical education and research. Sir, on behalf of our respected principals, sir, Thai LNCP, Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Vyasa, Bangalore University, Bihar School of Yoga, PEFI, and Fitness 365 I welcome you for this beautiful session, sir. The platform is yours. Participants are waiting for you. Please take over this session, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Patil,
Welcome, sir.
for your wonderful introduction. One request, I am available in one more line, the Professor K. Chandrasekharan, for sharing my PPT.
Yes, sir.
You have allowed another line only. In that line, I can't share that.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
One minute, sir, please.
I am available one more line.
Can I know the name, sir?
The same name, Professor K. Chandrasekharan only.
Sir, we have allowed that one. So one more.
One more is there.
Professor Doctor, sir, Professor Dr. K. Chandrasekharan. Dr. Sanjeev, just please check.
So now, can you share it? I have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Very good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, most respected, the dynamic principal of LNCP Trivandrum, my good friend Dr. Kishore sir, and the vibrant, the organizing secretary of this international webinar, my good friend Dr. M.N. Sawant, and the coordinating team, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, and other faculty members of LNCPE, and the collaborative organizations, SVIASA and the Bihar School of Yoga and PEFI institutions, and all the delegates who are all attending this wonderful webinar through online. Really, it gives me an immense pleasure to be associated with you in this afternoon session. And first of all, I should thank my good friend Dr. Savan for giving me the wonderful opportunity to share a few of my thoughts on the topic of fitness and wellness. Really, it's all, everybody knows that the India is facing the second wave. When compared to the first wave, it's going very higher. And in this pandemic situations, how the international community to look into the sports science, physical fitness, and yoga concept during the post-pandemic COVID-19 will be helpful and useful for the society to enrich the present health and to sustain the health and fitness, to make up themselves a wellness, to reach the level of wellness. It's the right time. The organizers have planned the wonderful topic of the international webinar on sports sciences, physical fitness, and yoga during post-pandemic COVID-19. Already from the morning session, I have seen that a wonderful invited talks have been given by the experts, Dr. Manjunath Sharma from SVIASA, and our dynamic principal, Dr. Kishore sir, and Dr. Manjunath Garate, and all of them have touched many of my points. So I can concentrate some of the points on the topic of the fitness and wellness, how the fitness aspects is interrelated with fitness and wellness, and how best during these pandemic situations, especially the yogic practices can be useful to develop their fitness and wellness. When we talk about physical fitness and wellness are closely related and often interdependent. As you all know that physical fitness has different domains, health related fitness and skill related fitness. And as far as the wellness terminology is concerned, it is a holistic approach. It should have the physical, mental, social, emotional, environmental, and the spiritual development one should possess. If a person, she or he, hold all these 6 components in a balanced way, then only they are said to be having the good wellness, they are maintaining wellness. Yes, in this, to live a long and successful, happy life in our day-to-day conditions, the fitness level and wellness level is a need of the hour. But in the recent times, to maintaining the physical fitness and wellness is the biggest challenges. And that too, advances in our science and technology has reduced our day-to-day activities in a very lesser physical activity. And in the pandemic situations, just now Garate sir has mentioned that both internally and externally, we are not able to do our physical activity as what we were desired. So in these conditions, not only it will affect the physical condition of the individuals, the awareness about the coronavirus and the conditions of the effectiveness of coronavirus will have the mental imbalances in their minds of the individuals. So in that conditions, the individuals is having the concept, understand the concept of physical fitness and increase the wellness level through the participation of physical activity as well as the yoga practices, especially concerned. And all know that fitness, and just now our principal has mentioned exactly clearly about the definitions, and he has shown all the clippings, some of the clippings as well as pictures. And fitness is the body's ability to function effectively and efficiently. Suppose we want to do some sort of physical activity, any work. For example, I want to go upstairs. I want to run up to that shop, or I want to lift a bucket of water. I have some sort of fitness level to do the simple work in an effective manner, in an efficient manner. On the other hand, the physical fitness is concerned with in an elaborate way to do the day-to-day activities without any undue fatigue, without any tiredness, and the individual should possess some sort of reservation of energy to do the leisurely activity for recreational purpose also. So the individuals is physically fit means he is having the potentials to do the day-to-day activities and having some reserved energy to enjoy himself is the real concept, literally meaning. And as far as the health fitness components are concerned, I already mentioned that there are mainly two factors, two components, two sectors. One is health related fitness and another one is skill related fitness. The health related fitness helps the individuals to keep your body in a good healthy conditions. But the health related, skill related fitness components will make yourself to compete any competitions or sports to excel the maximum performance in the situations arises, and you can excel your total fitness level. So these are the two major areas of health related fitness and the skill related fitness are concerned. And the health related fitness components, there are mainly 4 or 5 components are there. Cardiovascular, wherever we are talking, the cardiovascular fitness is the foremost important for any individual is concerned, any human being is concerned. What is cardiovascular endurance? Cardiovascular fitness is nothing but the heart and lungs fitness. How the heart functions, how the lungs absorbs the oxygen and mix with the blood and supply the energized oxygenated blood to various cells of the body in order to do the physical activity in a better way. And on the another component is strength. Strength is nothing but the amount of force that can be produced by a particular muscle group for a period of time. That is the strength. In our day-to-day activity, we are facing a lot of excuse me, presentation is not there, I think so. Someone? Just a minute, I will check it. Presentation. The muscular endurance is another area, that is cardiovascular fitness. The presentation is not visual. Presentation is not over. So the muscular endurance is a particular group of muscle to do the particular activity, whereas the cardiovascular endurance is the total body functions, and the muscular endurance is a particular muscle group can do the activity for a prolonged period without any untired. Yeah. Now it is visible, I think so, listeners. Yeah. Update. I hope that the viewers now you can see the slides. Little bit technical problem. Now in the parts of the physical fitness components, I already mentioned that health related fitness and skill related fitness are concerned, and these are all the health related fitness components. Now we are looking into it. The first one is the cardiovascular fitness. The second one is the strength. The third one is muscular endurance. The muscular endurance is nothing but the ability to use your particular muscle group for many time. That means for a prolonged period you have to give some workouts in the particular muscle group without any tiredness. And then another component, the fourth component is flexibility. Flexibility is nothing but it's the ability to use your joints, the fully thorough a wide range of motion. We have many joints in our body. Each joints have its own range of motion. Our main purpose is the flexible in nature, the ligaments, the muscle group, which should be stretched for a prolonged period, and in associated joint could be make the maximum range of motion. Particularly in Garate has also mentioned in his address the asanas, particularly the maximum range of movement can be increased by keeping the stretched position in the final pose of asanas for a prolonged period is concerned. And then the last one is body fatness or body composition component. What it means, it is the percentage of body weight that is made up of fat when compared to other body tissues such as bone and muscles. You all know that our body weight is, suppose I am 70 kilogram. Out of 70 kilogram, my bone weight is there, my muscle weight is there, and besides all other organs, and including exactly the fat content. Exactly the fat content has also have some amount of mass in the body weight. So the body fatness, if it the level has been increased, it will create more problem in the circulatory system is concerned. If more fat is associated or accumulated in the body cells or particularly in the blood vessels, the blood flow of the vessels could be restricted. So in order to keep our body fit conditions, to maintain the good health, the appropriate level of body composition is needed. There is a BMI, body mass index formula is there. If it is less than 20, the body weight divided by the height, it gives you the fat content ratio. It's all available in the net. You can check it yourself where you are, whether you are having the fit level or in the range of starting the obesity level or obese level or obese category 2 level. You can check it. And the skill related variables are concerned, and same concept has been discussed by our principal also. Different sports require different parts of the skills related fitness. For example, the skater might have good agility, but may not possess good power, may not have power. Agility, what do you mean by agility? Agility is nothing but to make change of movement, body, the quick reaction time, the action when you see some kind of body position is shifted from one place to another place, one direction to another direction, the fast contraction and relaxation of muscles group and make the range of movement in a very faster acceleration. That quality is called the agility. And for example, the basketball player. The basketball players need agility, speed, and leg power and arm power too, in order to shooting the ball or passing the ball, or the leg power is very much need of collecting rebounds or collection of receiving the balls wherever the situations are warranted. So the specific skills, agility, speed, endurance, flexibility, and the balancing of the body, and particularly in all sports, particularly in gymnastics, the balancing of body position, body posture is the very need for gaining or getting points in winning the performance of the particular event. So the skill related fitness could be developed by means of the selective trainings. Earlier days, they are having only physical training and aerobic training and circuit training like that and weight training. In modern days, in the modern scenario, there are several type of training. The Swiss ball training, mini hurdles training, and cones training, and ladder training, and fit light training. Like that, according to the need of the sport, we can select for any kind of specific training, plyometric training or jumping training. Everything can be assessed and as per the requirement of the game skill, we can include in our training session is concerned. Now coming to the wellness, I already mentioned that wellness is the holistic terminology. Wellness is the interactive process of becoming aware of and practicing healthy choices to create a more successful and balanced life. What person is having a physical health or skill related fitness, they can excel in the games and all, but one should be having a good citizen of the society. One should possess the wellness qualities needed. I already mentioned that the wellness has 6 types of components. Wellness have the individual should be possessing the physical domain should be balanced, and mental domain, spiritual, emotional, social, and environmental. You all know that physical domain, physically fit, be alert, and mentally alert according to the need, what you are seeing, what you are receiving through all sense organs in our body. Based on our intellectual brain, will give you the mental analysis and react for the situations. And emotional, once you have the physical and mental balances, you can have a very good emotional balances. You will not get irritated, or you will not get agitated. You will not be biased, and you can have the balanced mind. You can take the decision in a calmful way. And once you have the physical and mental and emotional balances, definitely you can have a very good social relationship. Many people are having physical, mental, and emotional, and they are missing the social rapport. That means they are lagging in mental or emotional imbalance. Many people are physically fit and they are not adjusting with others. You are within our family, within our institution, within our department, within our society, within our neighbors. Everywhere, if we listen their words and totally absorb their vision or perceptions in a meaningful way, and if you are having the mental and emotional balance, definitely you will give the right choice. You will react according to the will and pleasure of the opponent. That is having the social rapport. Once you have the physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being, automatically the environmental, you should respect the environment. You should love the environment. You should have the attitude to do something good for keeping the environment good for the future generations. The greenish revolution. Or always, when we see the greenish place, definitely our mind will be relaxed. Isn't it? Everyone might have experienced. So we should keep all these environment in our institution, in our workplace, in our home, in our neighbors, in our street, in our town, everywhere, whatever the part, whatever the role you can play for developing or keeping the environment in a good condition, that is a good attitude. Once you have these 5 qualities, the spiritual, the realization of yourself, the realization of external energy, the realization of God, ultimate. If you have beliefs in God or otherwise, the external energy, which is beyond our human level, you can realize it, you can talk with them, you can unite with them, and ultimately you will have the holistic approach, holistic balanced human life. You can run the human life. This is the normal wellness is concerned. When we come to this pandemic situation, whether is it possible for right now, we can say that no. These are all the definition I am giving that. It's all available in the net, or I have told that. And what the key factors, key health and wellness trends post-COVID-19? Yes, during this period, lockdown period, the whole world is changing the trend, the fitness level. The fitness sector is badly hit by COVID-19 pandemic. The sector is almost in a closing stage. Why? Because the people are not interested to get into the gym. They are buying their, the current trend is heavy investment. The people those who are having the high level, having the investment capacity, they are buying equipment, they are doing it in their home only. And they are wearing wearables, they buy the wearables and apps, many apps, fitness apps are available. They download it and they are watching it, they are doing it according to their. And the online fitness sessions, they are joining. And the growth of, particularly the growth in sale of immune supplements, particularly the vitamin C and vitamin D and multivitamin tablets and tonics have been more amount of sale. Why? Because during this pandemic situation, the individual is need of the immune system should be strengthened. Because the coronavirus, the persons, those who are having the immune system is less, the coronavirus effect will be easily, and that leads to the pandemic death conditions. So in these conditions, and at last, many persons, they cancel their membership with the gym is concerned. So this is the condition what prevailing after during the post-COVID-19 is concerned. And what we have to do, what at present, the 5 ways COVID-19 has shifted our focus to fitness and wellness level. Number 1, the primary focus has been towards health in order to avoid the risk of catching coronavirus infection. what to do. We have to do some kind of physical activity or whatever the possible ways. Just now, our principal has listed some of the points given by the World Health Organization. Go for slow jogging or play music and dancing, and go upstairs and using steps for some kind of physical movements. With the available sources, available environment. And the second point is people are exercising regularly, eating nutritious diets, preferably plant-based foods. It is possible for the person who are having the good bank balance or the economic status is high. And when we look into the others, what we do, at least the people like us should have the tendency to help others. That nature, that quality has also been developed to focus the point of fitness and wellness is concerned. And then number 3, maintaining hygiene to keep germs and viruses at bay. In order to get away from the viruses and germs, the individuals is very much aware of maintaining the individual hygienic point, using the hygienic equipment, hygienic food and everything is concerned. And number 4 is there has been a sharp increase in, already I mentioned that consumption of multivitamin supplement to boost the immunity system is concerned. Immunity system development is the need of the hour. And then stress altogether, whatever just now Garath sir mentioned that in the pandemic
Hello. Hello. Sir?
Sir, you can tell him to switch off the video and only run the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you switch off the video? Chandrasekhar, sir? Hello? Sir, is it audible for you? Hello? I think maybe network issues, sir. Participants?
सर आपके पास प्रेजेंटेशन है उनका?
सर वो ऑनलाइन वही कर रहे थे सर.
ओह अच्छा अच्छा.
थैंक यू सर. अभी आप भी आ गए. इनॉग्रेशन में आप नहीं मिले थे सर.
मैं था सर. एक्चुअली 11:50 को मेरा एक प्रेजेंटेशन था सर.
हाँ सर. हाँ.
So I had informed Dr. Kishore and Pranesh.
हाँ.
So
participants, be with us. Because of network problem, we are not able to join. Sir is not able to connect with us. We'll join within few minutes. It's be here.
Yeah.
Bear with us.
Yeah, but it has been an excellent session so far, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that's a feedback that I'm also getting from participants.
Sir. Sir, let me communicate with him, sir, please.
Right. So there's a question on the feedback form. Feedback form, सारे participants को will give you after some time. Yeah, so it will be shown twice to the participants, so don't worry. So that जो first time भर देंगे उनको second time ना भरे, आपको 2 बार करेंगे.
I think Chandrasekhar. Yeah, he's there. He's there. Sir, Chandrasekhar, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sanjeev Patel.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, here power cut.
So we understand, sir. Please, sir.
Now
no
it's
problem,
audible?
sir. Yes, sir. It's very clear for us, sir. Please, sir.
Very sorry, I'm not able to share my PPT. I'm coming through my mobile right now.
Sir. Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah, that is what I said. In order to keep the very good health conditions, fitness level and wellness, the holistic development of physical, mental, social, emotional, environmental and spiritual components, the yoga is the best system. And I already our SVS Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, Master Manjunath, Dr. Manjunath Sarma has listed many points related to sports as well as the performance of the individual. And Manmat Garate also has mentioned a lot of valid points, how the yogic practices is useful for the persons to enrich their health and maintain and sustaining the health. Particularly in my point of view, the scientific way of approach. I have so many slides, but I am not in a position to show it. But let me say that when you do the yogic asanas and pranayama and the meditation techniques, it enhances the endocrine system by means of the autonomic nervous system functions. Scientifically speaking, in autonomic nervous system, there are 2 divisions are there, the sympathetic and parasympathetic functions. The sympathetic functions will activate the functions of all organs, and the sympathetic nerves ganglion is located in the middle of the spinal column, that is T1 to L2, thoracic 12 nerves and lumbar region L1 and L2, that is 14 pairs of nerves which is located in the middle of the spinal column, which will be the responsible for activating all the vital internal organs in tune with the endocrine aspects are concerned. On the other hand, the parasympathetic functions, which are located in the cranial nerves, 5 nerves, and the base of the spinal column, the sacral, S2 to S4, 3 nerves. Totally 8 pairs of these parasympathetic ganglion will bring down it slowly. So when you do the asanas, you are stretching totally the vertebral column, forward bending, backward bending, twisting, and everything. And pranayama, the left nostril will be responsible for activating the parasympathetic. The right nostril will be responsible for activating the sympathetic. So when you do the alternate nostril breathing, it balances the sympathetic and parasympathetic activation. Ultimately, when you pronounce the Omkar mantra meditation, that will also vibrate the internal spinal cord. And ultimately, when you do the yogic practices during this pandemic situations, definitely it will enhances your body functions. It will bring the homeostasis in the body systems that will give you the total physical, mental, social, emotional, environmental, and spiritual well-being through yogic perfect practice. So it's time to listen. So many proofs are available. So many lessons are available in the internet. You can select and you can have a practice and enjoy the period and keep the body in good, physically fit and emotionally balanced and mentally alert, and do the best for the others in the society and enjoy the happiness. Thank you so much, Dr. Sawant and Dr. Kishore sir, for giving me this opportunity. And little bit last minute problem was there. Anyhow,
No problem.
you all the best. And I really enjoyed this international webinar. And our hearty congratulations to the organizers, Dr. Mahendra Sawant and Dr. Sanjeev Patil, and the dynamic leader of your team, Dr. Kishore Shah, the principal, and particularly my good friend, Dr. Mahendra Sawant is always, he called me over phone several times, more than 50 times regarding this arrangements are concerned. He has internationally linked through online. Many international experts are awaiting to give you the most valuable points. You all enjoy the session and wish you all the best. God bless you, all of you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I expect?
Thank you, all of you.
Sir, can I expect one answer? One answer. Hello.
Pardon?
Sir, a question is there. Can I expect answer from you?
Pardon?
Sir, question is there, sir. Can you answer?
Yeah, you just asked. I'm
yes, sir.
answering through mobile only. But
okay, sir. Sir, thing is
tell me, you can. I will try. I will do
mine. Sir, participants want to know the difference between Nadi Shodhana and Anuloma Viloma, sir.
Yeah. Anuloma Viloma is nothing but just inhale and exhale. Inhale through left and exhale through right, and inhale through right and exhale. Just inhale and exhale. There is no Kumbhaka phase. This is called Anuloma Viloma, or otherwise called Nadi Shuddhi. In Nadi Shodhana, the same alternate nostril breathing with Kumbhaka. Once you are inhaling the left nostril, inhale. After inhalation, holding it, Kumbhaka phase. While Kumbhaka, you should apply the 3 bandhas. Jalendra bandha, Uddiyana bandha, and Mula bandha. And then exhale through right. And then inhale through right and holding, and exhale through left. This is the main difference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patil.
Thank you, sir. A wonderful presentation, sir. On behalf of Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Sai LNCP, Bihar School
Thank
of
you so much,
Yoga,
Sawant, for your wonderful dynamic organization.
Yes, sir.
You have invited many experts from all over the world, and within India also you have linked so many the high personalities in the field of physical education as well as yoga. I wholeheartedly congratulate your dynamic organization. Wish you all the best. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Savan.
Sir, on behalf of Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, on behalf of our respected principals, sir, Bihar School of Yoga, PEFI, then Vyasa from Bangalore University, and from Fitness 365, I thank for your valuable presence in this session as a speaker, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You have allowed us to fly more and more through this webinar. So, thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence.
Professor K. Chandrasekaran, sir, I request you kindly be
thank you, Patil.
For 5 minutes more. 5 to
nice, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Professor K. Chandrasekaran, sir. Hello, am I audible? Hello. Sir, please be joined for 5 minutes more. Chandrasekaran, sir.
Sir, over to Mahendra Sawant, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil.
Professor B.R. Sharma sir is there and Sujit Panigrai sir is there, sir, as a panelist. Sir. Both are there. So over to you, sir, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil. Very good afternoon to all. Today we have a very prominent guest, my guru, my mentor, my teacher, and a very outstanding personality in the field of philosophical research. None other than Professor Dr. B.R. Sharma sir. Sir is having a very vibrant personality in the field of yogic sciences, especially philosophical research in the field of yoga. I also thank my friend Sujit Panigrai sir for joining us in this afternoon session, and also I request to Sujit Panigrai sir, please be joining for a valedictory function at sharp 4:45, sir.
Right, sir. Will be there.
Professor Sharma sir, he is having a PhD, is presently working as a professor and head department of yogic sciences, dean, faculty of health and wellness at Sri University, Cuttack, Odisha. Dr. Sharma is an academician having more than 35 years of wide experience in the field of yoga education and research. He has honored, awarded by various national and international institutions, yoga associations for his lifetime achievements in the field of yoga. He was associated with World Health Organization in drafting the benchmark for training in yoga and still rendering his services as a peer reviewer, yoga expert for yoga applications, development as a part of global Be Healthy, Be Mobile, and BHBM initiatives of WHO. He has served Kavaladham Yoga Research Institution, world famous institution of India near Pune at Lonavala, for more than 33 years on various capacities such as head of philosophical literary research.
Mahendra, can you excuse me? Mahendra,
yes,
can
sir.
you excuse me?
जी मैं
Because
आपको
I have limited time because
जी 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 बिल्कुल सर आपका आदेश सर आपको
thank you very much for inviting me.
Very grand welcome to my teacher, my guru, my mentor, Dr. B.R. Sharma sir, for your great presentation. All are waiting, all the delegates are waiting, sir. Thank you so much.
My pranams to everyone connected here, and also to the organizers for inviting me for this talk. I have a limited time, so I will just give you the idea. I will talk about the secrets of breath. So yes, Chandrasekharan ji has highlighted about the Anulom Vilom and Nadi Shuddhi, and he was also talking about the other aspects of yoga also. So I'm a man of yoga, so I think that everyone knows the popularity of yoga today because it is increasing day by day. No field of walk or a walk of life is left where yoga has not made inroads. Everyone knows this. So without wasting any time, just give you the idea about the health. According to our Indian thought, we do not divide man in watertight compartments. We consider man as a whole encompassing body, mind, and spirit. Here we have to understand that the spirit part that belongs to our real realms, actual realms, that tends towards the harmony and balance. Body-mind complex, body-mind parts, this comes from the realm of matter, Prakriti. But the mind part of this material phenomena plays a very, very important role in keeping us healthy or unhealthy. Because if it connects to the lower part, then it will take us to the endless pain and misery. But if it connects to the upper part, then it will take us to the heights. So mind is the key through which we can maintain our, whether it is a physical health or mental health, or it, as I said, that there's no, we are not dividing it in watertight compartments, but emotionally, socially, all aspects, they are inbuilt in it. So how this breath can help us in maintaining our this beautifully, Our previous speaker, Dr. Chandrasekharan ji, has said that there is a parasympathetic and sympathetic. So whenever the sympathetic nervous system, so we have to understand our little bit about our nostrils. Can I present a little bit before you, if it is possible? Let me check. Am I allowed to present, please? Yes, I am allowed. So just giving you the idea, first of all, the 3 points I would like to discuss here. What is the breath and its significance, number 1. Number 2, relationship of breath with our body-mind functions and regulation of breath that keeps us healthy. These are the 3 points, fundamental point, which I wanted to discuss. Breath, so far, breath is a manifestation of prana, which is called life force, whatever you want to call it. All forces, all powers, pranas spring from the fountains of the common source. We used to call it Atman. Prana is the sum total of all latent forces and power which are hidden within us and everywhere around us. So everything, heat, light, electricity, magnetism, are the manifestation of this pranic energy only. All physical forces and all mental forces come under the category of this pranic energy. Whatever moves or works or has life is an expression or manifestation of that pranic energy. It is to be. Here we have to understand that we have 2 nostrils, left and right. As Chandrasekharan ji was quoting this, right nostril, when it works, both the nostrils, they are not working together. Sometimes our left nostril works, sometimes our right nostril works. When the right nostril works, our left hemisphere is active. When our right nostril, when left nostril works, our right hemisphere is active. And when our right nostril is dominant, left hemisphere is active. This is to be. So, but this is what is the yoga. If we understand it in a yogic way, then each and every one of us is breathing 21,600 times in a one day, in 24 hours. 15 respiration per minute, 4 seconds for one respiration that can be counted. Every breath measures 12 fingers or 9 inches from the nose during the exhalation, and it requires 4 seconds to complete in an outward course. This is what. So why I am putting this number, if you remain agitated, disturbed, then this number can be increased. If this number is increased, the longevity will be decreased. If this number is less, as he was talking about the Kumbhaka, so if you try to reduce the number, then longevity can be increased. You might, I have given here the, see, so the life of a dog and life of a tortoise, that can be compared, because tortoise breathes very slowly and the dog breathes too much, and therefore the longevity, question of longevity. Now here I would like to just before you, particularly the people who are involved in the sports side, for them it is a very, very important. Dear friends, dominance of the nostril, this is changes automatically after 1 hour. Automatically, it is an automatic process. Right nostril works for 1 hour, automatically the left nostril start working thereafter. With a view to develop a balance, what happens to you when your left nostril works? I said that when your left nostril works, your right hemisphere is active, right brain is active. When your right nostril works, your left brain is said to be the sequential brain, which is continuously working. And it is the only brain which keeps us agitated all the time. Therefore, we have to somewhere or other, we have to understand this. But when your left nostril is dominant, what kind of activity you should take? All peaceful pursuits, all peaceful things you have to do. Religious ceremonies, practice of yoga, if you take it when your left nostril is, it will be more beneficial. wearing of jewels, ornaments, new clothes, offering of gifts or charity, it is in the left nostril. Building of a house in the left nostril, meeting a friend in the left nostril, drinking water in the left nostril. And that is the reason why the Ayurvedic physician, they used to say that in between, while eating food, in between, you should not drink water. Water should be taken after a 1 hour. Why it should be taken after 1 hour? Because at that point of time, when you are eating, your right nostril is dominant. And when the right nostril is dominant, your all what you call the catabolic functions are there. You know, they are active. Your sympathetic nervous system is active. If you drink water, you are putting a water on the fire like that. So therefore, it should be you should wait after 1 hour. Automatically, this course of nostril dominance will be changed. When the left nostril becomes dominant, then only you have to drink the water. So that is most important with a view to keep ourselves healthy. This is to be learned. And whenever your right nostril is working, you have to eat. And see, it is said in Shiva Samhita, Anile Ark Praveshe Chobhoktavyam, means when your right nostril is dominant and if you feel hungry, it is not a false hunger, it is a real hunger. And during that time, you must eat something. So this is what, so I'm just giving the idea how to maintain this. So if you are really interested for the playing music or you are interested, it is the right nostril, then only you should go there. Physical exercise, if you want to do, go for the right nostril when your right nostril is dominant. And if you have to go for the riding, you know, you should, your right nostril should be. If you are interested to board on the, and you can change this course at your will. When you practice it properly, you can change it. Enjoyment of sensory pleasures, you should go when the right nostril is dominant. Shooting, bathing, and taking food, this is what is to be understood. Two things I will put before you. Now here we have to little bit understand. Right nostril when dominant, your left hemisphere is working. When left is, right hemisphere is working. Here left, under the left, I have put the right brain, and on the right, I have put the left brain. See, logical things whenever you have to do, mathematics problem if you want to solve, and other things, organization, administration, this is right nostril dominance is needed. But when you see the emotional regulations, intuitions, spirituality, interpersonal skills, art, music, belief, and other things, painting, etc., it is because this left. The reason behind is that whenever your left hemisphere is active, these are the things you are, when your right hemisphere is active, intuitional aspect. So see here, the sympathetic and parasympathetic. Now here, we have to understand, with a view to develop a balance in both the, as Dr. Chandrasekharan ji was talking, with a view to develop a balance, there is a need of Anulom Bilom Pranayama. That is what he was talking about. It is a only practice, my dear friends, that if you develop that kind of control, thereafter automatically you can change the course of this nostril breathing at your will. This automatically you will develop this. So coming to the sympathetic is a kind of, you have put your foot on the accelerator, and this parasympathetic is in brake. So with a view to develop this balance, it is very much essential to understand this. So those who are in the field of this, what you call the support side, they must develop that kind of balance between the both. There are so many things. How this pranic energy works within our body, it is to be understood properly. Let me tell you, there are 5 main prana we used to call it. Energy is one, my dear friends, but when it works at the different places, the different names are given. Let me tell you, the first one, from nose to the chest, this is called main prana. So whatever you take in only with the help of this prana. If this prana is not working properly, you cannot swallow even. And whatever, you not only take this food, the sensory input also you take in only because of this prana, which is located from nose to the chest. It is to be understood. When you understand all these concepts properly, then practice properly, then it will be more beneficial. Therefore, it is to be understood properly. Thereafter, whatever you say, for example, the food which you have chewed properly and swallowed, it goes through the esophagus to the navel region where Saman Pran is residing, located. It assimilates that food. And after this assimilation, three kinds of uses. The first one is said to be the essence of the food, that use, essence. Second one is said to be what you call the middle part. And third part is the waste material. Now let me make it clear. So this first essence, it nourishes your subtle body, your mind, your intellect, your or sense, or what you call the 17 elements. Subtle body. So your thought, your behavior depends upon the food which you consume. So this is the first essence. Second part is the middle part, which nourishes your physical body. Now, each and every cell should receive the what you call the nourishment. So how this nourishment is distributed, because factory is in the navel region. Now it is to be distributed to each and every cell of the body. So there is a Dhyan Pran in between, which is responsible for the circulation. It transports to that energy to each and every cell of the body. Thereafter, the waste material. So before it is, Dhyan is in the whole body. Now, Apan is below the navel region up to the NS area. And this pran, whatever the waste material you are expelling out, it is expelled out with the help of this Apan pran. So whether it is whatever you expel out, it is only with the help of Apan. Now thereafter comes the Udan pran. Udan is from your glottis to the head. This is the place where it is located. Your higher activity at this moment, I'm a bit hurry, so I'm talking with speed, but this is controlled by the Udan. Our, what you call this, all communication, higher activities are controlled by this pran only. And if you go to the Prashna Upanishad, you will be surprised to note that this pran is responsible for detaching us from the body at the time of so-called death. It detaches us. Udan pran is responsible. So likewise, all these, even there are 5 sub-pranas. Nag, when you eat, thereafter, after eating, when you are full, when you eat, when you gulp the food, at that point of time, you are not gulping that food only, but also air also goes in. And this, as you fill the stomach, this air comes out like a snake. Up, it is called regurgitation, or what you call the belching. Dakar aati hai khane ke baad. So this is a Nag pran. Kurum pran, your blinking of the eyes, it is controlled by the Kurum pran. Krikal pran, your hunger and thirst is controlled by this Krikal pran. Devadatta, yawning, sneezing, this is, and what you call this Dhananjay pran is a swelling, after death also. Decomposition takes place only because this Dhananjay pran, even after the death, it remains. When we are alive, whenever there is an injury, this area swells. So it makes a space so that the red cells and white cells, they can fight. Its battlefield is created by the Dhananjay pran whenever we are alive. And therefore, recovery is faster when Dhananjay pran is making the space. But you might have observed the person drawn in a water. After some time, automatically the person comes up, in the prone position. What is the reason? It is only Dhananjay, because of the Dhananjay pran, and that's why the person comes up. So this is what I wanted to say about how it works. Since breathing is the manifestation of this energy, it is responsible for all movements as well as all the sensations of an individual. By controlling the movement of breathing, one can develop harmony between physiological functions with psychological functions via influencing, improving the functions of your heart and lungs, and thereby the harmony between the individual existence with the cosmic existence. So thus, this secret of breath lies in the fact that the individualized pranic energy into cosmic energy. This is actually called pranayam. That is what he was talking about, Chandrasekharan ji was talking about. But for that, you have to be careful about the food. Know what kind of food. You have to take care of the quality of the food. You have to take quantity of the food and prayerful attitude, because that helps you to maintain your not only physical health or physical fitness, but also health as a whole that encompasses every aspect, physical, mental, everything, you know. So food plays a very, very important role that is to be kept in mind. I have short time, I cannot go in detail. So, and also he was talking about the Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam. There are 72,000 Nadis, different, this text, they are talking about the different numbers. But friends, the three Nadis, Ida, that is the left nostril, Pingala, that is the right nostril, and in between there is the Sushumna Nadi. These three are considered to be most important. What is this Nadi Shuddhi actually? Nadi Shuddhi means, what is Nadi? It is a Nadgato. It is a kind of energy flows through these nadis. This is to be understood. Let me give you one example. You know, when you are sitting in front of the TV and you have a remote and you just press the button, you know, from your hand to the TV, there is a space. In between this space, the path is there, but the path is not visible to us. This is visible only to the electrons that which are fixed in the TV, you know. So similarly, the person who is a practitioner can understand these nadis. These nadis cannot be equated with the arteries, not the veins, not the Ayurvedic shiras or hiras. These are the subtle energy channels, subtle energy channel. If you practice it, what we have to do, what is this? As he was quoting, Anulom Bilom is without Kumbhaka and Nadi Shuddhi is with Kumbhaka. Means you have to inhale to the left nostril in the beginning. Why we have to inhale through the left nostril? Because the purpose is to develop the right hemisphere, and therefore the left, we start with the left. If there is a need of energy, if there is a need of heat in the body, suppose you need a heat in the body, then you have to work through, inhale through the right nostril. So it will cultivate that heat within the body. If there is a need of calmness and quietness, you have to start with the left nostril. So left nostril, you have inhale, then you have to retain that Kumbhaka is to be, and then you have to, and ratio should be, in the beginning it may be 1 to 2, but after that when you become an expert, you know, 1:4:2, this ratio is to be maintained. Then you have to exhale to the right nostril, then you have to inhale to the right nostril, then you have to Kumbhaka, then exhale through the left nostril. This will be a one cycle of this Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam. And if Nadi Shuddhi impurity, whenever we are talking of impurity, all yogic practices, not only the Shat Kriyas or this Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam, all practices of yoga are meant for Shuddhikaran, nothing else, my dear friends. It is very much clear through the 28th Sutra or the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, second chapter, you can go where Patanjali says, Yoganga Anushtanat, any limb of yoga you have taken, Ashuddhi Kshaya, when all impurities are eliminated, then only there will be a light of wisdom. In the light of wisdom, you will be able to understand who am I and who you are. This will be understood. That is what Patanjali has made it clear. Nadi Shuddhi Pranayam, you have to just understand, because even though at this moment, if I say, just when you breathe in, there is a cool touch at the nostril. When you exhale, there's a warm touch at the nostril. That you will not be able to feel it at this point of time. You will feel it after some time. You have to understand all this. You have to go in through the breath. You have to come out through the breath. Awareness is to be cultivated. And when you breathe with awareness, my dear friends, then only this is what we are not breathing with awareness. That is the Ashuddhi. Remember, impurity it is a natural phenomena going on. If you breathe with awareness, it will be a kind of Shuddhikaran. This is called Nadi Shuddhi. Actually, this was the topic. And then these subtle energy channels and subtle energy, what you call the chakras, they are also the center, subtle energy centers. So this should also be understood properly. But I am not going to talk much about this aspect, just giving you the idea. When this Agya Chakra, your Agya Chakra, let me go from the Mooladhara. Mooladhara governs your stability, sensuality, and sense of security. Whenever there is a problem in your security part, in the COVID-19, there is too much insecurity, you know. We have to understand that it is related to the Mooladhara Chakra. And how to overcome this. There are certain procedures, my dear, and that with the help of which we can overcome this. So sensuality can also be decreased to a certain extent with the help of certain procedures. So, but we have to understand it is only related to Mooladhara. Swadhisthana, whenever reproduction, creativity, joy, enthusiasm, relationships, violence, addictions, basic emotional needs. All this is, so people were emotionally, when this COVID-19 had gripped, today even here, it has gripped the whole world, you know, somewhere or other, and people are emotionally disturbed. Their enthusiasm, they are not enthusiastic because they have to stay in the lockdown, you know, so many problems they have. But some of the people, they are devoting their time in painting, they're reading and doing this exercises, yogic exercises and this and that, you know, helping others, something like that. It depends how you can increase your enthusiasm, how this creativity can be increased. It is only because of the Swadhisthana Chakra that is to be understood. Manipur Chakra governs our digestion, personal powers, and all matters of growth. This is to be understood. Anahata Chakra deals with the complex emotions, compassion, you know, whenever compassion is a virtue. Love and compassion, these are the two virtues of a sadhaka, unless it is like a two wings of a word, you know, but love and compassion. It unconditional, unconditional love, you know, what we used to call it bhakti, you know, that comes from the anath. And devotion and this all everything, you know, related to. Vishuddha is governs your expression and communication. Agya Chakra is a visual consciousness and access, clarity of intuitions. Every one of us is somewhere or other is getting that kind of intuition because our manas, our mind, manas, when I say mind, I would say manas. Manas is a one unit of the universal mind. Every one of us is having that ability to assess that whatever is happening intuition, but we remain agitated, and therefore we are unable to interpret. There's no clarity in our intuitions. That is the reason why we are unable to. So if we learn this secret of breath, this is with the help of this breath practices, secret of breath, you will be able to understand all this. He was also quoting this Moola Bandha, Jalandhar Bandha, and this what you call the Udyan Bandha. There is a long story, my dear friends. If you are practicing pranayam without bandhas, it has a little effect. But if you practice it along with these bandhas, the sequence is to be understood properly. Those who are practitioners, they must know. Whenever you are inhaling, Moolbandh should be there. Moolbandh is, it does not mean just to close the NS. No. If you are really interested to become a perfect in the practice of Moolbandha, you have to learn the Ashwini Mudra first, and so many things are means preparatory practices are there that are to be taken. But just you have to lift this sprinter little up, and there will be automatic NS law. So you are not allowing the energy, prana, apan is below the navel region, up to the NS area. You are not allowing the prana to go down. You are pushing it. You are trying to pull it, not, you are trying to pull it up little bit. And Jalandhar Bandha, you are just after inhalation, you are putting the chin in the jugular notch. This is called Jalandhar Bandha. Why? The prana and pranic energy from nose to the chest. The tendency of this energy is to go up. So you are not allowing this energy to go. So you are trying, prana should go down and apan should come up. That is what Bhagavad Gita says. Prane yuti pranam, apane yuti pranam. And when this both the pran, they are meeting together, there is a nad, what we used to call it nad, antar nad. And if you listen that sound, that nad, internally aroused sound is the concept of nad according to Hatha Yoga, according to our yogics. So Udyanam, why it in between, after, when you exhaust, when your kumbhaka is exhausted, kumbhakante rechaka dau. After the kumbhaka and in the beginning of the rechaka means exhalation, that time you have to posterior stretching. You have to take your navel back towards your spinal cord, and then only it will help you with a view. We used to call it Udyan, because that pranic energy, the cosmic energy which is individualized in this body, it is, this prana flows in the Sushumna Nadi. It jumps into Sushumna Nadi. Udinam kurte mahakaga. It jumps into Sushumna Nadi. And once it enters into Sushumna Nadi, thereafter, everything is changed. It is a long story. Now, regulation, dear friends, whenever you want to check the speed of your mind, you have to check the speed of your breath. Just see what happens to you. Beautifully, even Gorakshnath ji has said, even Hatpar Deepika, 2nd chapter, it says, Chale Vate Jalam Chittam. Everyone knows this. So, this mind and breathing, they have a close relationship. If you control the mind, you can, if you control the breath, you can control the mind. So mind, as in the beginning I said, mind plays a very, very important role, keeping our lives healthy, meaningful, unhealthy, and meaningless. Therefore, it is very much essential. All the practices, yogic practices, ultimately leading us towards this, what you call, the calmness and quietness of the mind. Even in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, when he is talking about Chit Prasadana, he says it is a prerequisite. See, if you want to be a good leader, leaders should have that kind of calmness and quietness. Then only in that state of mind only you will be able to take the proper decision, and your decision will be proper, and whatever the goal you have set forth, you will be able to achieve. So this is a prerequisite. This is to be learned. So, but there's a caution. While dealing with this pranic energy, we have to take care. As in our Hatha Yogic literature, it is said, as the ringmaster, he controls the wild animals slowly. Similarly, one has to learn to control this inhalation and exhalation, this pranic flow systematically. Then only the person will be. And if we are able to maintain this properly, I think the health is in our own hands. We can maintain it properly. This is what I have no time, my dear friends, because I have to go for a meeting, and therefore I will stop here. And if there is a question, I will take 1 or 2 questions if it is possible. Thank you very much for Mahendra ji for inviting me for this talk, and so much, all the organizers, all the viewers, whosoever is connected with this program. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much.
On behalf of, thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Sports Authority of India, and on behalf of respected Director General Sri Sandeep Pradhan, sir, Also on behalf of my principal director, Dr. G. Kishore sir, my colleagues, organizing committee, and all the esteemed participants, I'm very happy to introduce and to say a few words about my guru, my teacher, Dr. B.R. Sharma sir. He spent time with us and a very informative session. He actually delivered about pranayam, yoga, nadi shuddhi, and many scientific information he has provided us. I'm grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much for your spending time with us. मैं बहुत धन्यवाद हूँ, शुक्रगुजार हूँ सर आपका कि आपने मुझे इस उपस्थिति, आपकी उपस्थिति मेरे लिए आशीर्वाद है. मैं बिल्कुल आपने कहा था कि कुछ भी हो मैं आऊंगा, जुड़ूंगा और मैं आशीर्वाद के रूप में कुछ 2 शब्द कहूंगा. आपने जो कहा सर, मैं बहुत खुश हुआ और आपका आशीर्वाद होने की वजह से आज मैं इस कार्यक्रम को बिल्कुल जो है सही ढंग से और अच्छी तरह से मैं इस कार्यक्रम को आयोजित कर पा रहा हूं सर. मैं आपको सादर प्रणाम करता हूं और आपके चरण स्पर्श करके मुझे आप फिर एक बार आशीर्वाद दीजिए.
Thank you
so much sir. Thank you so much sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much sir.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Sanjeev Patil.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Dr. Mahendra Sawant, Associate Professor, Sports Authority in India, Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education, as a speaker. Sir is an organizer of this international webinar, and he is also a speaker today. I am requesting him to present I'm requesting him to be a speaker of this session. About him, sir is a qualified physical education teacher holding a PhD qualification, NIS certificate in wrestling and Isaac level 1 and level 2 anthropometry courses. Sir is a liaison officer and in charge of official language Hindi in Sports Authority of India, LNCPE, Trivandrum. Head of the Department of Yoga, Anthropometry and Hindi at SAI LNCPE, Trivandrum. Sir has evaluated 27 PhD theses in physical education and in yoga also. 25 years he has a great experience in physical education, and sir has presented number of papers, more than 42 articles he has presented in the reputed national and international webinar. With this, I like to welcome respected Mahendra Sawant sir on behalf of our respected principals, Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Bihar School of Yoga, Vyasa from Bangalore Yoga University, Bangalore, Fitness 365, and on behalf of PEFI, I welcome you for this beautiful session as a speaker, sir. Platform is yours. Participants are eagerly waiting for you. Please take over this session, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, my colleague, my friend. Really, you have taken so much pain along with me in organizing this such wonderful event, and along with all my esteemed resource persons, my friends, and all the dear participants. Without even without lunch break, also they are with me. I request all the participants, because of time constraints, because of we have to finish all the sessions, please be joined. There is no lunch break in between. You manage it to have it. We are also without food now. So because 5 o'clock we have to conduct validity function because of the whole day, the 1 day program. Thank you so much. This is all since morning to this moment. सुबह से लेकर अभी तक जितने भी सेशंस हुए बहुत इंफॉर्मेटिव हुए, बहुत बढ़िया हुए. और उस सेशन में देखिए, अभी मुझे तो मैंने अपना एक विचार व्यक्त किया है कि इफेक्ट ऑफ योग ऑन मेंटल एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ. तो देखिए योग जो है इसके ऊपर मैं विचार व्यक्त करूंगा, जो ज्यादा नहीं लूंगा मैं आपका समय, बस मैं 15-20 मिनट। हाँ जी,
Sir, in between, can I make an announcement?
प्लीज
Concerned
प्लीज
to
प्लीज प्लीज गो अहेड।
yeah, participants, already a link is uploaded in this chat box, so you have to fill this feedbacks. Okay, so yeah, already it is uploaded. Please you find it and fill those links. Okay, yes sir, please sir. Sir, take over the session sir.
हाँ जी,
Please.
हाँ, थैंक यू। सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मैं अनुरोध करता हूं कि फीडबैक फॉर्म दी गई है चैट बॉक्स में, आप उसको भरिए, और एक फीडबैक फॉर्म दी जाएगी ठीक 5 बजे के बाद, उसको भी भरना है, तभी आपको प्रमाण पत्र मिलेगा एज पर दी प्रोटोकॉल ऑफ दिस इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार। अभी देखिए मेरा टॉपिक है इफेक्ट ऑफ योग ऑन मेंटल एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ। इफेक्ट ऑफ योग ऑन मेंटल एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ, मैं खास तौर पर प्रकाश डालना चाहूंगा। बहुत अच्छे सेशंस हुए मेंटल और फिजिकल हेल्थ के ऊपर, और मैं जस्ट ये ब्रीफ जिसे इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ रिसर्च स्टडीज, और इसमें मैं हाईलाइट करूंगा कि भाई ये जो है अभी एब्स्ट्रैक्ट देखिए उसमें मेंटल और फिजिकल हेल्थ में जो है कि द करंट एविडेंस ऑन द इफेक्ट्स ऑफ योग इंटरवेंशंस ऑन वेरियस कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ मेंटल एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ और फोकसिंग ऑन द एविडेंस डिस्क्राइब्ड इन रिव्यू आर्टिकल्स। अभी यहाँ जो है कुछ आर्टिकल्स में एविडेंस आए हैं कि जिससे मेंटल और फिजिकल हेल्थ में रिसर्च के द्वारा काफी अनुसंधान किया जा रहा है, और बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से उसका जो परिणाम है, रिजल्ट है, आ रहा है। तो मेंटल हेल्थ जो है वो फिजिकल हेल्थ से जुड़ा हुआ है, और फिजिकल हेल्थ जो मेंटल हेल्थ से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो उस पर हमने ये देखना है कि भाई योग किस तरीके से ज्यादा से ज्यादा इफेक्टिव होगा, जैसे मेंटल कैपेसिटी बढ़े, फिजिकल हेल्थ की कैपेसिटी बढ़े, और उसके साथ साथ इम्यूनिटी बढ़े, ताकि कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक पर हम विजय प्राप्त कर सके। आइए आगे बढ़ते हैं। द कंसेप्चुअल बैकग्राउंड ऑफ योग हैज इट्स ओरिजिन्स इन एंशिएंट इंडिया फिलॉसफी। There are numerous modern schools or types of yoga, Iyengar yoga, Vinny yoga, Shivananda yoga, each having its own distinct emphasis regarding the relative content of physical postures and exercise, asanas, breathing techniques, pranayam, deep relaxation and meditation practices. अभी जो मेरे गुरु प्रोफेसर बी.आर. शर्मा जी ने जो प्रकाश डाला है, जैसे भाई नाड़ी शुद्धिकरण है, प्राणायाम है, ब्रीदिंग एक्सरसाइज है, और प्रोफेसर मेरे मित्र प्रोफेसर के चंद्रशेखर सर ने भी बहुत अच्छा नाड़ी शुद्धिकरण में अपना विश्लेषण दिया है। तो देखिए ये जो है विनियोग, शिवानंद योग, इयंगर योग जो है, दे हैव वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ applications about asanas, about pranayams and deep relaxation. So how it is basically it is related to the yoga and its effect for mind and body. योग एंड मेंटल हेल्थ देखिए उस पर जो स्टडी है, वी फाउंड 4 रिलेवेंट पब्लिकेशंस इंक्लूडिंग 2 रिव्यूज ऑन द इफेक्ट्स ऑफ योग ऑन डिप्रेशन। अभी डिप्रेशन है, फ्रस्ट्रेशन है, बहुत सारी हेल्थ एलिमेंट्स है जो हमको उसको वी हैव टू ओवरकम दैट, हमको उसको निकालना है, हमको कहीं ना कहीं मन में खुशी लाना है। अभी तो कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक जो है, दूसरी जो सेकंड वेव है वो भी आ गई है, हम पर हमला कर रही है। तो हमने क्या करना है कि देखिए मैंने शुरू में कहा है कि कोविड एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर, तो कोविड-19 का जो एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर उसका पालन करना है। अभी एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर क्या है, जैसे बिना मास्क के लिए बाहर निकलना नहीं है, अगर बाहर निकल गए तो मास्क लगा कर ही, और सोशल डिस्टेंस में बातचीत करना है किसी से। अगर चलिए हम सब्जी लेने गए हैं, कुछ आवश्यक चीजें, जीवन की आवश्यक चीजें लेने गए हैं, तो दूर से ही बात करना है। नजदीकियां छोड़ दीजिए, भाईचारा, दोस्ती, अभी थोड़ा सा अंतर से ही बात कीजिए, क्योंकि यह है कोविड-19 का जो है परिणाम कहाँ हमको नजर नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन वो हम पर हमला कर रहा है। तो ये रिसर्च से, योग से जो माइंड और बॉडी पर उसका जो प्रहार हो रहा है, नेगेटिव प्रहार हो रहा है, उसको हम पॉजिटिव लाना है, और हमारे माइंड को, हमारे मन को और शरीर को बहुत अच्छा हेल्थी बनाना है। देखिए आप मेडिटेशन जो है, मेडिटेशन की इस पोज को देखिए, इससे आप ये पोज ऐसी जगह आप करना है कि जहां आपको कोई डिस्टर्बेंस ना हो, और अपना ध्यान जो है, ध्यान के ऊपर भी प्रोफेसर बी.आर. शर्मा जी ने बहुत अच्छा अपना विचार व्यक्त किया है कि भाई ध्यान जो है, मेडिटेशन है, एक कमरे में जहां खुली हवा हो, निश्चिंत, किसी आवाज नहीं होना चाहिए, बैठकर आप ध्यान कीजिए 15-20 मिनट, 25 मिनट, और सुबह सुबह आप फ्रेश होने के बाद अगर ध्यान करेंगे तो बहुत साइंटिफिक है और इफेक्टिव है। इसी ध्यान को आप शाम को भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वह किसी अन्न का सेवन किए बिना, किसी चीज का सेवन किए बिना, और आप बिल्कुल ऐसा महसूस करते कि भाई आप खाली पेट है और बिल्कुल निश्चिंत है, तो ध्यान से आपका फ्रस्ट्रेशन, आपका जो डिप्रेशन, वो ऑटोमेटिकली कम होने में आपकी मदद करेगा ध्यान। फटीग जो है, अ सिस्टमेटिक रिव्यू, meta-analysis evaluating the effects of yoga on fatigue in a variety of medical conditions. The review included 19 RCTs and included healthy persons as well as patients with cancer. देखिए, पेशेंट हम किसको कहते हैं कि जो कुछ हेल्थ एलिमेंट्स है तो वो पेशेंट है। अगर किसी को कोई हेल्थ का कोई समस्या ही नहीं हो तो पेशेंट नहीं है। हेल्दी पर्सन तभी कहेंगे अगर उसका शरीर अच्छा है लेकिन मन ठीक नहीं है, वो हेल्दी पर्सन नहीं है। तो हेल्दी पर्सन के लिए योग का जो है, योग का अभ्यास करके अपने मन को शरीर से जुड़वा कर आप स्वस्थ नागरिक बन सकते हैं। हेल्दी पर्सन एज वेल एज पेशेंट्स विद कैंसर, मल्टीपल स्क्लेरोसिस, डायलिसिस, क्रॉनिक पैनक्रेटिटिस, फाइब्रोमाइलिसिस, ये तरह का अस्थमा, ओवरऑल अ स्मॉल पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट विद एन एसिडी ऑफ 0.2। ये रिसर्च का एक भाग है, इसमें रिसर्च हुआ है, उसका डाटा मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ। ये फटीग से, योग से फटीग पर किस प्रकार विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। Anxiety and anxiety disorders, this is also part of life where nowadays because of COVID-19 we are facing a lot of anxiety and anxiety disorder problems. Please take a help of either pranayam or asanas or meditation or breathing exercises. At least spend 30 minutes. I request you, all of you, spend 30 minutes. I'm not insisting regularly you do it. You do it at least once in a 2 days if possible. If you are doing regularly, most effective. If you are doing once in a 2 days, once in a couple of days, it will be effective, but not 100%, but little bit gradually. Increase your capacity, increase your what is called task, and you gradually try to involve in self-realization by means of these practices. There is one systematic review examining the effect of yoga on anxiety and anxiety disorders. A Cochrane review on meditation therapy for anxiety disorders. So meditation is a kind of therapy also, mental therapy. So citing one yoga study, actually page number 32 in articles, a description of studies on yogic breathing, which are also addressed in the systematic review. So ये जो reviews है, reviews का एक जो study हुआ है, उसमें आपको पता चलेगा कि भाई ये जो एंग्जाइटी डिसऑर्डर्स है, इस पर किस प्रकार से स्टडी होकर एंग्जाइटी डिसऑर्डर्स को हमने we have overcome on anxiety disorder due to yoga practices. Most studies describe beneficial effects in favor of the yoga interventions, particularly when compared with passive controls. There is examination anxiety. Now examination. Now everybody is facing, students, especially youth and students, school students also facing examination anxiety. Why don't you practice when the examination is there? Before that day, some examination you have 10 o'clock, early morning you sit 30 minutes, you just go for meditation, or 20 minutes, minimum 20 minutes you go for the breathing exercise or pranayam, anulom vilom pranayam. You make it a habit to practice regularly. It will help you in controlling your anxiety. But also compared with active controls such as relaxation response or compared to standard drugs. However, there are currently no meta-analysis available which would clearly differentiate this important issue. At least HRQ report stated that yoga was no better than mindfulness-based stress reduction and reducing anxiety in patients with cardiovascular disease. If anxiety is increasing, you will be going to suffer and developing cardiovascular disease. देखिए कार्डियोवैस्कुलर डिसीज जो है वो ग्रेजुअली अपना जो है घर बना लेता है, लेकिन अगर आप योग को थोड़ा आप योग प्रैक्टिस करोगे, जैसे आप योग अभ्यास करोगे या मेडिटेशन करोगे, प्राणायाम करोगे, तो आपको स्ट्रेस रिडक्शन में मदद होगी। स्ट्रेस क्या चीज है? One systematic review describes the effects of yoga on stress associated symptoms. तो ये Krong et al. Identified 8 controlled trials, 4 of which were randomized, which fulfilled their selection criteria. Most studies describe beneficial effects of yoga interventions. So yoga interventions जो beneficial studies है, उस पर एक अच्छा परिणाम हुआ है और अनुसंधान हुआ है, स्टडीज हुई है. Although not all studies use adequate and consistent instruments to measure stress, they nevertheless indicate that yoga may reduce perceived stress as effective as other active control interventions such as relaxation, cognitive behavior therapy और डांस. देखिए कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक में हमको बहुत स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. स्ट्रेस हो रहा है इसीलिए तो यह इवेंट रखा हुआ है, इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार ऑन स्पोर्ट्स साइंसेस, फिजिकल फिटनेस एंड योग. So by means of yoga practices, what will happen? You will be able to help to reduce your stress automatically. When you will perform yourself and self activation, self realize or self involvement through this pranayam or meditation or breathing exercises, or you may go for certain asanas. Even if you select 10 asanas, those asanas also will be helping you in reducing your stress. And finally you go for shavasana. Shavasana, if you go, definitely, if you think positively, yes, you are having stress, but you are very happy. Automatically, your psychologically stress will be reduced by yourself. Post-traumatic stress disorder. This is also part of this stress. Research studies have been conducted so much, and here fear, anxiety, disturbed sleep, sadness, and respiration rate. These all are actually happens because of post-traumatic stress. So this can be controlled, can be overcome, can be removed by means of regular yogic practice. For example, meditation, pranayam, anulom vilom pranayam, ujjayi pranayam, shitali pranayam. This all you can apply, you can perform, and then you can overcome such problems. Yoga and physical fitness. Physical fitness, see, asanas actually, many research persons, they highlighted about asanas. Asanas is very, very important for our body posture. But how many asanas we are performing? You ask ourselves, we are becoming lazy day by day. No, you just select 5-6 asanas, easy asanas. Every day you just practice only 5 to 6. Even 4 asanas, you practice this, repeat it twice or thrice. You go for repetition. For one asana, for example, if you are able to perform Vajrasana, okay, you do it Vajrasana 2 times. If you are able to perform Halasana, you know, Halasana, it is, as previous slide, this is a post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of Halasana, you will be able to improve your cardiovascular system and function of the system fantastic way. So Halasana is very important. But if you are also able to perform Dhanurasana, this is tough asana, also fine. But Naukasana, Shalbhasana, this or Vrikshasana, Tadasana, some of the asanas or Trikonasana, you can perform along with Vajrasana. If you are able to perform Supta Vajrasana, definitely you can do it. You will develop some flexibility and your body posture will be fantastic. Let us go for next, sympathetic and parasympathetic activation. There are 42 studies how on the yoga effects on sympathetic and parasympathetic. So effect of yoga on mental and physical. So this is asanas meant posture. If your posture, you are able to maintain the posture in proper way, you will be happy and your mind will be healthy. So that is why sympathetic and parasympathetic activation also it is necessary to study by means of yoga practice. Cardiovascular endurance. We are facing up certain problems about this sedentary lifestyle. That is a heart attack and all. But our cardiovascular capacity, if it is in proper way, then definitely for that, what we have to do, we can do it asanas, or we can do breathing exercise, or we can do even some kind of walking, jogging. But now in COVID-19 pandemic, walking and jogging is not possible. So inside the 4 wall, what we have to do? We have to do, you just warm up, you stretch up your upper part, lower part, okay, empty stomach, and you start doing 2-3 asanas. When you do your static exercise through asanas, then you go for breathing exercise, okay, and go for the pranayam. Is very, very effective. So here, as expected, physical fitness increase in adolescents or young adults, athletes and untrained individuals compared to other forms of exercise with a longer duration of yoga practice, better cardiopulmonary endurance. Nowadays, adolescent and youth group, what they are, because of they are addicted to computer and mobile. Okay, we cannot say addiction, but in COVID-19 pandemic, there is no other option of communication, information technology. Use it. but at the same time, how you sit while using your mobile, that is very important. You should not face any backache problem or any spinal cord difficulties or defect or something. You should be sitting proper way, and you should be maintaining your health by means of physical fitness or by means of asanas, and that will affect automatically on cardiovascular endurance by means of breathing exercise, pranayam, meditation, and you can go for certain selected asanas like halasana, yoga and cardiomyopathic conditions, blood pressure and hypertension. This is also can be, these research studies have been conducted how to control blood pressure and hypertension. So blood pressure and hypertension is very important to know. Nowadays, blood pressure and hypertension, 25 years old boy also he is facing, because there is no exercise, there is no yoga, there is no asanas. So this is very important to understand. Prevention is better than cure. When you are suffering, then you are running to, now you also cannot visit to doctor. You will be getting scared while from home to doctor. If you are going in between, if something COVID-19 pandemic happens, now the best medicine at home with you is prevention is better than cure. Preventive method, yoga you must use as a therapeutic tool in the sense, perform some asanas. I repeat again, perform some asanas, do some meditational practices, do some pranayam, and do some kind of concentration technique, breathing technique, some selected asanas, shavasana, relax, and keep good habits of life, your eating, your sleeping time, everything to be maintained by you. Yoga and metabolic endocrine condition, glucose regulation, that is also research studies. Because of yoga, we are able to maintain the glucose regulation. So glucose should be maintained in our body. If the glucose is somewhere it is fluctuation or incomplete, definitely we are going to suffer. Now 8 limbs are yoga. You try to understand first the scientific way. 8 limbs of yoga: yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. So this ayama, ethical conduct towards others, ethical conduct, very important. This it controls your mind, it develops your mind in fantastic way. Niyama, ethical conduct towards self. That's why self activation, self realization, self involvement, and do for self, not eat for self. Eat for self means खाते रहिए अपने लिए, वो नहीं है. You eat but think for others, and along with you share your ideas. And that is why yama, niyama, asanas for yoga, for postures. What is aim of asanas? To control the body. So asanas is actually helping you to prepare a proper posture, to maintain proper posture of your body. Pranayama, breathing exercises, it aims to control your mind, and mind control is very important. Now we are tempted, we are inside the home, we want to go, but as man is social animal, we want to involve, we want to play. But now the situation, as we are going to face in second waves, we are going to, it is very tough time. Please be careful, do it pranayama or whatever the asanas at home. Pratyahara, withdrawing one's attention from body. Dharana, concentration of mind. Dhyana, meditation. Samadhi, you need the uninterrupted contemplation of reality. That is the last, you should not go for that. That is the very deeper way. What is health now? So effect of yoga on mental health and physical health. Now let us see the physical health. Health is a dynamic balance of the elements and humors. Normal metabolic activity and efficient elimination coupled with a tranquil mind, senses, and contented self. This is by Sushitra Smahita Sutra Dhyanam. This is a wonderful actually definition about health. Now stress curve. There are, see, stress. There are good stress, there is bad stress, but stress, inactive, laid back, fatigue, exhaustion, anxiety, panic, anger. You should not, yoga controls to anxiety, panic, anger, these things. And finally breakdown, the stress level. Breakdown means stress level will be definitely, we will be able to seek control. So this is the stress curve. Try to understand. Too little stress, optimum stress, too much stress, burnout. Please Apply yogic practice. Application of yoga. Panchakosha. I wanted to introduce 5 layers of our existence. Anandamaya Kosh, Vijnanamaya Kosh, Manomaya Kosh, Pranayam, Annamaya, Pranamaya Kosh. These are the Kosh. It plays a very important role in the practices of yogic for human body. Mechanisms of yoga. All aspects of human psychophysiological functioning improve. When the breath is steady, emotions become more balanced. When the body is still, the mind starts to calm down. Conscious focus on the present moment. The now. Integration breath pattern with coordinated smooth body movements. So this is all mechanisms we should understand. Integration. That is why mind, we used to say mind is a monkey mind. But how can we control? So we can control mind gradually, step by step, by means of performing yogic practices, meditation, pranayam, breathing exercise, concentration, and this is possible. Healthy improvement in physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being. Attainment of highest physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual potential. Enhanced ability to manage omnipresent stressors and thrive positively in all aspects of human life. How does yoga help mental health? Deepening sense of perception, enhancing mental alertness, focus, reducing unnecessary distraction, improving attention span. Because of yoga, improving attention span, our attention span is very, very important psychological way. How we want to improve always, but yoga will help. Awakening latent areas, balancing hemispheric activity, facilitating healthy neuroplastics, associative understanding of interconnectivity, enhancing the inner sense of ease and well-being. Asanas. You can have your Padmasana, simple Padmasana. You and I told Vajrasana if you are sitting. This is Ustrasana, one of the most important asanas. If you have back pain, avoid it. Do's and don'ts you must follow. Shavasana, I told you very easy last, but there is a scientific, this is also scientific asana, Shavasana. And if you know properly, you can, if you do not know, you take the help of any well-experienced or good yoga teacher. On mobile, you can contact and you can take help for performing at home. CNS and immune system. Recent studies shows bi-directional relationship between the central nervous and human system. Central nervous system. Researchers continue to explore the mysteries of how disease affect behavior. So there are so many disease happens in central nervous system because of. So if we remove all the disease, we should go through the yogic practice in scientific way, and there will be no such kind of elements we'll find in our central nervous system. Yoga benefits sense of well-being, quality of interpersonal relationship, improved concentration, efficiency, self-confidence, attentiveness, lowered irritability levels, etc. Pranayams, modulations, which this all is a focus and calm mind is less susceptible to distractions, negative influences, and omnipresent confusion. Yes, this some of the asanas you can. Pavan Muktasana is there, Ardha Pavan Muktasana is there, and some of the simple asanas you can go. Stadasana is there, Chakrasana is there. Yeah. Look at the brain, right brain and left brain. So this is, I am the left brain, I am the right brain, and because of pranayam, so mind is very important, how to control your mind. So right brain, left brain, and when you perform yoga, it affects on your right brain, left brain in scientific way. Anulom Vilom Pranayam, as I already told, this is the proper position of performing. Right nostril, left nostril, already narrated by my guru, Dr. B.R. Sharma sir. Yes, yogic tools to induce psychophysical harmony. Now, because of what happened in the sedentary lifestyle, we are facing psychosomatic disorders. To control over that, asanas, kriyas, mudras, these are very important. Let us go for another tools, balance, emotional volatility or emotional balance. Keep the emotional balance because of our stressful life. We should practice regularly. This is development of appropriate psychological attitudes. Let us go ahead. Some yogic tools for mental health, contemplation, relaxation, and meditation, relieving suffering and pain. So here, yoga improves pain tolerance and quality of life. So it has been 100% truth that because of yoga, we can improve our quality of life. Please try to understand now, because of COVID-19 pandemic, quality of life we are going to decrease because of we are not able to perform, we are not able to do physical exercise in the open area ground. Now we are scared about this virus, but the thing is, yoga can become a shield, as a tool of protective shield for us to improve our inner system scientific way. Chakra dhyana, these are the chakras involved in our human body discussion. These reviews, so many reviews are there, suggest a number of areas where yoga may be beneficial, but more research is required. Still research studies have been going on, but again research is required for virtually all of them. That is why my intention to conduct this second international webinar on sports sciences, I have included 3 areas. I have especially focused on 3 areas: sports sciences, because we are part of Sports Authority of India in our esteemed organization, and also physical fitness, as we have taken, we have been given great support of my friend Sri Sujit Panigrai sir. This is Fitness 365. See, the physical fitness. So all physical fitness, our entire fraternity can, those who are involved or directly, indirectly, those who are not, please go for the physical fitness and try to understand. And that is why we can understand virtually this platform. And once we understand the virtual platform for physical fitness, sports sciences and yoga, definitely we can overcome and we can have a certain development in our entire lifestyle. Finally, conclusion, yoga helps cultivate appropriate attitude towards life. To have the will, ichha shakti, willpower to change, kriya shakti, that which can be changed, the strength to accept that which cannot be changed, and the wisdom, jnana shakti, to know the difference is the attitude that needs to the cultivated. So ichha shakti, kriya shakti, jnana shakti. भाई ज्ञान तो हम ले रहे हैं आज सर, उसको परफॉर्म तो कर सकते कि नहीं? So please, this is a Gyan Shakti platform is there. Ichha Shakti, your self motivation, self reliance and self dedication. Kriya Shakti, you have to perform some of the yoga practices, and attitude of letting go of the worries, the problems, and great understanding of our mental process helps to create a harmony in our body, mind, and whose disharmony in the main cause of Adi Vyadhi or psychosomatic disorders. So we can remove all psychosomatic disorders. Health and happiness are our birthright. This message of Swami Gitananda Giri Guru Maharaj is from given. Most people today are so busy trying to find health and happiness. Yoga is the best. So friends, health and happiness is very, very important. At the last, not but least, I request everyone, please keep social distance always and maintain COVID appropriate behavior. Always use the mask. Mask is very, very important to protect our life. Take it seriously. I request every participant, my friends, those who are joined and spending time with me, with my organization, and everybody listen very nicely to all resource persons, and other important resource persons are going to be present. Foreign resource persons are there, and because of this all platform, virtual platform, mask is very important. When you go out of your door, out of your house, even though for some meters distance, without mask, do not go, do not violate rule of COVID-19 appropriate behavior protocol. You look at this picture, you will feel very happy. Friends, life is a precious. Try to develop such lookout in your brain, your mind, and sky is the limit. Once again, thank you so much, all dear participants. You have been tolerated me, my lecture, because time is running like anything. And finally, effect of yoga on mind and body, mental health and physical health is very, very important to understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable presence and your valuable presentation. Really, you people brought some more colors for this webinar, and we are able to, we are feeling confident that this program is going to be a successful because of you people, sir. On behalf of Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, on behalf of our respected principal, sir, Sai LNCP, on behalf of Bihar School of Yoga, yes, Vyasa from Bangalore University, Bangalore, on behalf of PEFI and on behalf of Fitness 365, I thank you for your valuable presence as a speaker in this session. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
Yes, sir. Now, I like to invite Natalia Salvi, a respectable speaker. She is from Argentina. Madam is a teaching traditional and therapeutic yoga for more than 30 years in private yoga studio. From Madam?
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is it good
Namaste.
morning, Madam? Morning,
Namaste.
region, Madam?
This is early morning.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining, ma'am. Great.
Yes.
Thanks for joining, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Madam,
Can can I share my screen? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Few seconds, madam. Madam, on behalf of Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, from Sai LNCP, Dr. Kishore sir, on behalf of Bihar School of Yoga, yes, from Vyasa University, Yoga from Bangalore, PEFI, and from Fitness 365. I welcome you for this beautiful session. You are so precious. Last time also we heard your presentation, so informative it is. Many people inspired because of that. Still they remember those presentations, especially from your side, Manmat Garote sir, Edranko sir, very inspiring one. Still eagerly they are waiting to listen your presentation from my office. Madam, platform is yours. So please
Thank
shower
you very
and
much.
knowledge, madam. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you to all of you. I will share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Can you all see the slides?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I have been speaking about stress last time. Now I will go quite straight into the brain under stress. What happens in our brain and how can we diffuse stress from the brain through using our body. I will speak about yoga, but some of the concepts I will present can be applied to physical activity and sport. We all know what is stress. There's no need to give definitions. We are living with it since this pandemic began. But I always like to quote my teacher, Dr. Emel Garote, and he used to say that stress is what we experience when we feel we are not ready to face a situation. So there is a subjective ingredient here. Some of us might feel we cannot face what is happening in the world. Some of us might feel we are able to cope. And maybe the difference is in if we keep on in a stressful situation, our perception of reality would be a negative one. But if we allowed our brain to release the stress, we can change our view on reality. Well, we all know that stress is described as a fight or flight situation, a fight or flight reaction when we face potential danger. In a yogic language, we could say that this is a rajasic condition. We are stimulated, excited, and prone to strong and fast reactions. But also we can experience danger as an unescapable situation. And when we face an unescapable situation, our response to stress is different. And we are not able to react or combat or escape, and we shut down. Nowadays, we are confronted to such a situation because this is taking too long. We don't see where is it the end of the tunnel. And some of us are experiencing immense danger and terror. The reaction we have when such a stress response is triggered could be matched to a tamasic condition because it brings a paralyzing effect. Some are physically paralyzed, depressed, some are mentally blocked. Negative effects of stress in humans are a very serious one because even though stress is a positive reaction from our system to protect us, when it becomes chronic, when you keep it in time for a very long time, the biological processes are altered, and some functions that are not needed to survive are depressed, are blocked. For example, we have muscle pain, tension, headaches, heart problems, fatigue. The most serious problem for us now is low immunity derived from this chronic stress condition. We have psychological effects. So we have increased fear, increased anxiety, restlessness, lack of motivation, depression, apathy. And also these effects can be seen in our behavior. So there are changes in the way we eat, the way we sleep, the things we consume, like we look for stimulants or relaxing substances that could help us to deal with what we are experiencing inside our minds. Well, what is happening in our brain when we are under pressure? The brain is the very complex organ that makes us think, feel, desire, and act. It is like the headmaster of the system. And he takes care of multiple actions and processes that we are not aware of. We have a special area of the brain that scientists has named as motor homunculus. And this special part of the brain in the frontal lobe is like a map of our whole body. And in this map, our body is represented, but with different sizes than in reality. You can see in the picture, there is a drawing that represents with big hands, big mouth, especially big tongue, the shape or the size that our representation of the body has in the brain. So if we work on these body parts, we stimulate these body parts, we could have special stimulation on different parts of the brains and different functions in our brain. Also, we know that we have a hemispheric division. Our brain has two sides, and these two sides, though they appear to be much alike, they have different tasks. They have different labors they carry on, and they need to work with each other. Even though functions are different for left and right hemisphere, our best expression, our best functioning is when they are working together in a coordinated way. So we know this division on left and right, and there is also a division between anterior brain and posterior brain. And we will see the effects of stress in both kinds of division of the brain. Frontal brain, we can link it to buddhi, the higher intellect, and we can link it to viveka, the ability to discriminate, to have higher thoughts and more evolved thoughts and more evolved outlook on reality. It allowed us to have future planning, to anticipate the consequences of our actions so we can make intelligent choices, mature choices. We can self-regulate. With this area of the brain, we keep our impulses down when they are not fit for the situation. So we can moderate our social responses to be positive or correct for the right timing for the situation. Is the part of the brain that allowed us to pay attention, to recall memories that are useful for the present moment, and to learn. On the other side, what we call posterior brain, in fact, is what is called the limbic system, where we find the brain amygdala. The brain amygdala, in the picture, you see it as a red spot in the middle of the head, and is from which we can have these fear and emotional responses. The activation of the brain amygdala is completely involuntary. Under stress, it gets shut on, it gets on. And it allowed us to have all these strong emotions that lead to fight or flight reaction or to the shutdown stress response. When there is chronic stress, this small part of the brain is permanently activated. We can make a relationship between this part of the brain and what in yoga is called manas, the mind that recalls memories, the mind that gets information from the senses. When there is stress, we could say that we have a frontal lobotomy. It means that under stress, the frontal part of the brain, the one that we have related to the higher functions of the intellect, to the making of choices, to the ability to fit to the situation, is completely locked, is completely unavailable. As more intense stress is there, more unavailable are the frontal lobe functions. And if we talk about chronic stress, this could lead to really decline in our human aspects, in our consciousness, in our will. When we are free from stress, the functions of the brain are balanced, and frontal brain is dominant, while middle brain and the brain amygdala is inhibit. So we are calm, we are altruistic, we are friendly. We can link this to sattva guna. We can make good decisions, we have creativity, we behave with a high level of ethics. We are able to turn to spirituality. But when under stress, our brain gets unbalanced and the frontal brain is inhibited and the middle brain with the amygdala becomes dominant. So we either are tense, aggressive, hostile, or fearful, paralyzed. We avoid situations. We get inside the house, we don't go out, we don't involve in life. We become a tamasic person, a selfish person. We cannot take good decisions. We take bad decisions. We have impulsivity, low creativity. We lose our ethics and morals. This is a very serious condition when it becomes chronic, and also when children are under severe stress because their personality is twisted as they grow up under this stress condition. And what about the brain hemispheres? There are a lot of misunderstandings and prejudice regarding the brain hemispheres. I am sure you have heard about, oh, this person is so creative, she's so artistic, she has a right brain dominance, very good. But this other guy, oh no, he is so square in his mind, only left brain. Well, I usually listen to these kinds of opinions, and this is very, very wrong. When stress is there, exchange of information between the two hemispheres is impossible, and the work of the brain becomes disorganized. Why these two hemispheres have to work together? Because they have very different tasks to fulfill. The right hemisphere, as I was speaking about this example, about this creative person, is related to the ability for art and music, also give us space skills. We relate to context more than for the details. The perception is global. We have a wide overview of the situation. It stores our belief system. It has no time, and it is always in the present. On the other hand, the left hemisphere has the language, the logic, math, and science. It is able to have organization. It has time and sequence. It looks for details and store the facts. But also, the right hemisphere, the one who is related to art, to creativity, is very, very sensitive to negative memories. That's why always we represent the artist as a crying person or very emotional. It holds the negative thoughts and emotions. It has to remember the bad experiences because he is responsible to react in front of a negative situation, potential stress situation, and right hemisphere will be there activated to show us where is the danger. It responds to the unexpected and the unknown. On the other hand, the left hemisphere is not sensitive to negative memories. It stores positive thoughts, positive insights on life, positive emotions. So he can get solutions when facing problems, and is activated when we are surrounded by a familiar situation, when what is happening we know about. So when there is stress, there is a danger situation, we don't know what is happening, and we have no experience in facing this stress situation and what to do. So our brain integration is stopped. What is responsible for the brain integration? The corpus callosum. That is a kind of a tissue that brings information from one side of the brain to the other side. This exchange of information happens naturally, except under stress. Under stress, as you can see in the picture, the two sides of the brain get isolated. So when this happens under stress, disconnection of the two hemispheres, we cannot use our full potential. We cannot put our hands on the resources we have. We have a dysfunctional reading of reality because only right brain is working, and all negative thoughts, all negative insights are there. We cannot search for resources that are stored in the left side of the brain. So we cannot make choices, or we make bad choices. As I said previously, when brain is under development in children, when they are submit to chronic stress, the natural development of the brain is altered. And as you can see in this image, all the survival parts of the brain grow a lot more. And the social, emotional, and cognitive areas of the brain grow a lot less. So in time, if this is going on for a lot of time in the life of a child, it could bring a disarrangement in the personality that is very difficult to mend. Well, how can we apply our practicals for brain integration? I will not show now anything that you don't know already. The point is I will explain why it works as it works. We know that yoga uses indirect resources to start the relaxation response, which comes from the parasympathetic nervous system. And one of the main resources that yoga has is stimulation of certain body parts or certain body reactions. For example, here we have Trataka, by which the gazing of the flame will produce tears in the eyes. Tears in the eyes, it's one of the parasympathetic reaction. And when our system is stimulated in one of their reactions, the whole of the body, the whole of the nervous system switches to relaxation response. Also, we know that we have a cross connection between the brain hemispheres and the body sides or body hemispheres. When we stimulate right side of the body, we will get a stimulation in the left side of the brain. And the other way around, when we stimulate the left side of the body, we will get a stimulation in the right side of the brain. This way, we can alternate the stimuli and have both hemispheres activated and then reintegrated. How do we do this? We can classify yoga practices. In this picture, we see asana according to 3 kinds of stimulation. We have an alternate homolateral. This is, you work on one side, then you do the asana on the other side. For example, you have the side bending. Also, we can classify asanas with this alternate crossing classification. When your left side touches your right side, as you see in Vakrasana, the twist, then you do on the other way round. And also you have asanas that work on the whole of the body at the same time. You can see in the picture one variety of Utkatasana. And what is the purpose of this? That you can alternatively work the 3 kinds of stimuli. Sides, one by one, that is homolateral, sides crossing, alternate crossing, and the whole body. And if you continue to classify your practice or choosing your asana practice this way, you will get like a brain massage. Here you see, for example, Garudasana, it's a crossing stimulation. And then you have Bhadrasana, well, all the body is integrated and aligned. Also, practices like Anuloma Viloma work on this stimulation right side, left side. We have also another way of integrating polarities is what I have called brain buttons. And you have 3 kinds of integration of polarities. Forward, backward. Because remember, we have forward brain and the posterior brain. So forward, backward stimulation somehow stimulates our brain that way. We have up and down. And we have left and right. We have recently speak about this. So remember always in your practice to have this complementary stimulation, integration of polarities. Another way to reduce stress in the brain is to increase the flow of blood to the central part of the body, increase the flow of blood to the trunk area where the vital organs are and where the spine is. Because stress makes our blood go to the limbs because we need to fight or to fly. And these intense body movements need us to have blood in the limbs. When blood goes back to the spine and back to the vital organs, the stress reaction is overcome. This is one of the explanations why traditional yoga, traditional asanas, work mostly on the trunk and spine, the trunk area and spine, and lesser attention is bring to the legs and arms. Eye movements is another way to stimulate the brain. Yoga has developed many ways of working with the muscles and eye movements, like in Drishti. Also, you can combine Brahma Mudra, where you have these polarities up and down, left and right, and we can combine this with Drishti. This is a very powerful practice. It's a very short practice. You can have it in a couple of minutes, very slow movements, and pay attention to the eye direction to combine it with the polarity of the movement of the head. One of the reasons is the relationship between the parasympathetic system, relaxation response system, and the eye muscles. But the other is that when we are under stress, our visual field and perceptual field is shrinked, and we focus only on the area where we think the danger is coming. When we are under a relaxation condition, our visual field and perceptual field opens wide. And to move the head in all directions allows us to scan the surrounding field. As you have seen with the motor homunculus, the small little man I have shown you with the big tongue, the use of tongue is also a very powerful tool to release stress. Tongue is related to different neural channels: taste, touching, movement, speech. All this happens with the tongue. So many areas of the brain are linked to the tongue. How do we use the tongue in yoga? Well, you can see two practices: Simha Mudra, Jiva Bandha. These practices has to be done very slowly and paying attention to the release of tension that comes when you finish the practice. So practice also always should be followed by a quiet moment, contemplative attitude on the effects of what you have done. Another way to work with the tongue is just to improve awareness of the sensations inside of the mouth regarding the volume of the tongue, the consistency, the humidity in the rear of the mouth, and the position of the tongue. So you can have like a dharana on your tongue, and you will have an immediate release of relaxation response. Well, there is a very beautiful pranayama. It's not very well known. My teacher, Dr. Emel Garote, found it in a manuscript, Yoga Rahasya from the 11th century. And this pranayama, I'm very fond of it. I always teach it. It's very simple. It is called Lahari Pranayama. We can translate it as the wave-like pranayama because the flow of breath is left very free. You don't apply kumbhaka, you don't apply ratio counting. You just allow the flow of breath to go in and out from one nostril at a time. So you stimulate one side, then next breath, the other side. It's different from Nadi Shodhana or Anuloma Viloma, in which you go from one side to the other side. Here, there is an isolation of one nostril, one breath, the other breath, isolation of the other nostril. Then I advise, after this bilateral stimulation, to practice one integrated stimulation practice, like in Sitali, Sitkari, where you use the center to end the air and the experience. The stimuli is in the center of the face, like in Ujjayi also, where you use the feeling of the glottis that is partially blocked, or simple pranadharana, where you pay attention to both the nostrils and the airflow there at the same time. Another important factor in yoga practice is the tone up practices, like Kapalabhati or other asanas as Dhanurasana or the inverted asanas, because these differently, but all of them increase brain irrigation and also allowed us to learn how to get in and out from a stimulant situation. This kind of practice will tone up the system, will have a more sympathetic stimulation, and we have to learn how to get in and out from relaxation to stress, from stress to relaxation. We need this flexibility in our nervous system. And the last ingredient that I would like to add to these advices on the practice is to really make room for deep relaxation. When we say guided relaxation, sometimes there is a teacher guiding the class, but we can guide our own self into our pranadharana, into our conscious relaxation. Under stress, our actions are unconscious, involuntary, and very quick. And under relaxation, there is time. Somehow, perception of time changes, and there is more awareness of body and feelings. So if there is stress, there is no possibility of dharana, but if we practice dharana, then stress will have no possibility, because brain cannot function in two opposite ways at the same time. It is either stress, either dharana. How to apply this integration of the brain with dharana? Well, I have represent here two ways. One way is the integrated way. So you will go with the sensory experience of the body parts that are double: 2 feet, 2 knees, 2 hips, 2 hands, etc. And you can practice alternate. Only one side, you have dharana on the right side first, then you have dharana on the left side at the second time. So you can do both of these. You can do only one, because here you are linking pranadharana with stimulation of the body sides. This you can do on your own. You don't need somebody to guide you. Well, this is my small presentation today. As we had only half hour, I expect to be right in time, 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. And I wait for your questions, please.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. It's a wonderful presentation. Most of points concerned to yoga it has covered. So we feel very, very worth of this session, madam. Questions are there. Madam, question is like a meditation. So in concern to this one, any difference we can find out, like a difference between a relaxation and a meditation, whether both things are one and the same, or meditation has a different aspect?
It's two different practices. Relaxation you practice lying down, and even though you might use some dharana elements, as I show, the purpose is to free flow, let go. So you apply some technique for inducing the relaxation condition, but then you don't make an effort to get your attention anywhere. You just allowed Shavasana, the corpse pose, to regulate your system, mental body system. Meditation needs an intention, a presence of the attention during the full process. And somehow also there is a part of meditation where it's not in your hands. You also apply your meditation technique. You can practice mantra recitation. You can practice first pranayama, then observation of the flow of the breath. Somehow you apply a technique also, and you allowed meditation to happen. But you are sit up. You need your spine to be straight, so your attention will be in the present moment.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam, one more question is concerned to Nadi Shodhana.
Yes.
And Anuloma Viloma. Even
yes.
Last time also I asked this question for another resource person. Some more information we need about this one, how we can differentiate these things too. Anuloma Viloma and Nadi Shodhana.
Well, you always have to find where the term is used, because in different texts, different traditions might use same term for different practices or different terms for the same practice. So this alternate nostril breathing can be named these two ways. Nadi Shodhana term refers to the cleansing of the nadis, purification of the nadis. And Anuloma Viloma term, and it makes me think about Dr. Bole, who passed away recently, and Jadranko was speaking about him. Anuloma Viloma can be translated as going one side and returning, as when you stroke somebody in the fur, along the fur, against the fur. And Dr. Bole used to explain this for the effect this pranayama has on the superficial blood flow in the capillaries. So the effect of this pranayama for him was described as this stimulation of the blood flow in the capillaries, because under stress, all the blood flow in the skin is stopped, is reduced, because as I explained in previous conferences, when we have this stress system that is very, very old, and we had to take care if in a fight not to bleed out completely. So capillaries has to shut down to protect ourselves. Anuloma Viloma has an effect, and other pranayamas also, to open the capillaries.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Very, very nice presentation. And questions are there, madam, but time is so limited for us. So we want to conclude this session. Yes, ma'am. Madam,
and thank you very
yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much that you respected my presentation time, because
yes,
I had to go to university now to teach, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for
thank you so much, ma'am.
Professor Jadranko.
Thank you.
That gave me the space.
Madam, on behalf of our institution, I thank you for your valuable presence, madam. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So great.
Thank
so
you.
great. You spent time with
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Very informative session, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll be again joining in future. Thank you so much for sparing time with us.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, ma'am. Yeah, all my dear participants, friends, our valedictory function will be sharp as 5:30, as we were expecting 5 o'clock, but it is 5:30 because of scientific sessions where, yeah, Dr. Sanjeev, over to Dr. Sanjeev Patil. So one more
Sorry.
feedback from, yes, Sujit sir, please.
Is there any other session, sir, between now and the valedictory?
Yeah, one more session is there, sir. Professor Yadranko's and Dr. Sanjeev Patil's presentation for 15 minutes, short of time. Yes.
Okay.
2 presentations are left.
Sir, we will continue with Yadranko sir's session, sir.
Namaste.
Namaste, Professor Yadranko sir.
Good evening, sir.
Very good evening.
Good
sir.
evening, sir.
Good evening.
From morning onwards, I have seen that you are still continuously, you are there with us. You have a greater consistency, sir. Now it's your turn to shower a knowledge on us. Participants, before a session, I like to give some more information about international speaker Acharya Yadranko Micheli. Is the author of 6 books and a DVD on yoga. Title of first book is Yama, second Niyama, third Asana and Pranayama, fourth Yoga for the spine and beauty of body, fifth Transcendental Meditation, return to health, and sixth is a science of Vedic yoga. So has the representative of yoga in the Department of Ministry of Justice of Costa Rica for regulations of application of non-conventional medicines. He practices and teaches yoga all over the world. Already for 30 years, he is a master of a martial art also. He has a greater, another specialization, that is a martial art, which is slight, even related to yoga also. He has also a president of a natural law party in Costa Rica, and for 15 years national leader for Maharishi's representative for Costa Rica. For 30 years he is a teacher of a transcendental meditation, and for 19 years a teacher of Maharishi Veda science. Sir, knowledge about asana and pranayama is based on a teaching of A.G. Mohan, a disciple of Sri T. Krishnamacharya, Maharishi Swami Deva Murthy, other yogacharyas, and his known insight which he gained, taught, and a long practice and understanding of yoga and Maharishi Vedas, Vedic science. Sir has also experience with application of yoga and Ayurveda to the sports, and he was a yoga trainer of one of the most popular tennis player in the world. For teaching yoga, Yadranko sir is cooperating with academy in Germany and Europe for Yoga Federation. He is president of Association for Sports and Recreation at Croatia. He is an international secretary general of the World Academy of Ayurveda from India. From World Academy of Ayurveda, Sir received a Nobel prestigious award and title of Vana Shuddhi Bisagacharya, a herbal scientist and expert for yoga and Ayurveda. He is also cooperating with the Moraji Desai National Institute of Sports in India. Sir, on behalf of Ministry Youth Affairs and Sports, Sai LNCP, and behalf of Bihar School of Yoga, and behalf of Vyasa Deemed University, Bangalore, PEFI, and behalf of Fitness 365, I welcome you for this beautiful session. As a speaker, sir, platform is yours. We are expecting knowledge of showers from your side, sir. Over to Edronka, sir.
Thank you very much. Namaste to everybody. And I am very thankful to all the speakers, so beautiful presentations about the yoga and influence to the sport. And it's really a fantastic conference. And as I'm at the end, towards the end of the presentation, I would just like to give some little practical suggestions, which is very useful for the health of everybody. And one thing I would like to speak about the effect of the ancient practices which are in the form of exercise for the health of the spine and the function of the nervous system. Because as I said, the nervous system the condition of nervous system is very important, and because it is regulating all other systems in our body. And we know in the ancient literature, they are referring to the spine as Danda Meru. This is the mountain Meru as the main axis of the universe, of the macrocosmos. And similar, we have that Danda Meru, or the spine, as the main axis of our micro-universe, or our physical body. So the special structural and the functional aspect of the spine should be maintained in its original design. And the spine is designed with all the curvatures and all the discs and vertebrae and all internal space for keeping safe the central nervous system, the spinal cord, and which comes up to the brain connection, and from where all the peripheral nervous system is spreading through all the body and regulates all the functions of all internal organs. So that's why that exercise for the spine is very crucial, and basically all asanas have the final effect on the spine, on the function of the spine. So we know that we have ability to bend the spine in different positions, to stretch along its axis. We can have category of asanas like Samasthithi, that stretching the spine along its axis, then bending forward, then like Paschimottanā category, and then Purvottanā, bending backwards, and then Parshva, lateral, and then twisting, parivritti, the possibility of, or to put the spine upside down, viparita. So this exercise, which I will show, has an effect on the spine to create twisting in the spine. It is practiced lying down on the back and doing the twisting. And this is actually the basic practice which all animals are doing in the world to keep their health condition good. They take care of their spine. They lie down and they do the twisting. So this is their yoga. And for us also is very beneficial, because upside, like this, upright, we are all the time under the influence of the force of gravity and under the pressure of our weight of our body, and then all the discs over time start suffering, and they are shrinking more and more, and then the space between the discs, the space between the vertebrae become less and less, and this starting pressing the nerves coming out, and all different neurological problems happen, and the painful conditions. So, especially sedentary way of life, which is very common today for most of the people, spending a lot of time sitting, And they found in one research that, for example, the sitting position is giving 150% pressure on the L3, lumbar vertebra number 3, in that region, than when you are standing. So we can take standing is 100%, but sitting is 150. So the sitting is more damaging for the spine than standing position. That's why they recommend we should not sit at stretch more than 45 minutes. We need to stand up, do some movements, change the position, little exercise the spine, and then sit again if we are planning to sit for more hours. And especially if you are sitting and little bent forward in that position, then the pressure on the lumbar region is 180%. And this is the case because many people use the computer or something, and they are always little bent forward under the computer. So this creates even more damage with the time. So to counterbalance this is some very simple exercise, but very beneficial for the health. And basically, considering yoga, how it can enrich the value of the life, today we have the application of yoga is in many phases. One very popular application of yoga is for fitness. And to keep fit, and many people, especially in the West, also these more dynamic practices of yoga, like Ashtanga yoga and other power yoga, develop Vinyasa yoga. It's more to keep the body flexible, strong, and it comes more into the category of the Vyayam, the exercising, yogic exercising, which is very important to exercise and to keep all the circulation in a good condition and keep the muscles in certain normal strength condition and joints flexible and everything. And also along with that, today we have a lot of application of yoga as a yoga therapy, therapeutic approach of yoga, where we try to have individual approach to the person according to its health condition. We need to consider the condition of the person and adjust the practice of yoga to be therapeutic, to bring normalization of the health of a person. And the third aspect is application of yoga in a spiritual purpose. What does it mean, spiritual purpose? Means to get self-realization, to know who I am. So we can find out that the principles of the practice of yoga applied to these different needs and to fulfill their goals has different methods. For example, what is the yoga for the health, which is very important now in this time and the COVID situation, and basically many people are suffering from many kind of psychosomatic diseases, and where yoga can give many benefits. And so that's why I chose this exercise, which is at the same time fulfilling the need for the fitness condition and fulfilling the therapeutic need and also fulfilling the spiritual need. So, for example, for the health, we know that our body has certain internal function, which is based on internal movements, which our body is doing inside, from the inner side of our skin, in the torso. So we can say the whole torso is inside, it is the main vital organs. And that's why what Dr. Boleji was also mentioning, that difference between the yoga of the torso and yoga of the limbs. So what we will be doing is the yoga of the torso, to exercise and become conscious of these internal movements and the function of all internal organs, vital organs, and keep them in a proper function. While yoga of the limbs is more focused on different acrobatic yoga positions, how you bend the legs behind the neck and here, there, and all kind of different positions. So what is missing is to understand now more deeply what is the inner life of our body, which way internal functions are going on. Because we know that the movements of our body, external movements, which we are doing in the outer space, is based on the neuromuscular activity. One is locomotor activity, which is allowing us to do different movements with our body, with the torso and the limbs in the outer space. Running, swimming, or any kind of the sport activity, along with, and this ability of movement is expressed in the Sanskrit word vayu. That power which is behind the movement we don't see. We can't see the vayu, but we see the effect of its work of the vayu. It is like when you see the boat on the ocean, and there is no wind. And that boat is with the sail, it is just silent, it's not moving anywhere. But when the wind comes and starts blowing, then the sail starts to push the boat, and then it starts to move across the sea. So the movement is possible by the virtue of the wind. And the vayu, we say wind. This is that inner wind in that sense to express, which you don't see, but which is causing that this outer movement is able to happen. And in a medical term, we can say that this ability to the move, which we have, ability of the movement, it's neuromuscular function, because it is related with the connection of the nerves with the muscles. And this connection gives us ability that the nerve energy can travel and stimulate the action of the muscles and create movement along with the skeletal condition, so that locomotor system. So that nerve energy, which is traveling, these neurotransmitters, which are giving the order to the muscle to contract or to keep relaxed. This activator or inhibitor neurotransmitters, we can say this is that physical expression on the physical level of the nerve energy, that power of vayu. Vayu, which is regulating all those activities on the physical body. So then Vyana vayu, it is somehow that aspect of that nerve energy which regulates the function of the locomotor system in the outer movements which we have. Then we have, as we heard before, different names for the one and the same vayu, depending which kind of activity it is organizing. Then ability to jump up and move against the force of gravity. You know, that neuromuscular activity is Udana vayu, and then Samana vayu to keep the balance. That neuromuscular activity which gives ability of your body to be in the state of the balance all the time. These are the three kind of activities which we are very aware of and in which we are trained in different sport education and in the school already, how to run faster, how to jump higher, how to be more balancing, and all. So we are educated in how to improve the function of vayu on those levels, but that internal activity, which is which our body is doing not in the outer space, but the inner space from the inner side of the skin. And these two movements, they are called prana vayu and apana vayu, and they are related with the function of the, we can say, the basic life-sustaining activities for our life. And this is the breathing, heart beating, all the internal organs are guided by the function of prana, apana vayu, expansion and retraction. So neuromuscular activity of expansion, it is that prana vayu, and retraction is apana vayu. So you need that physical action, opening, which is bringing opening of the torso so that the air can be sucked in. The air is sucked in. And then retraction is expelling the air out. like this, other organs, the heart, the kidneys, they take in by expanding and they push out by retraction. So like this, this is the main action. And that yoga applied for the health is very important to understand how this prana and apana vayu is functioning inside our body, to have direct experience of their function and how consciously connect with that function, and then by your will to increase the power of that function and normalize the function of all internal organs. So you can become the master of the function of any internal organ inside your body by becoming conscious of that prana apana vayu function. So this we will do some simple practice that you have experienced. But now, as I said at the beginning, one thing is the spine, which I will just show you how to do this simple exercise and have great benefits, because the twisting of the spine is activating the muscles which are between the vertebrae. There are 6 layers of the muscles at your back. This is the deepest layer, which is between the muscles between the vertebrae. And they are very crucial for the maintenance of the proper curvatures of your spine and the strength of the spine, inner strength of the spine, and also to keep the less pressure on the discs. Because when those muscles are strong, they are taking over the pressure from the discs, so they are less worn out. Because 1/3 of the length of the spine is the discs, and if they are worn out, then the spine is shrinking, and all kinds of problems comes with the nerves which are going out. So then this twisting of the spine exercise is strengthening those muscles, inner core of the muscles inside. You can have outer muscles very strong, like bodybuilding, but this is not the safe that you will not have problem with the spine. You will not have problem with the spine, never in your life, if you do this exercise, because this will strengthen you from inside. Those internal muscles will be very strong and your spine will be very powerful. And they say you are so old, in which condition is your spine? So this is the definition of the how many, not by years, but what is the condition of the spine. So that's why we need to take care of the spine and do this exercise every day. It takes just 10-15 minutes, but you will never have any problem. And the other thing is that through the spine, this is that internal space, which is where it is situated, the spinal cord, and also the liquid, cerebrospinal liquid inside, and which is connected with the flow of the cerebrospinal liquid in the brain. So they say, in the scientists, that usually in a normal condition, the flow of that liquid is very slow. In 24 hours, that liquid makes 2 circles from the bottom of the spine up through the brain and again. So the quality of that, the purpose of that liquid is not only protecting, but also nourishing the nerves in the spinal cord, because it is having in itself all the nourishing values to nourish the nerves. And then also gives certain energy potential for the transmission of the impulses through the nervous system. When you do the twisting, then you are stimulating, very strongly you are stimulating the flow of that liquid through the spinal cord and through the brain. So you increase that circulation of the cerebrospinal liquid, and then this is giving more and better nourishment to the nerves, and also increases the energy potential of the liquid, which is more efficiently carrying the transmission of the impulses from the central to peripheral nervous system. And so that's why, from that point of view, this exercise is not improving only the condition of your spine and correcting the different misalignment of the spine, like kyphosis, lordosis, scoliosis, on the structural level of the spine, but it is improving also the strength of the inner core of the muscles along the spine, and also it is improving the health of the nervous system. It's better nourishment for the nervous system. And also it has a purifying effect on the finer level. Like, you know, the three main nadis, Ida, Pingala, Sushumna, are there in the region of the spinal cord, in the spine. Actually, many times I came across this, the Annamaya Kosha and the Pranamaya Kosha and all the finer koshas, Manomaya Kosha. And sometimes the structure of Pranamaya Kosha, people consider what kind of that structure is and everything. And it's very simple. The Pranamaya Kosha is nothing else but the astral level of Annamaya Kosha. It is the nervous system. The astral level of the nervous system is Pranamaya Kosha. So we have the on the gross physical level, we have physical nerve as a channel for the energy, nerve energy to travel. But everything has gross physical and has molecular and atomic level and energy level. So considering that the nadi is just the energy level of the same nerve. That's why the structure of Pranamaya Kosha and the structure of the nervous system is very similar and identical. And then you can find out very easily, according to that, where is positioned Sushumna Nadi, where it is, what is related to Ida Nadi, Pingala Nadi, what are this 12 main internal nadis and the peripheral nadis, you know how many they are, and their function and their structure, everything is one-to-one relation with the Pranamaya Kosha. And on that basis, the yogic practice is designed. On that basis, how to regulate the function of the nervous system from its finer level of the function. So, as in the previous question, there was a question about the nadis and purification of the nadis, nadi shodhana, nadi shuddhi, we can say nadi shuddhi. So first what we need to do is vayu shuddhi, practice of vayu shuddhi. Then we go to the practice of nadi shuddhi, and then we go to the practice of chakra shuddhi, and still deeper and deeper and deeper. So nadis, as we say, 72,000 all over the body. And there are, out of these 72,000, there are just like 12, some literature says 10, 12, or 14 main nadis inside the body. So this is the peripheral nervous system with so many thousands of the nerves all over the body, and then internal nerves like vagos and nerves related with the function of the senses and motor organs. They are internal nadis, not coming from the spinal cord. And now, when we want to purify all the nadis, nadi shuddhi practice, if we want to do, then we need to work on different levels. We need to work on the peripheral nervous system, and then we need to work on the other nerves. So that's why Anuloma Viloma is a different name from Nadi Shodhana. Even description is the same. Inhale left, exhale right. Inhale right, exhale left. But the fact is that what is the purpose of Anuloma Viloma is to purify all the nadis on the level of the peripheral nervous system, which are you reduced from 72,000 to 12. So all those nadis you are purifying, working to purify them with Anuloma Viloma, and with Nadi Shodhana you work with these internal nadis, these 12 main internal nadis. So it is the desha, it is called the place on which you are working. On that level where you are working, you have the effect. So you need to know the outer is this, but where you are, on which level of your body, where you are working internally, where is your attention, And what is the the way of the practice? It is totally different. That's why these are the differences. You know, like Anuloma Viloma. Loma, we know Loma is the hair on the skin. Loma. So it means in the towards the growth of the hair, and in the other direction of the growth of the hair, it means through the breathing through the whole skin. Through the whole skin of your body, you feel sucking the air in and expelling out in that practice. And then you feel that stimulation, that sensation on the skin, on the hair and the nails, all over the body. And more clear that sensation is, the more clear those nadis become, because the air physically is not passing through those, through the skin in that sense, but some feeling you get which is passing. And that feeling, this is that prana movement through those channels. So this is specific practice which needs to be systematically learned. And then you work breathing through the ears, through the eyes, through the grana, the smelling area, then through the urethra, through the anus, through the sitting area, through the fontanella, and cleaning this internal nadis, and this is then nadi shodhana in that sense. So these are very powerful practices to clean the nadis on the level of direct experience, not imagining the nadis. We don't need to imagine anything. In yoga, there is no imagination. It is direct experience, as Maharishi Patanjali said. It is pratyaksha. Pratyaksha means what is in front of your eyes. Pratyaksha means direct experience. So we need to have conscious direct connection with certain activity which you feel inside your body, and then being able to monitor that activity and understand that activity anumana, and later agamaka to get confirmation about what your understanding about that activity, which is described in the ancient literature or by the modern scientific research. So in that line, that approach of yoga is there. And so first is important that Vayu Shuddhi, before you enter the Nadi Shuddhi, if you don't purify the channels of the Vayus, you can't reach the Nadis in a real experiential way. You can just try imagination or visualization, but this is not helping cleaning. It is like you are sitting in the office and then you visualize you are cleaning your room at your home. And when you come back home, there is nothing cleaned. So we need to move to the level of direct experience and how to experience. Many things are going on in us, but we don't have conscious connection with these functions inside us. And we don't have knowledge, we don't have experience. And if we don't have the knowledge, we don't know how to operate with that and help us. So coming back to the spine twisting, I will show you just these simple movements where you are doing this exercise in the lying position, and then you move your hips one side and the head other side, and then twist one side and the other side. When you're doing that, then these opposite movements are meeting at one point. And that point has maximum effect. That's why that exercise is done lying on the back and then doing for 10 times one position of the legs, then you change the position of the legs, again you do 10 times and then change again 10 times. So like this you are changing the position of the legs, because one time you will be affecting the lumbar region, another time the thoracic region, another time you integrate that movement through the whole spine and do stronger effect. So it is very systematic system how you combine the position of the legs one after the other. And if you do that regularly, you will have great power inside your body. And as it is known, the Maharishi Swami Demurti, who was originally promoted this exercise, was also very powerful yogi, and he used to create demonstrations in the many occasions of that power by letting big truck to pass over his chest, or the steam roller, which is making the roads, this very heavy going over his body, and keeping 4 cars in each hand, and they are in the full speed, they can't move, or many other things. Or he could show the mastery over Udana Vayu, and he had the long hair, he could put all his hair standing up. So many powers he used to demonstrate. Just for which purpose? Just to show what is the possibility with the ancient practice of yoga, how you can increase your fitness to such extraordinary level. He was able to raise with his feet 200 kilo weight, and then you can imagine now in the field of sport, if you know that secret, that mastery, how to create strong spine and the inner power to activate, which power you can perform in any sport competition. That's why this is the basis, as I said, for the fitness, basis for the health, and also the health is the basis for the spiritual aspect of yoga. Because without health, you can't move further to the practice of the spiritual practices of yoga, which are consisting of some different practices, like bandhas, mudras, and some other practices which are doing another effect on your body. For example, Mula Bandha, we heard, it is turning the function of Apana Vayu upwards. Jalandhar Bandha, moving Prana Vayu downwards. So there are different mudras, different bandhas by which you are, what is the purpose? It is to stop the function of the prana moving from its center outside, but returning back to the center, coming back to the center. And this is why, to activate Shakti, to get self-realization, you need to withdraw the function of the Vayu, you need to withdraw the function of the prana, so that the Shakti can be stimulated in its activity and give you experience of self-realization. So it is other direction. It is those techniques are functioning in you in other direction. But person who has health problems, who has problem with the elimination, with the function of Apana Vayu, has a problem. Constipation, ladies, not regular menstruation, and other kind of things, hemorrhoids or something else. So, and then if that person is practicing now Mula Bandha, then he is even disturbing more his problems, his health problem. And this is what I noticed with many people, also especially in the West, where they teach the practices, they should keep Mula Bandha all the time during the practice of asanas, and they are suffering from the hemorrhoids. The ladies started to lose their menstrual cycles, and all kinds of the problems come because body is not ready for that. If you have problems, first you need to normalize the function of Apana Vayu down, or Prana Vayu upwards in their normal sequence of their action. So you need to normalize that. Then you will have normal health. And then when you are having normalizing the function of the Vayus, Vayu Shuddhi, then you can do Nadi Shuddhi and then do the pranayamas with kumbhakas and special bandhas and mudras to return to bring that in the opposite direction for the spiritual practice of self-realization. So today everything is mixed, what it is offered to the people. And that's why this should be with the time clearly understood. Which kind of practices from yoga are in which way practiced for the health, to recover the health if people have problems. Which kind of the practices will be for those who reach that condition of the health and normal function of the Vayus, and then they can start practicing those practices, not before. And which practices are for keeping the muscles strong and flexible, like exercising. But you need to remember these practices are also present in yoga. This dynamic practice in every system of yoga, traditionally it was there, but along with that was the asana practice. And the asana practice, the only purpose of the asana practice was to keep the muscles in a tonic condition, to bring the muscles to the tonic condition. So this is because the muscle need to have ability to be in a tonic condition, to be able to go into hypertonic if there is a need, and to go into hypotonic to totally relax. So these three states muscle need to have in itself ability to do that, but mainly sometimes with the sport and with a lot of activity, people develop strong body, but they have they develop chronic hypertonic condition of the muscles. And the yoga, the asana, that's why to improve the sport performance, it's not only important the dynamic exercises from the yoga that they are applied, but also asana is very important to apply to the sport people so that they are able to bring their muscles to the tonic condition. And this will increase their sport performance much more than even dynamic practices. Because I noticed that, for example, tennis player, when he is standing and waiting, the other opponent is shooting his ball, then if he stands and the ball is coming, he needs to relax and change the position and go the other way. But if he is in a tonic condition, neutral, then from that neutral position, he can react very fast and go into the action. So maintaining the tonic condition is very important for any performance and for the health, overall health. And we say if with the asanas you achieve to bring ability to every muscle in your body to be in a tonic condition, then you achieved samadhi on the physical level. This is the goal of the asana siddhi, as Patanjali said, tato dvandva anabhigataha. Then you are beyond the opposites. One opposite is hypertonic, another is hypotonic, and the tonic is what is the goal of the practice of asana. So there is a way how to create tonic condition in asana, and we will do one simple practice to get that experience. Because there is not so much time now, I would like to show you this short, in just two minutes, that you have idea how this twisting of the spine is going on, so that you can perform at home. And this is very good to improve the immune systems and stable function of the nervous system. Also, especially for this pandemic and COVID, we see that the only real protection is your strong immune system. No vaccine can guarantee you that you will not get the problem with that virus or whatever. Only what is safe is what you do for yourself, to have healthy food, to have exercise daily, especially this which improve the strong immune system, and taking care normally of all these contacts, to not to be too much with the crowd of the people and everything. So now I show you this very simple. It's a practice in the lying down position and the hands by the side. First is you keep the feet vertical, and difference between the feet for the length of the foot. You inhale and with a twist exhale. Inhale middle and twist exhale. So you are turning the head over the shoulder, the other side, and slowly moving, coming to the middle, inhale and twisting exhale. So this is the first practice. Then you can just, like a fish relaxation, you can just drop and relax. And then the second is the feet together. When the feet were separate, then the point of the opposite movements was the lumbar region. Now when the feet are together and you do the twisting, then the point is the thorax region. Inhale and with exhale, twist. Inhale, and exhale. Like this 10 times, and then you relax. And then you cross the feet. Then you integrate the lumbar and the thorax, the even twist through whole spine. Left, right, like this. And then you cross the other foot. And do only how much is comfortable movement. Don't force, just enjoy. And then the heel, the Achilles tendon between the toes and twisting. So you go to the more demanding movement for the spine. Slowly you start from simple, and then the other also, the same movement. And then you bring the one foot on the knee and twist here, and the other side. Now you here, then the thorax is affected more, and here is the lumbar. Then you change lumbar thorax, and the other leg also. Other side, and then the last two is knees bend, and this distance between the feet and twisting. This is stronger effect on the lumbar region. And then the feet together and knees together and twisting. So like this, and then bringing knees to the chest, like Apanasana 3 times to stretch the spine. So like this, it's a very simple twisting exercise, which I did a little faster because of the time, but I just wanted to show you that you have idea how simple it is, and you can do this every day. And especially if you are sitting a long time, then lying down and doing that twisting will recover the condition of your spine and make more enlightenment. Also, you know that all the structure of our body and the muscles which are shaped around the skeletal in our body is in a vortex form. It is like a spiral, in a spiral way. The muscles go around our body in a spiral way. And it is like a double spiral, like the DNA structure. It is replica of the structure of DNA, is the replica of that human body with those. And then when you are twisting, then you are actually stretching along that spiral structure of the muscles. And this is even more effective stretching to relax those muscles than stretching forward, backward, or left, right. It gives very good relaxation, and especially also to inner muscles along the spine, strengthening and relaxing. So this is one practice from that point of view, like exercise. This is not asana practice. This we can say it's kind of a kriya for the spine. And another practice which we will do is that we understand how we can influence the function of autonomous nervous system and the function of all internal organs to keep them healthy and in a good condition. And this is very naturally to do by breathing. Because out of all internal functions which are guided by the autonomous nervous system, the breathing is the only one activity which you can experience consciously by the manas. Manas is that function which is giving us ability to have experience, then to monitor the buddhi, just to be connected with that experience longer time and gain knowledge about the nature of understand how that activity is going on. And then ahamkara, to by your will to get involved into the increasing the span of that activity, to influence that activity by your will. So that you have these three antakaranas, three internal organs involved. Monitoring the experience means conscious connection, manas, then monitoring the buddhi and ahamkara, then to start doing that action by your will and establish the proper function. So this we will do related to the breathing, because other functions of autonomous nervous system like heart beating Some advanced yogis, they can influence by will, but most of the people are not possible. And what to say about endocrine system or other systems? So the breathing is the gate. That's why the yogis took the breathing to go inside and to the function of the peripheral nervous system, and from the vayu to go to the internal activity, understand that activity and work on it. So what we will do related to the breathing, we have two things. We have that function of the neurorespiratory activity, of the neuromuscular activity on the level of expansion and retraction. So this is the internal activity which is going on 24 hours, but we are not conscious of it because it is done by the autonomous nervous system. But if we pay attention, then we can become conscious. And then we can understand the nature of that activity. And then we can try to see what is the quality of that activity in different areas of our torso, in the whole body. And we can see the torso has that internal space or antarakasha is divided in the akasha in the pelvic region, in the stomach region, the space, and the chest region, the cavity. Chest cavity, stomach cavity, and the pelvic cavity. And then these are the three levels. And then we have the front part of the body, back side of the body, left, right. And then we can pay attention in all these areas, conscious connection, and just remain being the witness in which way our body is organizing the breathing movement, movement related to the breathing, physical movement, and what is the quality of that. So we make conscious connection because we never did that through our life. We take granted we are breathing. And this is the basis that we connect with our breathing. And this is one aspect. Another aspect of breathing is the air movement, which is the breath. The air movement is the consequence of that movement. That movement is the prior, and the air movement is the consequence. It is sucked in and it is expelled out. That's why we need to master that movement. If we want to master the pranayama and prolong the movement of the air in and out, you can't do that working on the breath. You need to work on the neuromuscular activity that you get control over the function of autonomous nervous system, and this create by your will that activity smooth and more expanded and more retraction. So now we just 1 second, we close our eyes, we just 1 minute. We close the eyes and try to feel our torso. And feel the breathing, how it is going on. But especially that activity of expansion, retraction on the level of the body related to the breathing. You can put the hands even by the side of the stomach here to get more conscious experience. You get better connection. And then you can put from the front and the back. Okay, so for the practice at home, you can put the hands here, down here, different parts of your torso. You put the hands and you will find out that this is that expansion and retraction, that neuromuscular activity, which is called, that activity of expansion is called pranavayu, retraction apanavayu. And this is that activity which should be normal, open, and that you can feel that expansion throughout the body and retraction, that the whole body is breathing, that it is open. When that activity is open, and that activity is not linear, it is non-linear, it is opening to all directions at the same time, and closing from all directions, and opening to, it is the lotus. So the agamaha, we get confirmation, explanation about the lotus, opening and closing. It is referring to our breathing body, that we open the breathing body, the physical body, by consciously connecting with that activity and then expanding by your will. And then you can open the breathing body in the physical body.
And the breathing body is the connection between the physical body and the pranamaya portion. So this is Vayu Shuddhi. When you purify, and how you purify the Vayus depends on the condition of the muscles. That neuromuscular activity depends on the condition of the muscles and the condition of the nervous system. It is called neuromuscular. Condition of the muscle is, if muscle is hypertensive, tense, then that neurotransmitter for inhibitor will not be able to transfer that relaxation effect on that muscle. It will not cooperate. It will remain in that condition, and there will be no movement of relaxation. If the muscle is too much weak and then comes to activate, he can't because he is flappy, too much weak. He don't have any ability to go into the contraction. So this is the blockages. We say this is the blocked Vayu channel. The function of the Vayu is blocked because of the condition of the muscle, and also it can be a problem with the nervous system. As I said, whether the structure of the nerves are not proper and the impulses get lost, or these impulses don't move simultaneously, and then there can be some inhibition. So that's why the asana, we are stretching the body to feel that stretched area, and then in that stretched area you feel that extension retraction, which is working that internal movement. You are transferring on the movement of the stretched muscle. He starts to pulsate, stretch more with the internal expansion. It is stretching more, with retraction it is relaxing, stretching, relaxing, and then he is losing the tension. He comes back to the tonic condition. So in asana, from outside you are static. You don't do any outside movement, not Vyana Vayu used. But Pranapana Vayu from inside, inner movement related to breathing. With that internal movement, you are changing the condition of the muscles to the tonic condition. Now, one more minute, simple practice, then we will slowly conclude because of the time limit. Now, very simple. So you feel, eyes closed, feel your torso again. And feel that quality of that internal movement in your torso. Okay, now stretch the left arm up and lateral stretch. You can do that in the sitting position, whatever. Just come to the stretched position on the left side and just be the witness. Experience that movement related to breathing in the stretched area, that it is happening, more expansion and retraction. Like that you are breathing through that area, which is stretched. Now come back to the middle and close your eyes. And now compare your internal experience of the left and right side of the torso. Whether you feel more open activity on the left side now, which is the consequence of the practice of that asana. You are opening the Vayu channels on a very concrete experience. Like this, you can keep your body open. You can keep muscles. You can create muscles to the tonic condition. You can keep normal function of all internal organs. And this is the basis of strong body and with a strong immune system, which will be able to perform sport activity and anything. So thank you.
Sir, can I interrupt?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We are running short of time, so please.
Yes, I am aware of that. That's why I. So thank you for
thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Your presentation is really worthwhile, sir. It has given a lot of weightage for the session also. We are expecting another session like this because of a time shortage. We are going to conclude this session, sir. Thank you for your valuable presence in this session, sir. On behalf of our LNCP family, I thank you very much for this valuable presence in this, sir. On behalf of our respected principals, sir. So, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Sanjeev. Yeah, very soon, Professor Yadranko, it was wonderful session. Thank you so much. Really great, and very soon, yeah, Professor Yadranko.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Mahendra speaking. Yeah, thank you so much. It was wonderful. Practically, you shown the conducted the session, and really, it is very informative. Now we are going to start. We are having cut short now because one more presentation by short. Yeah, over to Dr. Sanjeev Patil.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a privilege for me to present a paper, a small presentation. Let me share this presentation. Today's topic, what I thought to discuss is that integration of yoga with sports for higher performance. Already many speakers have presented about yoga. So my opinion is that we can include yoga as a part of our training sessions to enhance the performance. So background of yoga is that we all know that yoga is our ancient a culture and a tradition. Thus quest for greater self-knowledge, the yogis realized our physical state deeply influence both our mood and mental capacity. This is absolutely a practical one. This we can implement in our training. Yoga for athlete performance. Athletes also found by returning the body to its natural state that they could dramatically improve physical capacities, which is a most important thing for our sports training to enhance performance also. A transitional form of yoga here, no longer seen as a strange practice where you tie yourself in knots, and no longer seen as an active only for a middle class or a middle-aged men and women. No longer it is meant for a patient or for a particular community. Now it is for whole universe. Even a sports can utilize this yoga to achieve a highest performance. And concerned to the benefits, especially athletic benefits, what we can get is that they can strengthen their whole immune system and physical abilities and their mental abilities. They can balance a body. Without balancing a body and mind, it's very difficult to achieve a highest performance. Maybe a different intensity will be there, but basic thing is that a balance is required for both body and mind here. A mental focus is very important. Sports training is a long-term process. If there is no focus, then it's very difficult to achieve a highest performance. So a mental status, concentrating or focusing towards a particular object is very, very important here. A feeling of well-being is very, very important for a sportsman here. Without a well-being or a healthy life, he cannot achieve a highest performance. Next, increases a strength also, which is the most basic important motor abilities here. I'm not only focusing towards the strength of a motor ability, it is also related to a mental ability also. The person who performs yoga at least 2 sessions per week, he may able to get such benefits also, a minimum of 2 sessions. Endurance capacity, many speakers have explained about this pranayama. Pranayama is a base which also helps in increasing the respiration capacity also. Yes, even though higher intensity endurance capacity is needed, but of a healthy endurance, a healthy respiratory system which is needed for every sportsman, that can be achieved through this yoga. And better balancing proportions. A balancing proportion, it is not only related to your body, it is related to your mind and body, especially body awareness, including a balanced stability and proprioceptions. As a result, not only in performance enhances, but our training becomes far more efficient. Flexibility, again, it is not only a physical flexibility, even your mind should be very, very flexible, as like in your body also. Then a proper balance can be maintained in your sports activities. Injury prevention, yoga is very, very helpful in prevention of injuries, not only a physical injuries, it is also related to mental problems. Mental is capacity is a major thing which is required for every sportsman. This can be strengthened, this can be repaired through this yogic activities. Enhancing recovery also. Without a recovery, one cannot achieve a highest performance. Here, because of a sports activities, maybe a short term or a long term, a lot of fatigue will be accumulated mentally, physically. This can be overcome by this yogic practices here. Physiological benefits can be gained through this yogic activities, not only a muscular one, even many internal organs helps in enhancing the performance. That can be achieved through this yogic activities, because yoga not only affects outside, it also affects inside also. Biochemical benefits of yoga also. Yoga also helps to enhance the capacity of an endocrinic systems, which is a most important thing. Like many cholesterol contents are there, maybe a good cholesterol or a bad cholesterol. Yoga helps to enhance the capacity of a good cholesterol in the state also. Psychological benefits, as I have said, that a stable mind is required for a sportsman. Maybe he is physically fit, but a stable mind during his competition, during his training, that is the most important thing, which can be gained through benefits of yoga. And biomechanics also. Yogasana helps to develop a balanced posture, a correction of a posture, deformities, correction of a movement, which is the most important thing for a sports arena. Athletes' performance benefits of yoga. Even every individual can benefit through this yoga. Focus, importance. When you look at the highest level of sports, all athletes are incredibly talented and train extremely harder. Every players train very harder, but what makes a difference is that a mind distinguishes a winner and a loser. If a stable mind is there, means they may able to achieve a highest performance here. With side effects here, speed will not improve. Still, a stiff body can't perform yoga. Not good for a comfortable sports. Strength will reduce only for age-old people and for parents. It is meant. All these misconceptions are really true. It is. We have to overcome from this, and then only we can lead a happiest life in our happiest life, and that is required for a sportsman also. And all over the world, yoga is promoted. Even all over the world, many sportsmen have adopted, many teams have adopted yoga as a part of their training activities. These are the few sportsmen what you are seeing here, like a Tella Ona, Arun Roga, and Ronald Cobb, Karim Abdul Jabbar, then Kent Kachiv, and many more international sportsmen. Many teams, especially the rugby and football teams, are practicing this yoga as a part of their training. And especially yoga helps to provide and develop values and ethics in sports also, which is most important thing, and helps to reduce or helps to prevent activities free from drugs. With this, I like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for the valuable time given for me to present this topic in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil. It was very nice. It was wonderful presentation. Friends, now we are going to have a valedictory function of this international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga. Over to Dr. Sanjeev Patil.
Thank you very much, sir. we are at the concluding part. So a concluding part gives a start for other program, other step. So now I request Dr. M.N. Sawant sir to give a welcome address. Before that, I welcome all the speakers, delegates, and participants for this validatory function. Over to Dr. Mahendra Sawant sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, my colleague, my friend. A very good evening to everyone. I request Professor Yadranko, please come on the screen. If sir is Dr. Manmat Gharote, Director Lonavala Yoga Institute, also sir has come on the screen. Great. Now my friend Sujit Panigrai sir also is on the screen, and we are going to start the function because our honorable chief guest of today's international webinar, Sri Punit Kumar sir, is also has joined. Now this international webinar on sports sciences, physical fitness, and yoga, it was really second great effort by us, and it has been successfully organized under the great leadership and great supervision of Dr. G. Kishore, my principal director, Sai Kerala region, and it is under the great motivation of our honorable DG, Sri Sandeep Pradhan sir. Sir has given us green signal, go ahead and organize. So it was a very informative sessions since morning to evening, and around 2,500 participants they have witnessed, joined, and it was scientific sessions. They have taken a maximum benefit of this such knowledge and lectures of such sessions. First of all, I would like to take the privileges to invite to this international webinar on sports sciences, physical fitness, yoga. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome to this function of this international webinar today's chief guest, Sri Punit Kumar sir, IAS Principal Secretary to Government of Kerala. I take the privileges to a very warm welcome to Sri Punit Kumar sir, please. I also welcome to my director and principal, Dr. G. Kishore sir, who is actually behind this event and who actually is our great motivator. If any event we want to organize, if we put the word to sir, sir will guide us in such a way that you go ahead, and this is a very fantastic event, and this is the prime time to conduct such event, especially all the people of our country is facing COVID-19 pandemic situation. So on behalf of my organizing team, my colleagues, my friends, and all the participants, a very warm welcome to my director, Principal Dr. G. Kishore sir. We have a guest along with all the higher dignitaries. We have a guest, Sri Prabhu Desai sir, Director Sports Authority of Goa. I think sir has not, sir has been attending all the sessions last also. He is not able to come to the screen due to some technical issues. On behalf of Sports Authority of India and my principal, Dr. G. Kishore sir, and on my personal behalf, a very warm welcome to Dr. Prabhu Desai sir, Director Sports Authority of Goa, and Organizing Secretary of forthcoming National Games to be held at Goa. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Prabhu Desai, sir. Also, we have a friend to this institution, Sri B. Balchandran, sir, President of Yoga Association of Kerala and Vice President of Yoga Federation of India, former President of Kerala Sports Council, and also syndicate member of University of Kerala. On behalf of Sai LNCP and my colleagues, my faculty, friends, a very warm welcome to Sri Balchandran, sir. We have a friends, Dr. Sopan Kangne, Principal, Chandrasekhar Akshay College of Physical Education, Pune, Maharashtra. On behalf of Sai LMCP and on behalf of my colleagues, faculty, a very warm welcome to Dr. Sopan Kangne, sir. Also, we have a friend, Dr. C.K. Kumar, Dr. Kishore Kumar C.K., Director of Sports and Physical Education Department, Mangalore University, Mangalore. On behalf of Sai LNCP and on my personal behalf, on behalf of my colleagues, faculties, a very warm welcome to Dr. Kishore Kumar C.K., Director, Sports, Department of Physical Education Sports, Mangalore University, Mangalore. I also would like to welcome, since he's a guest and resource person, on behalf of Sai Sports Authority of India, LNCP, Trivandrum, Kerala, India, Professor Yadramko, a very warm welcome to Professor Yadramko to this function. We have also a friend, my friend Dr. Rakesh Gupta. He is the president of World Rope Skipping Federation. And at present, he is working in Indira Gandhi National Institute of Physical Education, Delhi, on behalf of Sai LNCP. A very warm welcome to my friend Dr. Rakesh Gupta. Also, we have a friend, because of his great support in collaboration of this event, Fitness 365, my friend Sri Sujit Panigrahi sir, on behalf of Sports Authority of India, LNCP Trivandrum, a very warm welcome to Sri Sujit Panigrahi sir to this function. A person, a great personality, and who shows many directions to the youth of the country about mental fitness, physical fitness, and yoga is a science, a person who is a great motivator and who only helped me in organizing such event is none other than Dr. Manmat Gharote, Director, Lonavala Yoga Institute, Lonavala, Pune, India. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to this function. At last but not least, a very warm welcome to this valedictory function of international webinar on sports science, physical fitness on 16th of April, the whole day program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, report on international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic. International webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic commenced on 16th April 2021, organized by Sai LNCP Trivandrum in collaboration with the Physical Education Foundation of India, PEFI, Vyasa Deemed University, Bangalore, Bihar School of Yoga, Munger, and Fitness 365. Dr. M.N. Sawant, Associate Professor, Sai LNCP, and the organizing secretary of this webinar, welcome the invitees, panelists, participants on the inauguration session. The international webinar was inaugurated by Dr. H.R. Nagendra, Chancellor and Director, Vyasa Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. The presidential address was given by Professor H.V. Venkateshwarlu, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Kerala, Swami Shivananda Saraswati, President, Bihar School of Yoga, were given a special address and followed by our respected principal, sir, Dr. G. Kishore, Director of Sai LNCP Trivandrum, addressed the gatherings. The address by the invitees during the inaugurational session in this morning were Dr. A.K. Uppal, a former Dean LNIP Gwalior and Vice President of PEFI, Dr. Manmad Gharote, Director, Lonavala Yoga Institute, Pune, Professor Jadranko Micheli, Yogacharya and Yoga Therapist, Croatia, Professor Natalia Solve, expert in Yoga Humanism, Universidad de Salvador, Argentina, Professor Dr. Rajkumar, Principal, University College of Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary of PEFI, Dr. Lakshmikant Rathod, Principal, Nizam College, Hyderabad, and Sujit Panigrahi, 365, were the invited guests for the one-day international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic. The experts from the country and overseas were highly stressed on the themes such as Nadi Vigyan by Dr. Ellen Joshi, a founder, head Department of Yogic Science, Dean Student Welfare, Sanskrit University, Haridwar. The second session was delivered by yoga as a performance enhanced by Dr. Manjunath Sharma, Director of Research, Vyasa Yoga Deemed University, Bangalore. The series of sessions were handled by vibrant experts, and themes are important of health and fitness during COVID-19 by Dr. G. Kishosa, Principal Director, Sai LNCP region, importance of yoga for mental and emotional health in a pandemic by Dr. Manmad Garote, Director, Lonavala Yoga Institute, Pune, wellness and fitness by Professor K. Chandrasekharan, Director and Head Department of Physical Education and Sports, Madurai Kamraj University, yoga by Professor Dr. B.R. Sharma, Head Department of Yogic Science, Dean, Faculty of Health and Wellness, Sri University, Odisha, effects of yoga on mental and health by Dr. Mahendra Savansa, Associate Professor, Sai LNCP, contribution of yoga with sports for reducing post-COVID symptoms by Professor Jadranko Micheli, Yogacharya, Yoga and Ayurvedic therapist, teacher of Transcendental Meditation, Croatia, integration of yoga with sports for higher performance by Sanjeev S. Patil, Assistant Professor, Sai LNCP, and the brain under stress, overcoming its negative effects through yoga and physical activities was well addressed by Professor Natalia Salve from Argentina. This leaves a streaming of entire program was made through Zoom webinar platform and feedback Facebook Live. The positive enthusiasm received by the 2,500 vibrant participants across from the country and abroad as well. At the outset, we are indeed to have a galaxy of intellectuals at the validatory function of the international webinar on sports science, physical fitness, and yoga on during a COVID-19 pandemic. With this, it's a great privilege me to give a report on this webinar. Now, I request respected Dr. G.
Dr. Sanjeev Patil, excuse me, just sorry to interruption. With the permission of chief guest, actually I forgot to welcome two guests are there. They are witnessing this program. One is my guru, Dr. B.R. Sharma, who was a resource person on behalf of Sai LNCP. A very warm welcome to Professor B.R. Sharma, who is now working as a dean, and professor to Sri University, Odisha. A very warm welcome to sir. Thank you so much. And one more friend is Dr. Brijbhishan Singh, who is a Director of Sports Physical Education, Aligarh Muslim University, who is also joined this function. Very warm welcome to Dr. Brijbhishan Singh. Aligarh Muslim University Director, Sports and Physical Education. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Sanju Patil.
Thank you, sir. Now I request respected Dr. G. Kishore sir, Principal and Regional Director, Sai LNCP, for the presidential address.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Patil. Most respected Chief Guest, Sri Puneet Kumarji, Principal Secretary, Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of Kerala. Our distinguished and eminent panelists and resource persons, Dr. Manmoth Karate, Director, Lonavala Institute, Yoga Institute, Sri Sujit Panigrahi, the Chairman and Managing Director of Fitness 365, Dr. Professor Jadranko Mikle from Yogacharya, Yoga and Ayurvedic Therapist Teacher of Transcendental Medication from Croatia. My colleague, Dr. Mahendra Sawant, Dr. Jayaraman, all other eminent participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to quote the great yogic expert and the legend, Sri BKS Iyengar, who has told, yoga allows you to rediscover a sense of wholeness in your life, where you do not feel like you are constantly trying to fit broken pieces together. So the sense of wholeness is something which we are all looking forward today. When we are facing this pandemic, all over the world, the entire humanity is affected. It is required to rediscover a sense of wholeness for your life. We need not to feel like you are trying to fit broken pieces. We need not to be distorted, discouraged, demoralized by any sort of challenges. That's what humanity requires. That was history has taught. The great Indian wisdom evolved out of our tradition and culture. Yoga teaches us a lot. It's a culture, it's a tradition culture which has evolved as its own from 5,000 years immemorial. To have taken up this international webinar today, when we are all facing this pandemic, especially on sports science, linking the segments of sports science, physical fitness, and yoga is something as an effort, earnest effort from this institution, along with our the other partners who have joined us, including Physical Education Foundation of India, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Deemed University, Bangalore, Bihar School of Yoga, Mongeer, Fitness 365, and many other associations, Lonavala Institute of Yoga, headed by Dr. Garote. We have all joined here for a collective wisdom on how exactly we can enlighten the participants, especially from the field of physical education and sports, as well as yoga, how to play their role to disseminate the information which have been gathered here. The collective wisdom which has been gathered here to sensitize the entire section of society, the public at large, that you have an effective remedy. If you have got an effective system which is in lines, which is been developed over the past around 5,000 years, which can give you immense benefit in facing the challenge effectively, and also to keep yourself and the society healthy and fit. I am sure that the deliberations held here, though it was only for a day, we had 10 presentations by eminent national and international experts on various components of yoga, physical fitness, and sports science, which would have definitely enlightened, which would have thrown light, and which would have definitely enlightened all the participants. We have 2,500 participants who have been registered, out of which around 850 of them were live on the screen, who have participated. Rest were there through YouTube, and there were also other social media platforms they are witnessing. So I am sure that the effort made jointly by the premier organizations will pave the way in our crusade, in our towards to the challenge which we are facing, not only on that perspective, but also to see that we have the yogic exercises and the need of like that which likely mentioned by the chancellor, that we need to enhance the participants. We need to have more participants. At present we have only 30 crore participants practicing yoga. We need to increase it. It is the need of the hour that we, at least from India, we need to see that every able-bodied citizen, every youth practices exercise, sports, especially yoga, to keep themselves healthy and fit, which is the need of the hour. I am sure that this humble effort, which was made jointly by all these agencies, will enable to enlighten the entire sections of society, at least as a humble beginning, to spread it all over the country and make it a mass movement. We need to have a lot of campaigns now. The government, many governments are initiating campaigns to propagate the messages, help to keep themselves healthy and fit. I am sure that it is yet another effort from our side. And we are really privileged to have all the presence of all the eminent experts from different parts of the country, including chancellors, vice chancellors, distinguished and eminent speakers, eminent topmost yogic experts. All of them are present. We have experts from sports science. We have experts from fitness industry. So it was a great, wonderful initiative, and I'm sure that this will definitely enable to serve the objectives and will be able to do the best. We have been privileged to have here, I'll be failing in duty if I don't mention the support given by Sri Punit Kumar, who spearheads the sports department of the state of Kerala. And he had been kind enough, despite his busy schedule, to be with us and had and taken a lot of interest in attending this and hearing this session, and also giving our support to us. And his present, I personally appreciate his great presence, and also I'm sure that your presence and your words will further inspire and motivate the other state governments and also the participants, all the participants, to play their role as a fitness expert, sports scientist, or yoga expert to do better in their own respective jobs. Thank you very much, sir. And also a good teamwork done by our organizing secretary, Dr. Mahendra Sawant, and his team, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, Dr. Jayaraman, and all of you have done an excellent job. And the support by Dr. Manmoth Kharote. I only remember the short meeting which you had with me in the last occasion, and the books which you have donated to us. It has helped quite a lot for our scholars. And I'm sure that your continued support will further help us in spreading the mission of the yoga and spreading it towards all of the world. Thank you very much, and all the very best to all the participants. Keep yourself healthy and safe, and propagate the message of health and fitness and practicing yoga to each and everyone whom you meet and all your institutions and organizations. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your inspiring presidential address, sir. Now, I'd like to invite respected Punit Kumar, sir, IAS Principal Secretary to Government of Kerala, for the Chief Guest address. Respected sir, please, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. I am really honored to be part of this international webinar on yoga, sports science, and physical fitness. I am really feeling very great to be amongst a galaxy of yoga experts, beginning with Dr. G. Kishore, who is President and Regional Director of SAI LNCPE. His other colleagues, Dr. Jayaraman, Dr. Mahendra Sawant, Dr. Sanjeev Patil, Shri Prabhu Desai, Director of Sports Authority of Goa, Shri Sujit Panigrahi, Dr. Balachandran, who is President of Kerala Yoga Association, and many amongst others, Professor Jadranko Miklik, Yogacharya and Yoga and Ayurveda therapist from Croatia, Dr. Manmat Gharote. I am really glad to be amongst all of you. And I have been attending many of these presentations for almost 1 hour or so. And it has been a great learning experience for me. In fact, if I could say, I am one of the beneficiary. I am not an expert who can say great things about yoga or physical fitness or sports science, because I am certainly neither of the experts in any of these fields. But what I know, that yes, yoga has been a very ancient practice taught by our seers, and that was aimed at connecting the humanity with spiritualism. Human being is the only being who can think much better and who can find the purpose of the life, and who can perhaps try to do more for the society. But for doing all this, you need to have the special purpose vehicle created for the life, that is the body, in very good shape. And it is not only the body, it's also the mind, which has to be in sync. And a healthy body and a healthy mind is very essential for doing all of this. Now, while this has been existing in India for such a long time, somehow it lost its connect with the human beings, or maybe in quest for more material gains or material benefits and comforts, people kept on losing track of practicing yoga in their day-to-day life. Yoga has been propagated by our Honorable Prime Minister, and in fact, he created a big event after taking over and started celebrating an International Yoga Day for all of us. As a result, yoga has not only gained prominence back in India, but it has also caught the attention in many of the Western countries also, like United States, Europe, many other East Asian and Central Asian countries. And many people have started practicing yoga. And numbers have been rising phenomenally, and the consciousness has been increasing, with the result that there is more demand for the yoga instructors who can teach how to keep the body in good shape, how to have the spiritual connect, how to get de-stressed, how to develop more immunity, how to get rid of diseases, how to eat right, and ensure that what you eat is required for the body, because we eat to keep the body in good shape, not other way around. And it is perhaps the cheapest and the most effective treatment, which gives you numerous benefits with minimum effort in your life. Perhaps no other activity will allow you so much of benefits as yoga and sports science basically permit that people should adapt and adopt in their day-to-day life. I would be drawing your attention to the pandemic. Suddenly, this corona pandemic has created a situation where people's behavior in society at large has undergone a lot of changes. People cannot mingle. People cannot meet each other so often or so frequently as they used to do. Long and huge congregations are a strict no-no. Social distancing has become a norm. Sanitizers, wearing masks, and keeping away. But when you think of physical fitness, you think of open fields, you think of teams playing with each other, you think of people meeting each other and learning from these activities. All of it, whether it is possible to do in a post corona pandemic situation, I think the answer is yes. It has taught us that using various other technological means like Zoom, like any other Google Meet media, so and many other virtual conferencing media, we could learn, and we could perhaps carry on our pursuits on yoga, physical fitness, and various small sports in smaller fields than we used to do in school playgrounds, in college playgrounds, in open fields, in stadiums, etc., etc. And it has become all that more important also for us. Why? Because it has created huge stress. It has really put us in certain boundaries, and it has stopped our social behavior, which used to give us a lot of happiness. So we have to now learn in this new paradigm of uh, contained social situation, which is going to be there at least for some more time. Corona may or may not go, but we have to certainly learn and carry on with the purpose of the life. In this backdrop, the role played by yoga, the physical fitness and the mental fitness is assumed a lot of importance. And I think the need for inculcating all these practices and developing more and more number of experts who could become lamps to lighten the lives of many other human beings in the society at large also gets fulfilled. I would be uh, perhaps guiding the luminaries if I say more on the benefits of yoga and fitness. I think you people know more, much more on the technical aspects about how the sports science is to be used, how yoga has to be practiced, and uh, you can really guide humanity in a much better manner. I would not like to say many things about that because all this has been covered in many of the presentations during the course of the day-long webinar. And already many of them in the final reports presented just now have elucidated the kind of things which have been covered and which are likely to be replicated with more and more ideas, with a more and more enthusiasm and zeal. And I really commend the efforts made by this team, which has really ignited the thought, and perhaps more and more people will now be enthused, and each lamp is going to light the lives in different spheres and propagate this spirit of yoga. I would just like to conclude my comments or my brief speech by saying a small shlok from Sanskrit, which is like this: Yoga Yukto Vishuddha Atma Vijit Atma Jitendriya Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurvannapi Na Lipyate. And it means he who is equipped with yoga and whose mind is pure, who has conquered the self, mastered the senses, whose self has become the self of all beings, who through performing action is not tainted. And I think this is where the theme of the human life is, that we should try to become one. Dr. Kishore mentioned about moving from many to one, and yoga is all about oneness. I think this is how it connects the human beings with the spirituality, and bringing more and more synergy and symbiotic relationship to create a human, to create a body which is at peace with its mind and is able to perform and deliver the best. Thank you very much for inviting me to this webinar and allowing me to share some of my thoughts with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Really a wonderful advice. Really, your speech is most viable one, and even our participants will follow the guidance what you have given concerned to COVID-19 pandemic also, sir. Now, I like to invite respected Manmat Garote, sir, for his remarks. Manmat Garote, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, with times, it's a precious thing. So please, sir.
Only I would like to tell you only one thing. Just now, respected Puneet sir told, to realize your true Atman through Samskrita Shloka, I would like to quote just the Breathe Vakya of your Sai association, and that is Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. Body is the mean, but where to go? Unfortunately, we consider only body is the aim. Body is not the aim. Body is the mean to reach up to the dharma. And what is the dharma? To realize your true nature. All the ancient texts, they are talking about same thing. And especially since morning, everyone is quoting about Patanjali. So Patanjali also mentioned, Tadaha drashtuhu swarupe vasthanam. To understand your true nature is the aim. But prior to understand your aim, there is one more aim, and that is complete eradication of the suffering. I hope all the three subjects, yoga subject, sports sciences, and physical education, will take the human up to realization for that ultimate aim, which is called realization of the self. I'm very happy I'm part of this organization. I would like to convey very humble thanks and congratulations, Dr. G. Kishore. I know it is very easy to judge everything from outside, but how it is difficult to manage everything on the table. So I would like to give congratulations also to Dr. Sawant sir and Dr. Sanjeev sir. Dr. Kishore sir, for every time you can count me by your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. You are, of course, you are part of our sports family, yes, especially Sai LNCP, sir. Now I invite respected Edrunko sir for his remarks. Respected sir.
Yes, namaste. So it came just to my mind that regarding this COVID condition and the pandemic all over the world, why it happens and which way we should handle this, for sure not with the fear. So we should take this as it is. It happened from whatever reason, but one thing is which way we are approaching that, and this we should look as some kind of opportunity for us to reevaluate our own life and see and take recourse in yoga to really establish our life on the level of the purity on all its level. And for sure, this is the message from this pandemic, to take recourse to the yoga and take care of ourselves and make purity in our thoughts, in our feelings, in our behavior, in our approach to everyday life. Take all people in the whole world on the level of the family, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, to feel for everybody, to feel for the nature as one, and have this kind of compassion and all happiness and bliss living, that this is something what nature wants for us and pressing us to all this
kind of approach to us through different kind of pandemics to show us that we should go the proper way, and then we will be safe, and then the pandemic will be over when its function is over, to reawaken us from our wrong way of life and to direct us in the proper direction. Then this is the message that this conference has contributing to that great awakening of importance of all the people to practice yoga and the sports and the fitness, whatever good is for the body and the soul and the mind to improve its function, and then we will be on the safe. Thank you very much for doing that conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inspiring words, sir. Now I like to invite Shri Sujit Panigrahi, Fitness 365 for the first felicitation.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So this webinar was about sports science, physical fitness, and yoga during COVID-19 pandemic. So which was a very appropriate, keeping since we're talking about immunity. So this was one of the most appropriate subject, and interestingly, more than 1,000 participants participated throughout the day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is amazing because more than 800 plus participants at any point in time. So this was organized in association with FI, Bihar School of Yoga, CBSR Deemed University, Bangalore. So I would like to recognize a contribution of Sri Kiran Rijiju, sir, Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports and Minister of Ayush also. And he has been very inspirational for all of us. Sandeep Pradhan, sir, also, DG Sai. So he has always supported initiatives like this. Puneet Kumar, sir, it was very nice hearing you talking about how fitness has moved from outside, outdoors to inside homes, where you talked about Zoom and tech tools being used right now so that people could stay fit through yoga and fitness at home. You also talked about how sports has moved from outside to inside homes. Essentially, from playing sports with others to staying fit yourself. You also talked about learning to live with physical and mental fitness. You also talked about the role of experts who can actually lighten the life of others through motivation and transmission of their knowledge. You talked about the technicalities of yoga being done the right way, with the right technique, and sports science, where experts can actually bring in a lot of that. And sir, as you said, I have also benefited like you. Though I work in the area of fitness, and it was the whole day, it has been very enlightening for me. You also talked about yoga, about oneness, connecting one with each other spiritually. And during this entire day, so what happened was we talked about the importance of immunity through COVID-19. We talked about yoga helping us to manage stress, anxiety, flexibility, discipline, posture. We talked about physical fitness. We talked about mental fitness. The interesting sessions by Dr. Ellen Joshi on Nadi Vigyan, very interesting session. Dr. A.K. Upal talked about immunity. I mean, he stressed a lot about immunity. Dr. H.R. Nagendra also, his session was very interesting. Dr. Manjunath Sharma talked about yoga as a performance enhancer, which was very pertinent. Dr. Kishore talked about the importance of health and fitness during COVID-19. Which is a topic that everyone is interested in. Importance of yoga for mental and emotional health was the topic that Dr. Manmat Garote spoke about. Wellness and fitness by Professor Chandrasekhar, and yoga by Professor B.R. Sharma were very useful topics for everyone. The effect of yoga on mental and physical health by Dr. Mahendra Sawant. And then contribution yoga with sports for reducing post-COVID symptoms. I think this is going to be very handy in times to come. Integration yoga with sports for high performance. Dr. Sanjeev Patil talked about it. He talked about biomechanics. He talked about a lot of technicalities of how yoga will help sports in high performance. And the session by Professor Natalia Solve, Argentina, was Brain Under Stress and how do you overcome the negative effects of yoga and physical activities. So these were the sessions which happened today. each of the session had a very different, distinct aspect covered. And I think India being the yoga capital, I think we are going to contribute a lot of yoga being integrated as part of daily lives and also in part of sports. This has been a great teamwork by led by Dr. G. Kishore, Principal and Regional Director, Sai LNCP Trivandrum. He has been always very motivating and also ably supported and driven by Dr. Sanjeev Patil and Dr. Iman Sawant and Dr. Jayaram. So thank you all so much. I think it has been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now we are at the end. It's a great privilege for me to give vote of thanks on this validatory function. The end of a story is the new beginning for many other stories. So this is not an end. We are going to continue this. On this note, let's become a remarkable, memorable, and a knowledgeable validatory function. On behalf of the institution, we sincerely thank the dignitaries for being with us this evening and enlightening us with their enthusiastic remarks. I shower my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers from India and overseas, and everyone of my Sai LNCP family for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this one-day international webinar. I also express my deepest sense of gratitude to our collaborators, PEFI, Fitness 365, Bihar School of Yoga, and Vyasa Deemed University, Bangalore. I thank each and everyone in this session. Thank you very much.
So can you make the announcement about the certificate, e-certificate?
Yes, sir, please.
You can make the announcement, sir, on the e-certificate.
Participants, Kishore sir, with your permission, we are going to give some more information for the students, sir.
Okay, I think in that case, we can, that the guests we have can sign off, and I once again personally thank all the invited guests, especially the chief guest, Puneet Kumar Saab, for his gracious presence, and Dr. Manmoth Gharote Saab, Professor Charanenko, and all other invited guests for their gracious presence. Thank you so much, and we look forward for similar occasions when we can discuss and have various symposiums, seminars, discussions. Look forward for your kind support in our future endeavors. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. I really benefited, and I would like to keep in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sujit sir, thank you very much, sir. Nick Kumar sir, thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sujit sir, and thank you so much, Dr. Manmoth Gharote sir, for your wholeheartedly support to Sports Authority of India, LNCP Trivandrum, and I'm very happy. Thank you so much, Puneet sir. आप आए और हमारा इस कार्यक्रम की शान बढ़ाई, और आपने जो हमें प्यार दिया है, मैं तो पहली बार आपसे मिल रहा हूं, लेकिन फिर भी आपके जो शब्द है वो बिल्कुल अत्यंत सराहनीय है, और आप सर इतना बढ़िया आपने हमें प्रेरणा दी है कि मैं आपसे मिलकर बहुत प्रेरित हुआ हूं सर, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं सर। पुनीत सर, आप हमारे साथ हमेशा बने रहिए, यही आपको मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच प्रोफेसर यादरांको सर, your wholeheartedly support to this team, to this sport STEAM organization, Sports Authority of India, LNCP, Lakshmi Narayan College of Physical Education in Trivandrum, Kerala, India. and really it was you have spent a very precious time with us. Thank you so much, Professor Yadranko sir. And also I would like to thank to Professor Natalia Soli ma'am. Even midnight 2:30 she logged in for joining this international webinar. She was attending and she has delivered a very excellent speech on as a resource person to this webinar, and all the participants they really highly enlightened about this wonderful presentation by both the friends of Sports Authority of India, Professor Yadranko and Professor Natalia Soli ma'am. Really great. Thank you so much, my friend, my colleague, Dr. Sanjeev Patil and Dr. Jayaraman for wholehearted support to me. And I'm grateful to my director and principal, Dr. G. Kishore. He is really a very, very different personality, which actually very great to the sports fraternity. And I hope it is every sports fraternity and yoga fraternity must learn from sir, being a great administrator and for organizing everything. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And a very happy time to everyone. Thank you so much, and good night to all everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So to all the participants, so I've just shared the feedback form on the chat box. Please fill up the feedback form in case you did not get a chance to fill up earlier. The information, I've also shared the link that tomorrow on the portal you can actually, on lipplus.in, you can actually find the information about the certificate. We'll continue. Please check the same link. We'll provide the details about the certificate on that.
Thank you, sir. And concern to certificates also, sir, we'll try to send them step by step, sir. Batch wise batch we will send.
So the certificates, every day 100 certificates will be sent out. So it will take about 10 days for the certificates.
Yeah, 10 days, right? Absolutely correct, Sujit sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much all the participants. आपने बहुत अमूल्य समय हमारे साथ बिताया और सारे भारत से, विविध राज्य से, स्पेशली महाराष्ट्र, बिहार, इवन पंजाब, हरियाणा, दिल्ली, आंध्र प्रदेश, विजयवाड़ा, हैदराबाद और बहुत सारे, इवन गोवा से भी बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट, सभी भारत के प्रमुख राज्य से प्रतिभागी जिन्होंने आज यहाँ भाग लिया, और प्रमाण पत्र आप सभी को जिन्होंने फीडबैक फॉर्म्स सही रूप से भरा है सबको प्रमाण पत्र प्राप्त होगा। कृपया प्रमाण पत्र के लिए आप हड़बड़ी मत कीजिए।
मैंने आपको लिंक, सारे लोगों को लिंक दिया हुआ है मैंने, तो आप उस लिंक में जाके आप lipplus.in के लिंक में आप जाके अपने आप को साइन अप कर लीजिए कि आपको सारे इन्फॉर्मेशन में फीडबैक फॉर्म भी वहां पे छोड़ देंगे। अगर किसी का फीडबैक फॉर्म नहीं हो पाया, आप थोड़ी देर के बाद देखिए, फीडबैक फॉर्म भी हम वहां पे छोड़ देंगे ताकि हम फीडबैक फॉर्म को भर सकते हैं।
सुजीत सर डेडलाइन बता देंगे फीडबैक फॉर्म?
डेडलाइन फीडबैक फॉर्म का आज रात को 9 बजे तक आप फीडबैक फॉर्म भर लीजिए मैक्सिमम।
ग्रेट, वेरी नाइस, थैंक यू सो मच।
अभी 5-10 मिनट के बाद आपको फीडबैक फॉर्म भी वहां पे मिलेगा, आप उस लिंक पे देख लीजिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच सुजीत सर।
इट्स माय प्लेजर सर।
बहुत अच्छा लगा, आपने शाम को भी हमारे साथ आए वेलिडिक्टर में और बहुत बढ़िया रहा। चलिए और
मैं तो आपका परिवार का हिस्सा हूं।
जी बिल्कुल कोई शक नहीं है।
तो
और जी हम जुड़े रहेंगे सर, जुड़े रहेंगे। और चलिए बहुत अच्छा रहा कार्यक्रम, इवन पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में भी सारे लोग, लेकिन बहुत सारे प्रतिभागी, बहुत इंफॉर्मेटिव सेशंस हुए। इवन माय फ्रेंड प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मण जोशी है, उन्होंने भी बहुत तारीफ की, वह बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज किया जा रहा है सर। और डॉक्टर मंजुनाथ शर्मा जी ने भी काफ़ी समय दिया, उसमें बहुत व्यस्त होने के बावजूद भी उन्होंने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया। प्रोफेसर के चंद्रशेखरन सर मेरे मित्र हैं, वो जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छे, वो तो फैमिली फ्रेंड है आप साई एलएनसीपी के, उन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छा समय देकर प्रेजेंटेशन किया। उसके साथ मेरे जो काफ़ी मित्र जुड़े हुए हैं, डॉक्टर किशोर कुमार सी के, डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स एंड फिजिकल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजिकल एजुकेशन स्पोर्ट्स, मैंगलोर यूनिवर्सिटी, वो भी जुड़े थे। रिस्पेक्टेड प्रभु देसाई सर, डायरेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी गोवा, जो मेरे मित्र है, वो उन्होंने भी काफी समय व्यतीत किया अपने साथ, और हालांकि वो स्क्रीन पर नहीं आ पाए कुछ टेक्निकल इशू की वजह से। और प्रिंसिपल सोपान कांगने, कॉलेज ऑफ फिजिकल एजुकेशन आगाशे, चंद्रशेखर आगाशे कॉलेज पुणे, उन्होंने भी वो भी ज्वाइन हुए और उन्होंने भी काफी अपने इस वेबिनार की तारीफ की है। इट इज फैंटास्टिक सर। और हाँ, हमारे गुरु डॉक्टर के उपल सर जी ने भी आशीर्वाद भाषण दिया, उसमें काफी तारीफ की, मुझे मैसेज भी किया मेरे एसएमएस में, मेल में, कि भाई बहुत अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइज किया। और मेरे मित्र पीयूष जैन सर जी ने भी तारीफ की है, वो भी जुड़े हुए थे और उन्होंने भी काफी तारीफ की अपने वेबिनार की। थैंक यू सो मच। और फिर मिलेंगे, मिलते रहेंगे और कार्यक्रम का आयोजन करने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। सभी प्रतिभागियों को मेरा फिर से एक निवेदन है, रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज मेंटेन COVID-19 एप्रोप्रिएट बिहेवियर और 2 गज की दूरी बनाए रखें। 2 गज की दूरी, मास्क जरूरी। जय हिंद, जय भारत।